serious, what is the creepiest or most unexplained thing that's happened to you that you still think about to this day? In college I was roommates with my childhood best friend for about 2 years. We are very trusting with each other. We would go into each other's rooms freely and grab whatever we needed. To borrow clothes, hairbrush, perfume, etc. No questions asked, just a knock if we were in the room to let each other know we were going in. Our rooms are across the hall from each other, with the hall facing the kitchen. So from the kitchen you could see down the hall where our rooms were. At the time my friend had very long black hair and she's very fair-skinned. One day, I get home from work, with my headphones in my ear talking to my mom about my day. I go in the kitchen and grab a snack. I see her walk out of her room, and go into mine, leave my room, and go back into hers. She looked like she just got out the shower. Her hair was soaking wet, and she was wrapped in a white towel. Her long black wet hair is what I distinctly remember. Also, she made no eye contact with me, but I didn't think it was weird. I didn't say anything to her, since borrowing each other's stuff was normal. I'm still on the phone with my mom, so I don't think much of it. I grab my snack, hang up with my mom, and go into my room to watch TV. I figured she's getting ready to go somewhere, and we'll talk later. About an hour passes and I go to the kitchen to clean the plate I ate on. I see her in the kitchen making something to eat, and I tell her, "Hey, what did you grab from my room earlier? Did you find what you needed?" She looks at me like if I was crazy and says, "What are you talking about?" So I say, "Yeah, earlier when I got home I saw you go into my room and grab something. Did you get what you needed?" Sorry, I didn't say hi, I was on the phone with my mom. She asks me if I'm sure I saw her. I said yes, 100%. She tells me to grab my phone and go to her car as soon as possible, that she needs to show me something. I had my phone on me, and she grabbed my keys from the kitchen counter along with her purse, and she drags me out the front door and into her car. She then tells me she got home maybe 5 minutes before we started talking. She had spent the night at her boyfriend's and hadn't been home all day, so she has no idea who I saw. I'll never forget the look on her face when she told me this. Complete fear and panic. She called the cops and they came along with the apartment manager. They checked the whole apartment and found no one. Nothing amiss. And they were in there a while checking every nook and cranny. The manager got maintenance to change our locks and gave us new keys that day. My friend then tells me that for a week she'd been hearing noises from her bathroom like bottles moving, and when she went to check she found nothing. I have no idea who I saw going in and out of our rooms, but it looked exactly like my friend. I don't drink or do drugs. Not on meds. This was in 2014, and I still freak out when I think about it. Just a normal Saturday night. I was watching TV home alone with my 2 dogs when I heard a banging sound coming from the basement. Legit sounded like somebody was just banging something on the appliances we had down there. Now there is no access into the basement from down there, only through the upstairs rooms that I was in, and knew nobody could have come in and got past me. So with this knowledge I was not as scared as you may think, more curious as to what the heck the noise was. One of the 2 dogs, who is a meathead and wants to fight everybody, also heard the noise and was now bolting down into the basement to investigate. I get down and see that it is my other dog banging his head into our dryer and chest freezer, which are next to each other. My meathead dog is just stood there watching confused. So I approach my other dog and calm him down, and we all go back upstairs. Now this freaked the heck out of me and upset me, as it seems such very strange behavior for my dog to do. Fast forward only 30 minutes or so, the banging starts again. I instantly look over to my dog, but he is laid down, but now also aware of the noise downstairs. We run down into the basement, and it is Meathead now banging his head in between the appliances. Again, I now calm Meathead down, and we all go back upstairs. Nothing has ever happened again since that night. 3 years now, so that ruled out brain tumors, which is what I read online about why maybe dogs bang their heads, but 2 dogs, suddenly on the same night, and it only affecting one of them at any given time. 3 years and the 3 of us never talk about that night, lol. Edit. Wow, thanks for all the awards and updates. To answer a few questions, yes, I have posted this story before. I have a very normal life and this story is just way I out there, but legit truthful to my otherwise mundane life. A few folks say it may have been a rodent/treat toy they were after. No, they were frenzied and hyperventilating. When they get things stuck under anything they just cry and get me to get their stuff. I guess it boils down to just knowing your dogs. I know instantly from their body language just what the deal is, but that night, I have never seen them so frenzied and upset. Also, it is otherwise a very nice basement, as basements go. I have never had a pest problem down there, or in any other part of the house. Somebody mentioned that, if it only happened 3 years ago, why did I not make a video of it? My first instinct was to help my dogs, to stop them harming themselves. At no point was my first thought to go and grab my phone to capture the moments on film. Really surprised I have to mention that one, but people/keyboard/warriors. I've shared this before, but it still confuses the hell out of my family. Edit: this happened last year. I copy and pasted it from my original post. The beginning of the story says last night, but this was almost a year ago. We moved out of that house about 6 months after this happened. My husband recently took an overpasses job to help us out during COVID. He's only been there about 2 weeks and works evenings/overnights, 9 PM to 6 AM. Last night was no different. He left home around 8:15 PM. Our daughter, age 11, and I decided to make it a movie night. Around 11 PM, I heard keys in my back door and the usual sounds my husband makes when he comes home. I creep out to the kitchen to make sure it was him, and it was. He told me he needed to grab his knee compression sleeve, walks down the hall, says hi to our daughter as he passes the living room, and goes upstairs. He came back down, gave me a kiss and left again. We finished our movie and went to bed. In the morning, when he got home, I made a joking comment about him forgetting his knee sleeve. He was genuinely confused as I recalled the previous night. Our daughter confirmed everything I said, and he still was acting confused. I pulled up our security motion camera on my phone to show him when he popped in quick, but there was no footage from the night before or any other night of him coming home after he's left for work. My daughter and I both heard him, saw him, and I touched him, but he was never home during that time. Nothing else out of the ordinary happened that night. We seriously have no idea what happened. Edit: to clarify, there is footage of that night, but it doesn't show him coming home at that time. The camera was on the back porch, not inside the house. We had 2 carbon monoxide detectors, one on each floor of the house. We moved out a few months later for unrelated reasons. My nana, great-grandma, and mum were very close, but lived overseas from one another my whole life. They talked on the phone every Sunday, but because it was an international call, it was extremely expensive, so they took turns calling every Sunday at 8 AM to make the cost equal. However, due to a 4-minute difference in clocks, Nana always ended up calling at 8:04. Also, the caller ID never showed up. Mum called on a Sunday, Nana died on a Tuesday. The following week, we are sitting at the table eating breakfast, and Mum notices it's 7:50 AM. Nana would have been calling any minute. She gets emotional. I comfort her. Then at 8:04 AM the mother-faking phone rings. The called ID reads unknown caller. We look at each other like, what is this, some sort of sick joke? She answers. There's nothing but static at the other line, and some garbled voice recording. The only decipherable words in it are, "We hope you enjoy your trip to paradise." Click. Phone cuts off. Absolutely no explanation for that one. Still baffles me to this day. Edit: I've been wanting to tell this story for years now, but every time I find a creepy/inexplicable thread it gets buried. So glad people are finally hearing this one, lol. Some have said maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank, but I'd prefer to see it as Nana sending us one last hurrah. She really loved my mum and I a lot, as we did her too. She was a really kooky lady and this ending was extremely fitting of her. I've shared this before, but I still think it's an interesting story. I was exploring the area behind my house shortly after we moved in. The area back there had once been a small quarry that had since filled with water. It was a pit of pond that supposedly went straight down 60 feet. If you stepped into it, I was walking along the edge and I came across a backpack filled with old video game cartridges and a set of clothing just laying on the ground. They were for the N64, and we found this around 2004, so they were outdated. Next to it was a set of clothing. The clothes were laying on the ground, spread out, pants and shirt, so it looked like someone laying down. They looked like they'd been there a long time. Same with the backpack. I told my parents and they called the cops. There had been no reports of missing children or anything in the area. We never got an explanation, but it was weird. Edit. Just to answer some questions. I don't think it was a prank. While we were new to the neighborhood, we were renters. Also most of our neighbors were elderly. This happened in a rural Virginia town and I can't imagine anyone wasting cartridges like that, since most kids were lucky to have an N64. No people, adult or child, had been reported by families or the neighborhood as missing for years. They never searched the quarry because they never had any reason to think there was something wrong. My sister and I went out there every day for a year or so and just avoided that spot because I was creepy. As far as I know, they're still out there. My girlfriend and I are in a long distance relationship. We typically take turns traveling between each other's countries, Australia and Canada. About 2 years ago, it was my turn to travel over to Australia to stay with her and her mom. For a bit of background, my girlfriend's room was built as an extension / add-on to their garage. So to get to it, you had to walk through their garage to get to her room. About a couple weeks into my trip over there, I wake up at around 1 AM and the room is just glowing red. I look up at the ceiling, and I see this black figure crawling through the ceiling. It moved in such an inhuman way, almost like it was breaking every one of its bones to move. I start screaming, which wakes my girlfriend up, and she looks up at the ceiling and starts to scream as well. Instinctively, I grab my pillow and whip it at the figure. The next thing I know, everything went black, and I'm waking up a few hours later. My girlfriend is fast asleep, so I think it was just some weird dream. At that point, I have to go to the washroom. So, I walk through the garage and try to quietly open the garage door to get into the main house. Previously, her mom had mentioned that she was getting annoyed with us staying up late at night and going through the garage door to use the washroom. Since her mom's room was down the garage door hallway, each time we would open it, the door would click loudly and wake her up. So, I'm standing there at the garage door and I try to open it as quietly as possible. As I turn the handle and the door clicks as I push it open, her mom just starts screaming at the top of her lungs. I thought it was out of rage for waking her up, so I immediately close the door and speed walk back to my girlfriend's room. I climb into bed and gently nudge her awake to tell her that her mom is screaming. She gets up and goes to see whether her mom was still angry and try to de-escalate the situation. About 20 minutes goes by and my girlfriend comes back into the room completely silent. She asks me if I saw the room glowing red earlier as well as a figure in the ceiling. I say yes, and she goes wide-eyed and says that she thought it was just a dream too. She then says that her mom wasn't screaming at me. Apparently, when I opened the door, it did wake her up, but when she woke up, there was a black figure standing at the foot of her bed, and it was slowly moving towards her. She then experienced a blackout as well, and was woken up by my girlfriend checking in on her. Yeah, the entire house slept with the lights on for a month after that. Edit. Thank you for the awards, kind strangers, as well as the emotional support. Well, not the scariest thing ever, but when I was 11 my family and I moved to another town because of my dad's job. We were only going to stay there for a year, and thankfully we were given a house in a close community of about 20 houses made for army officials and their families. So one day my parents are out, and they take my baby sister. My older sister is in a friend's house, and I'm left alone with our dog for like 2 hours. I was playing in my room when I remember that the black socks for my Monday uniform, kind of like a suit you wear on Mondays, are drying in the backyard. I go there with my dog and utter out loud, I wish there was something to do, and not a moment later I hear some young voice say very clearly, then let's play. I turn around to see my normally hyperactive golden sitting looking at me like nothing has happened. I freak out immediately and ran upstairs to my parents' bedroom. I turn on the TV and hide under the covers until my family arrived. They saw me sweating scared and paranoid at this point. They never figured out what happened, but tried to make me feel better. Now the part that freaks me is that each of the houses in the community was surrounded by 3-meter tall cinder block walls. The place where my socks were was next to a wall separating from another house, one that had no children. The other house to the left was over 20 meters away and behind another wall, and the wall behind my house separated us from nothing but a steep hill. There was no one who could have said that, and to this day it freaks me out every time I think of it. We had a rescue dog years back, terrier mix. We lived in the countryside on a wooded hillside and owned about 5 acres of woodland and rough fields, mostly wild. This dog loved to be up there chasing rabbits, but loved her home too, so would never be gone for very long. One day she went missing. We took our other dogs up there and searched thoroughly, but nothing. We had another friend bring his dogs, nothing. We advertised, put up posters, we did little but search high and low for 6 days, but nothing. On the 6th day we had pretty much given up hope, but I decided to go up one last time because I had a hunch, a tickle in my belly, about one particular area which had already been thoroughly searched. I took a sickle and a pair of gardening gloves and hacked my way towards the center of a huge bramble patch. It was summer and all I could hear was birdsong and insects, but suddenly I heard a muffled yip. I called her name and then heard her again getting excited. She was deep underground in a rabbit warren. I stayed calling to her until help arrived. The local fire brigade were kind enough to come and help and advise, and we got her out eventually. She ran around like a demented muddy pup, and amazingly the vet said she was basically okay, had probably been getting enough moisture from eating mud to keep her alive. I'm not generally a fanciful person, but I just knew in my back knower she was there. No explanation for it. In high school, AOL was new and chat rooms were super popular. I was 16 when we finally got the first PC and AOL and the whole works. Creepy old men would lurk in generally teenage-run chat rooms because creepy old men. Some guy started messaging me. He was in his late 30s, but it was the internet. Who knows if he really was? He could have been 78 for all anyone knew. I was a teenage girl, why would I be interested? So I told him to not talk to me. He then made a fake account claiming he was a teenage boy, but then he started talking like he did before, and I caught on. Why so much effort to talk to a plain 16-year-old? I filed complaints, but only so much can happen when he hasn't really done anything illegal. Whatever. So one day, my parents are out, and my brother is gone. The home phone rings and it's him. He tells me he knows I'm alone. My parents are out. He knows what my house looks like. He describes it over the phone. He tells me he could easily come to me if I asked him. I told him I'm not amused and to just stop. He disappeared after. No idea. It was just weird. Still no clue. Edit. Well, crap. I had no idea this would gain any type of attention, let alone this many comments. I sincerely have no idea what happened. Maybe he was an expert mind faker and he was experimenting with how to really mess with someone. It worked, though. I have really no idea who he was or where he lived, since the internet was new and the accessibility to find information wasn't what it is today. He could have been a teacher, a 67-year-old man, a strung out whack job down the street, a truck driver, who knows. I just find it unbelievable that he disappeared and that he tried so hard to creep on a teenage girl. We used to have a night out every Christmas with the lads from high school. We went back to one of the lads' houses and were all drunk having a good time when one of the lads pointed into the kitchen and said "Who's that?" The kitchen was like a box room, you could see the whole room from the doorway. I had my back to the wall where it was and turned to look in. The lights were off and there was no one there. We all looked and said, "What are you looking at?" He was adamant and just stayed sat pointing and just said "No, who are those two there?" The lad whose house it was looking in and turned on the light and again there was no one there, and we all said, "Are you okay? What are you on about?" He said "Look, that fella is leaning on the worktop and the other is leaning and pointing and laughing at me." We all kept saying there was no one there. After a back and forth for about 10 minutes, he was describing what they were wearing etc. And then the lad who could see these people realized we couldn't and started freaking out, tearing up and shaking uncontrollably, saying he had to get out of the house. He was shaking that much we had to put his shoes on. Once he had gone and being drunk, no drugs, that we knew of, we just laughed it off as him being off on one, but the lad whose house it was said he described his uncle and granddad who had long since died exactly how they used to stand, and what clothes they were wearing. I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't there, and honestly I still think he just had a mad episode. We have all met his granddad and uncle before they died, so it could have been some mental moment he had. To this day anytime we mention it, he refuses to talk about it and doesn't even entertain any notion of it. Like I said, it sounds far-fetched, but that is 100% true. I don't believe in ghosts etc. point and still think he had a backquote moment, but it was genuinely weird and unsettling. Edit. Thanks for the awards kind stranger so soon after posting. Didn't think this tale from my past would explode. Edit. Added more detail it seemed a bit vague. Edit. A few people have asked so to tidy it up. This guy has no history of any mental illness or anything else. To this day he has a stable solid career and home life. I know that isn't always a solid indication everything is okay, but after 15 or so years he's never shown anything of the sort. A friend and I from high school used to go out to this old county road and smoke a joint on a big hill facing a large old brick house across the street that sat in a large field. The face of the house had 2 rows of 6 windows each, facing the road. One night we were chilling on said hill and looking out at the house as the sun was going down and all of a sudden a light turned on in one of the windows and then shut off. Then another random window lit up, then shut off. It kept going. Faster, faster. A window would light up and shut off, and then go to another. It did it for about a minute and eventually was doing it so quickly it couldn't have possibly been a person going room to room, or even a person with access to multiple switches at one time. After about a minute, after speeding up to random flashes it stopped. It simply didn't make sense. We both saw it. We talked about it many times afterward. The only thing we can figure is if the home owner had some kind of automated lighting system hooked up to all the rooms and was messing with us. Other than that, I have no idea. Sketchy AF though. Edit. Some of you chalking up the experience to cannabis. I don't think you understand how weed works. I've never hallucinated from being high in my life, and it would make 0 sense for me and my friend to have the same hallucination at the same time. A few years ago, I was at my lowest point in life. Several people close to me had passed away unexpectedly. I was being bullied every day at my job. My life was falling apart. I was past being depressed. I just couldn't imagine waking up another day. So I'd planned my suicide, bought a one-way plane ticket, got sleeping pills, and wrote a series of suicide notes. On the day I was to fly out to fulfill my plan, there was a terrible accident on the freeway to the airport. It was shut down both ways, so I drove into a nearby pub to have a beer and wait out the traffic. The second I sat on the patio with my drink, a gentleman asked if he could sit with me. Whatever, I thought, sure, who cares? He told me that whatever I was doing next was a terrible idea and I would regret it. I thought, who is this random faker? But I listened. He said that he sensed I was in pain, but that I had an incredible life ahead of me, and that this was not the way my story was supposed to end. Again, I'd never met this guy in my life, and hadn't mentioned a word to him about my plan. He asked me to hand him my keys and my wallet, and he'd give them back to me after I talked and he listened. I poured my heart out to this random guy, told him all my traumas and pains in life, and why I was heading to the airport on a one-way ticket to kill myself in a cemetery across the country where my family was buried. He just listened, and then he pulled out a lighter, asked me to pull out my suicide letters, and help me burn them. He told me I was worth so much to the world, and that after I finished my drink, I needed to head home and get some sleep. He told me I was going to be okay tomorrow, and I believed him. He then gave me my keys and wallet back. I left that afternoon and went home, hugged my family, got some sleep, and the next day, I started working on myself, finding a therapist, a new job. Years later, I'm in a fantastic place in life, so far from where I was that day. To this day, no one in my life knows how close I came to killing myself, but this random stranger just somehow understood me and saved my life. I never saw him again. I don't even know his name. It's the most unexplained thing that has ever happened to me. And I think about that guy every day. So, thank you, kind stranger, for saving my life that random September day on a pub patio. When I was in 3rd grade I moved to a new town and into a new house. We lived in a camper in the backyard of the house while we renovated it. It was a pretty old house. Anyway, during renovation we found all sorts of stuff in the walls. Old bottles, old pair of glasses, litters, old newspapers, old pictures of children in school clothes. It was a 2-story house and the stairs were kind of a focal point for all sorts of creepy stuff. So once you got to the top of the stairs there was a little landing before it went into 2 bedrooms. At night we would always leave the light on in the landing in case we had to get up to use the bathroom. Me and one brother shared a room and the other room was for our older brother. I refused to sleep upstairs due to how creeped out I was, so I always slept downstairs on the couch. One weekend my sister, who is older than both my brothers, came to visit and was in my oldest brother's bedroom alone, as we were all at school and my mum was at work. As she was sitting up there watching TV she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and called out as she had thought my mum was home early from work. No response other than the footsteps turning around and heading back down the stairs. When she got up the look there was no one home and all doors locked. It doesn't stop there. My oldest brother was left home alone for a week while me and my other brother and mom and dad went on a week-long vacation. Naturally he had his girlfriend over for a couple nights to keep him company. One night she got up to pee around 3 AM and went downstairs to the bathroom where she said she heard children whispering. A couple nights later around 3 to 4 AM the girlfriend woke my brother saying someone was in the house. They heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Since the light was on in the landing, they could see a shadow underneath the door, like someone was standing there, and the doorknob began to shake. Luckily it was locked. They both started to freak out, and my brother jumped up out of bed. We had some of those dumb display samurai type swords that aren't even sharp, and he grabbed one of those and went towards the door. They heard more footsteps running down the stairs, and he bravely or stupidly followed down the stairs where he was met with an empty house. All windows and doors closed and locked. He called the police but nothing came of it. Back in 2008, I lived near my college in an apartment. My apartment was set back from the main road quite a bit and was in a wooded and hilly area. One night, I was out running near sundown. I'm at the bottom of a hill that's behind my apartment, so it was near the end of my run. I look up ahead at the top of the hill and notice 3 guys on bikes just sitting there. Being a 20-year-old female, my spidey senses start tingling. I tell myself I'm psycheing myself out and it'll be fine, so I keep running. I'm about halfway up the hill. The 3 guys are still just sitting there, facing my direction. I don't have a phone or anything, and nowhere else to go, so I tell myself I'll just run as hard as I can, and scream if I need to. Suddenly, I hear something coming up beside me. I look to my right and see a German Shepherd. He's running alongside me. I've never seen this dog before in my life. I can't explain it, but I just knew I'd be okay now. I continued running up the hill with this random dog beside me. When we are approaching the guys, this dog gets slightly ahead of me and runs directly in front of me instead of to my right. He gets to the guys and stops dead in his tracks. I continue running and pass the guys without even making eye contact. Once I'm past the guys, the dog catches back up to me and continues running alongside me. He stays with me until I take the turn into my apartment's very well lit parking lot. He disappears into the trees as quickly as he appeared. I took that route at the same exact time every single day after that 4 weeks and would drive down that road often, hoping to come across him again. No luck. I never saw him again. My friends are all convinced he was a guardian angel making sure I stayed safe. I'm not really a believer, so I don't know, but it's the most creepy, bizarre, and awesome thing to ever happen to me. I was probably about 16 to 17 and had just gotten home from high school. My brother was in the kitchen making a ruckus, so I started that way. As I passed by his bedroom I saw my mom in there, sitting on his bed with the lights off, facing away from me and towards the wall. I stopped and stood in the doorway and asked if she was okay and what she was doing. She said really slowly, just sitting. Come here, I need to talk to you. I took about a half step into the room when I heard my mom yelling for me in the kitchen and then saw her setting the table. I looked back to the bedroom and there was nothing there. I don't think I ever went back into that room by myself again, even 10 years later. Edit. Another story from the same house, since people seem to find this one interesting. One day my mom and I were out doing yard work in the front of the house. At the time we had a trampoline that sat in front of my bedroom window, which faced the driveway/road. My two little brothers were bouncing on it. They were probably 7 and 9 at the time, and my mom and I had sat down in a pair of lawn chairs to take break. We were watching my little brothers play when suddenly they both stopped jumping and walked to the edge of the trampoline closest to my bedroom window and sat down, facing the window. They both started talking, but they were speaking as if they were having a conversation that we were only privy to half of. The older one, said something like, yes, yeah, they're good, no, okay, as if he was replying to someone asking him questions. My mom and I looked at each other like, are you hearing this right now? And she asked them, who are you guys talking to? Without looking away from the window, she says it's great grandma. She says she misses you. My great grandmother had died before my little brothers had been born. They had no idea what she looked like. My mom replied, great grandma is in heaven, baby. To which he looked over at us and said, not anymore. They stared at the wall for a little longer and then started playing again, as if nothing had ever happened. This was, again, one of many incidents that happened at that house. I left Florida in 2017, and while I've visited the family home many times since leaving, I'll never stay there at night by myself. And I try very hard not to leave the room I stay in. I was walking my dog once around the pond in my grandmother's condominium, gated community. It was supposed to storm that night, so it was windy all day, like tree branches violently flailing around and small items being blown away. I got to the front of my grandmother building. There wasn't a soul in sight, and suddenly it got really quiet, which was weird because it was literally windy all day, but the wind suddenly stopped. I sort of looked around and felt off. It was the kind of quiet you could hear. Suddenly a big gust of wind comes in and my dog starts freaking out. I tug him to come towards the building so I could put the code in to get us inside, when suddenly I hear a voice go, hey, right behind me. It felt like it was right next to my ear. I turned around and there still wasn't anyone there, and my dog was still freaking out. So I dragged him inside, ran up the flight of stairs to my grandma's condo, and locked the door. I still have no idea what happened to this day. Edit. I should mention the gated community has a lot of buildings with geriatric folks living in it. Beyond my grandmother's condo, the area was used during the tuberculosis outbreak to bring patients to basically die, and they would cremate their bodies in an abandoned building at the center of the gated community. I've also seen shadows in the window of the tower whenever I went to the park nearby. A few years ago, I took my dog out for a walk at night. The apartment complex I lived in at the time had enough light outside, so I was never scared of going out for a little walk. One night, as I walked down the stairs, I noticed a large brown furry thing under the stairs. I know for a fact there was 3 thin bushes under those stairs, but that night, whatever that thing is, was in between those bushes. I was too afraid to inspect it, so I walked the dog around the neighborhood for 5 minutes. When I got back, the large brown thing was gone. I stood there for a second before gathering up the courage to go up the stairs. My dog, however, refused to go up. I scooped him up and ran up the stairs into the comfort of my own home. A few days later, I sat in the living room minding my own business. From the corner of my eye, I saw something brown and furry crawl from the ceiling into my room. That night, I had a dream I was being attacked by an unknown creature. I covered myself in my blanket, and it scratched and tore at it, yelling obscenities at me. I got angry and launched myself at it, punching and scratching at a large brown furry creature. When I woke up, my dog was there watching me and whining. I don't know what to even think this was. Edit. Wow, I honestly expected this comment to get buried. Thanks to all of your input. I actually spoke to my mom about this, and what she said scares me even more. She has seen it crawl into rooms, but like me, chalked it up to her hair in her eye or something. However, she told me she also dreamt of it. In her dream, she was paralyzed. It was running around her and taunting her. She tried so hard to start praying, but the words wouldn't come out. It got close to her face. She stared deeply into its demonic red eyes. She felt its fur touch her skin. When she broke out of her dream, my dog was staring at her, very close to her face. My dog almost got punched. Mayo, my mom's defense, when she gets scared. So yeah, I guess we did see something in that apartment. Whatever it is, I'm glad we moved out, and it didn't follow us. I'm a skeptic about ghosts and otherworldly beings. This event that happened causes me some consternation because it doesn't make any sense and I cannot explain what was happening. When I was in middle school, my family went camping in New Mexico. We were at a campsite near a lovely stream. My parents had one tent and my brother and I had another. As I was settling down to sleep for the night, I was listening to my headphones. I decided it was time to go to sleep, so I took my headphones off and was dozing off when I became hyper aware of a sound. It was a slight swishing/scratching sound on the side of the tent. I had just assumed there was a breeze and a stalk of grass was brushing on the side of the tent. With a sudden jolt, I realized there was no wind whatsoever. I asked my brother, Jay, what is that? He asked what I was referring to. I pointed out the scratching noise. He took his hand and hit the side of the tent. In response, whatever it was, hit the side of the tent from outside of the tent. We both immediately began screaming hysterically. My parents came running and all the while the scratching continued. My parents said it was surely just a bug, a tent string or some vegetation, and got a flashlight to look at the exterior of the tent. There was nothing. They brushed down the exterior, shook the tent, took everything out of the tent and shook it. The noise continued. I was completely in pieces, so I went and slept in my parents' tent and my father slept in the kid tent. My brother and father reported that the scratching continued all night long. Still puzzled and freaked out by this experience. A couple of things happened to me and my housemate when we moved into the top apartment in an old building in Europe, right next to a forest known for witchcraft. The locals even have a witches parade every year. It's a harmless bit of fun. The apartment was huge. 3 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, a study, 2 living rooms, a living space, a kitchen, 2 balconies. The bigger one was upstairs, across from a door to the attic that ran across the entire house. It was dark and full of a lot of old stuff, like from a century ago. We found porcelain, really old wooden furniture, and a doll neither of us wanted to touch. There were also some children's slippers and black and white pictures of a child from when the town still had carts pulled by oxen. It was a wonderful place to live, and the cheap rent made it wonderfuler, but both of us were mildly creeped out in the beginning. We used to hear stuff while in our rooms, like banging or footsteps, or like something had fallen on the carpets. My housemate would text me, "Did you hear that too?" But she soon stopped. She never wanted to talk about it either. I guess she didn't want to give it any power by acknowledging it. I clearly remember the first time she was out. It was winter, so it got dark by 4 p.m. I needed to grab groceries, so I left all the lights on to make myself feel better. I tried to look for my earphones for some music along the way, but I couldn't find them, and I left without them. When I returned, every single light in the house was switched off, except the one in my room, and I went to my room. My earphones were lying neatly rolled on the top of my bed. A few other incidents took place while we lived there too, like the bulbs in the corridor, and only the corridor, dying with loud pops one by one. My housemate hearing something like a dog scratching at her door, and texting me to let her sleep one evening, while I was over at a friend's place, me hearing a door loudly banging somewhere in the house, while I was on the toilet, and the banging stopping immediately, as soon as I flushed. It was like it didn't realize there was someone home. The house was weirdly cold too, but we lived there for a year without anything major happening. I, F27, was training to be a nurse. Here in Germany you have to visit and practice at a lot of places. I was working at a hospice, a place where the terminal ill patients can stay until their last day. I was there for 8 weeks, and was in my last year of studying. I was doing a round, checking on everyone, making sure they are not in pain, need any help or just to talk. One patient, a woman who was there for days, had a different breathing, and I called her husband who was in the group room. Don't know how to exactly describe it. She had her finals breaths while her husband was holding her hand. It was peaceful, and I know she was gone. At this moment another patient made a call. We had phones, which would ring if someone requested a nurse. I excused myself and left her room. Deep breath and going to the patient who was calling. I entered and smiled. How can I help you? The man told me his guest would like to know where the exit was. I was a little confused because he hadn't any visitors that day yet, so I asked, who do you mean? Maybe I just didn't see anyone because I was for half an hour with the dying patient. And he answered, well, this lady here, she wants to know where she could get out. I went pale, blood falling into my knees. I was shocked. I stuttered while opening the window. Emma, here is the way to the balcony and right to left. Down the stairs is the door. I'll get you some water. Left the room and was hardly breathing, leaning against the wall. Was standing there for 5 minutes. One of the nurses saw me and asked if I was okay. So I told her what just happened. All she did was to smile and say, yes, that kind of stuff happens a lot here. A few hours later I asked the man if my guest found the way out. Him, yes, she did, and said thank you for everything. Had to process that for days, weeks, months. I still can't believe it. But I'm sure since then that we carry a soul. Also some nasty ghostly other things happened to me and my colleagues while working in an ICU. A lot of weird stuff has happened to me in my life. So either I'm haunted by some tricks to God type of shit, or stuff just tends to get strange naturally around me and I'm too stupid to figure out what's going on. I've chosen 3 things that I absolutely can't explain and had other people witness it. The first story takes place at a friend's apartment around 15 years ago. We were watching TV and just talking, and the subject turned to ghosts for some reason. I told her that I believed that there was something more in this world that we still didn't understand, but she just laughed and said that she had never believed in that kind of stuff and never would. She then shouted for the ghosts in the room to show themselves, just to fuck with me. She waited, smirking, for a few seconds, and then we heard what sounded like a heartbeat, like rhythmic thumping. We looked around for a second and found the source almost immediately. It was my purse. It was laying on the table in front of us, pulsating like a heart. I grabbed it and emptied it, but we couldn't find anything that could have caused the weird heartbeat. The second story takes place around the same time, but in another friend's house. He had told me on several occasions that he often heard footsteps in his living room, but I figured that it probably was creaky floors or pipes, since it was an old house. But one night when my sister and I were at his place, we heard them as well. It was clear as day. Someone was walking, in heavy boots it sounded like, from his kitchen into his living room, and stopped right in front of the couch we were sitting on. The last story happened to me and my dad when I used to live with him and my sister. Me and my dad were sitting in the living room and watching a movie one night. My sister was in her room studying. When sat in the living room you could see the hallway to the left that began at my sister's room, went past the living room and all the other rooms, and ended by the office where the family computer was. Both me and my dad saw my sister walk past from her room to the office. We both turned and looked at her. 2 minutes later we saw her again, walking the exact same direction. Me and my dad looked at each other, and he pointed out how weird it was that we never saw her go the other way back, and if he saw her again he would ask her what she was doing. And sure enough, a few minutes later she walked again from her room to the office. My dad called out for her and asked her if she was in the office. She then walked out of her room again and said that no. Why did he ask? We have no idea who or what we saw that night, wandering the same route again and again, and my dad still considers it the weirdest thing he has ever experienced. I was about 7 or 8, and I was at a housewarming party at my aunt and uncle's new house. It wasn't extravagant, it was a lower to middle class mobile home in South Carolina. Wasn't really a big party, just the family, some barbecue out back, red Solo cups, all boxes in the garage, and not even distributed to their proper rooms. The only things that were unpacked and where they should be was the furniture. So anyway, two of my cousins were there, and one of them had a friend over, and we were all playing together, some made up fantasy game where we were pretending to be princesses or something. All of the adults were out back drinking, and I emphasize, there were only 4 people inside the house, me, my 2 cousins, and the friend. The house was set up in such a way that the kitchen was the first room you walked into from the front door, then there was the living room, then past that was the hallway with the bathroom and bedrooms. I was in the living room on the couch, because that was the princess's bedroom, and I was kinda just sitting there idle, while the others got snacks. With no warnings or no other sounds, every single one of us hears a female voice let out an ear-piercing, gut-wrenching, overall horrifying scream in the bathroom. It was clear as day, and it was so loud and sudden that it made me jump, as the living room was right next to the hallway. My cousins and their friend run out from the kitchen and look at me sitting there, and then we all run from the living room into the bathroom. Not a single person is in there, and nothing is displaced, because there wasn't anything unpacked anyway, except the toilet paper. We turned back around to see about 3 adults coming in from the back door, because they had heard it too, coming from inside, so it wasn't any of them. What gets me about it is this: we have all since entertained the idea that it was a prank no one has fessed up to yet, but in order for it to have been a corporeal being, they would have had to somehow get into the bathroom without me seeing them from the couch, screamed, ran out of the bathroom to either the back door, without any of the 4 kids in the living room seeing, or out a window in one of the bedrooms. All of the bedroom windows were locked from the inside, so if they escaped that way, someone would have had to lock it and go out the back door, which again, we would have seen. One of the creepiest things that's happened to me. And before you cry speaker hidden somewhere, that was one of the first things that my uncle checked for when he ran inside and was told by us that none of us had done it. Me and my cousins think it's either something supernatural or something that the adults did, and all of the adults that were there think that one of us screamed and lied about it because we were all in the bathroom when they came in. Either way, the mood at the party was killed really fast after that. Everyone was confused and a little on edge, and there wasn't any of that self-satisfied undertone that someone who just played a really good practical joke would have been showing. It was a pretty blood-curdling sound. A ghost saved my life in a haunted old Shakespearean theater by telling me that a plank that edged along a wall, which was the only way to get to the furthest corner of the building, 60 feet above the stage, was missing a section, and warned me that I would die in 1985. I had worked there all summer when I was 17 and had never seen this guy before. I had landed a cool job as a stage operations crew the summer after high school and worked the upper theater high above the stage, on the catwalks. I was working in a far corner of a theater's rafters through my lunch break, so I could leave early that day, and was asked to walk off the catwalk, cross a wooden plank, and drop a rope down, and pull up a larger rope to tie off on the rafters. We were getting ready for the season, and slowly stringing lights and scenery to the drops that were bars on pullers and counterweights. As I left the decently made catwalk, I stepped onto a plank and couldn't see in the middle of the building, but could see a plank rising upward on the other side of the darkness. Okay, it must hit a platform there at the bottom and go up again, I thought. I walked 4 to 5 steps down into a very dimly lit part of the rafters on the plank when a man stopped me. Turn around slowly. The plank is missing. No light. Get light. Fine, I said in a sarcastic teenage voice. I turned around and got back on the catwalk, walked to the ladder, and climbed down to the stage to get a flashlight. My boss asked, "Why are you down here?" "I need a light, and your guy said a plank was missing, and to get a light." "What guy? You were the only one up there." "The old guy with a beard and wool cap." My boss, who headed the technical / carpenter / electrical part of the theater, was in his late 60s and had worked in that theater for nearly 40 years. He looked amused at first, laughing at me asking, "How do you know about that?" "Know about what?" "I came down for a flashlight so I could see." "You're serious? You saw him?" "It must have been 1954 and a rigger fell from the rafters and died. He fell all the way to the stage. I think his name was John. In the 74 my assistant made up a story about talking to him, but back then we were all smoking something. What are you on?" Nothing, come with me, let's see if it's missing. So he did. Sure enough, the plank was missing. There was the plank I was on. A platform, nothing, and a platform with a plank from that platform to the upper corner of the building. From my vantage point, it looked like plank, platform, plank, platform, plank. In the dust along the plank were my footprints leading right to the edge. One more step and I would have fallen to the stage. Below us was a thick fabric curtain that separated the stage from the rafters, blocking light from below. In the horizontal folds of the curtain, a wool cap. To this day I've not stepped back into that theater. I don't think I have ever talked about this to anyone cause it still hurts to think about it, but yeah, I really wanted to share this here. Also, this is quite a long one. I had this neighbor who was around 30, and he was such a sweet guy. Let's say his name was Adam. I felt like he was the kind of older brother I've always wished for. He was an all-arounder, gym freak, good at singing, and playing every possible instrument, dance, sports, cooking, etc. He used to take me and my younger brother to the beach wherever possible. So this incident took place 3 days before my 14th birthday. I was on my way to school in the morning when this absurd scene flashed in front of my eyes. It was him getting into an accident and dying. It felt surreal. I almost wanted to cry, but then I told myself maybe it's because I had watched a movie with a character dying the previous night. I continued with the day, and it was almost 8 p.m. when my parents got a call from someone. I could see their face change expressions. Once the call ended, they said they needed to go somewhere and would be back in a while. I wasn't sure what was happening, but I felt that something wasn't right. Next morning I woke up to the worst news of my life. Adam was no more. Apparently he met with a major accident the previous night and died on the spot. I didn't know how to react because a few hours before he died, I did have a bad feeling. For days I couldn't even sleep and I blamed myself because I felt like maybe I could have warned him about it and maybe he would still gonna be alive. It's been almost 7 years since this incident took place, but every time I think about it, my heart aches and I still wished he was alive. I still can't figure out why I had that sort of a feeling hours before it actually happened, and it scares me. Long one, and it'll sound like bullshit. I went to a boarding school as my dad was in the military, and for a few years he was moved around way more than the normal every 3 years. It was full of other kids in that sort of situation, so was a bit rougher than what people usually think of when they hear boarding school. There was a lot of bullying and fighting. Anyway, we would also make up stupid ghost stories to scare our dorm mates. One of them was about this former pupil called Peter who went crazy and killed the other kids in his dorm and a teacher before running away. There were woods nearby and a few caves. It was said that he lived in one of them and would sneak back into the school to steal food and clothes from dorms. There used to be a challenge to go to the caves near dark and run into the largest one and touch a stone outcropping that was just before the cave took a turn off to the side. Hardly anyone had the balls to do it. One day me and some of my friends were messing about near the caves. I was playing with one of my toys that I'd brought to the school. It was a slightly repainted Gijo Salvo figure with a new head I'd swapped in because I didn't like him bald. Some of the kids who used to give us a hard time sort of snuck up on us and gave us the usual beating. Then one of them threw my toy into the cave, laughing at how sneaky Pete would have fun with it. After they left I tried to go in and find it, but couldn't and I ended up getting freaked out. This ate away at me for weeks. So I planned my revenge. The bullies would usually always go to the cave after dinner to challenge a few kids to go in to prove they were cool. I snuck away from dinner early and got changed into all black clothing and a ski mask. I waited till I could hear the kids coming, then snuck into the cave, right to the back behind the stone and waited. They stood outside for a while, but eventually one of the bullies tried to prove how tough he was by going to touch the stone. I waited till he got real close, then jumped out and yelled. Everyone started screaming and running in all directions. I felt pretty good. Strangely, my revenge had overcame any fear I had. I didn't really think that I was there in the cave, alone in the dark. Anyway, the scary bit is on the way back I put my hand in my pocket and found my Gijo. It chilled me to the core. Now I know that I probably just found it in there and subconsciously put it away while I was focused on the scare, but I have no memory of it, and my clothes were different. It still gives me the creeps. Lived on a 600-acre farm in Arkansas. Absolutely no one around for miles and miles and miles. Was out feeding the animals. After getting home late one night, just was finishing up and taking the buckets back to the barn. As I was locking up the feeding barn, we had a herding dog. Was a corgi. It just was going absolutely nuts and running into the woods. So I instantly went to investigate to make sure that the animals would be alright. Had a handheld spotlight, shining it into the woods. Saw nothing. The dog was just going absolutely nuts still, and I finally see him running between these trees towards this black splotch. Was somewhat humanoid shaped, but it went in at it, and the things just seemed to absorb the light. I've never seen anything like it. Close street would be like an opaque stone, how it doesn't reflect the light, but just kind of nullifies it. Regardless, the dog suddenly was tossed up over my head, over the electric fence, which is above 6 foot in height and at least 9 feet back towards the fence. I absolutely booked it back to the house to get the shotgun, and when I came back the dogs were still barking, but the thing was gone. So I shot the shotgun in an attempt to scare whatever it was away, and it seemed to have worked. Didn't see it again. Dogs all come back to the house, feed and water them. Give them all the good boy pets for protecting the animals. Now here is the part that made it mega hard to cope with, and it really upset me. The next day, that specific dog who chased in after whatever this was wound up dead with its neck snapped completely backwards on the edge of the woods. I was so in shock and grief at the time I didn't really think about it, but I still to this day have no idea what that was, and the thought of it just makes me sick to my stomach. Okay, so I've posted this on sleep paralysis subreddit, but haven't had much response. It's my only explanation which makes remote sense of it all. Happened a long time ago, but I just now remembered it. I've shared this story to a friend only once and never spoke of it again because logic tells me my mind was hallucinating and it was probably just sleep paralysis, even though it still freaks me out. Story. I was 12 or 13. My family goes to Vietnam every year or other year since I was young, and we would stay at a random family member's house to save money from hotel costs. My family is huge. Anyway, location this time is at my uncle/aunt's place in District 2. I'm just a kid, so I share a bedroom with my cousins, aunt, and uncle, while my mom, dad, and brother share another room next door. These bedrooms are upstairs. I randomly wake up in the middle of the night, and this never happens. I'm usually pretty good about not drinking too much water to need to pee, but just enough to sleep and not be thirsty. But when I woke up, I hear a very weird vibrating humming noise outside, and at first I figured it was just someone coming home late from work/partying and is on their moped and won't turn off their engine. However, the sound seems to be coming from above and not below, and the next thing I see is a giant flash of light going across the balcony right outside our bedroom. Everyone is dead asleep. My uncle is still snoring super loud and everything. I kind of freak out and close my eyes to just try and fall back asleep. But of course, my heart is pumping with what feels like adrenaline. Next, I feel/sense two entities standing next to me, to my right, and the next moment, my body lifts up off the bed. I can feel my sheets kind of just flop over and hanging off my feet due to gravity. I can now also hear a new humming noise, and it's like I'm on a scanner. It goes up and down my body like an MRI machine. There's definitely a light and warm feeling going up and down as well. I'm of course still freaking out. I want to open my eyes, but I'm too scared to. Next, I feel one of them pressing down on my belly. The first time it felt like a squish, just straight down into my belly, about equivalent of something weighing 5 pounds, super light, cold being a finger, or a stick. I'm thinking what the fuck at this point and still freaking out. My heart is racing like crazy. Then the second time they poked me there, it went super hard. Definitely felt like a sharp stick/pipe pushing down on me with the force of intending to pierce through. I'm now trying to scream and open my eyes, but my eyes are now locked shut. I can't open them, and my scream sounded muffled, like I'm screaming into a pillow, and the pillow has a vacuum abyss that returns no echo. I try again and again to move any part of my body, to scream and make some kind of noise, but all in vain. This goes on for a solid 15 seconds of excruciating pain, until one of my cousins turn in their sleep. I can hear our bed creak a bit, and I'm returned back to the bed softly with the force on my belly releasing. As soon as my back hit the bed again, I open my eyes to see these entities I sense next to me, but they are gone, and the next thing I see when I sit up is that same flash of light, but disappearing, along with that mysterious humming sound going off into the distance. I look around the room for any signs of anyone noticing anything at all. My uncle is still snoring loud as ever, and everyone else is also still sleeping. I'm now in a sweat, heart still racing. I stayed up for the rest of that night. Writing this story, I'm shaking remembering it very vividly like it just happened. Someone please tell me I just experienced a random case of sleep paralysis please. Lol edit 1. Thank you all for the read. Most upvotes I've ever gotten. Sleep paralysis or definitely aliens are so far the only explanations. It feels good to share about it finally though. Thank you all again for reading. Long post so bear with me. Back in high school, I want to say it was my sophomore year, 10th grade, my friends and I used to sneak out of our parents' house late at night and we used to meet up at the campus and vandalize, smoke, fuck around, just stupid troubled teen things. Well, one night we met up at the school to smoke and hang out. During our smoke session, we noticed a very random and bizarre looking light appear in the baseball dugout next to us. We were smoking in the baseball field dugout. At first we thought that maybe it was a school janitor or guard working late, but we weren't too worried by that thought. We kept our eyes on it as it started moving out of the dugout and towards us. Then it finally appeared in the center of the field in the center of all the plates, where even at night it was fully visible due to the lights, but we saw nothing. Just the light we first noticed, which happened to become brighter as it got closer. We saw no body or silhouette of any kind holding this light. It appeared to be floating. Once I realized that it was just a floating light, I turned to my friends, only to realize that they ran off without me. That's when I decided to grab all of the stuff they left behind, throw it in my backpack, and run. As I got a bit of distance from it, I looked back only to see that it had ran through the 2 fences we had to climb over. That's when I really started sheeting my pants, so I started sprinting towards my friends and we ended up running for about half of a mile before we lost it in a neighborhood that one of my friends in our friend group had lived in. We hopped his backyard gate to lose whatever was chasing us in the middle of the night. To this day we don't know what the light was. I've only seen it one other time at the same school while I was taking a run on the track it had. It was definitely the creepiest thing any of my friends and I have experienced. And we're the type who have played with Ouija boards, amateur ghost hunting, and things of that sort. Nothing ever scared us as bad as this thing. For the first year and a half of college, I worked the evening shift, 3 to 11, in a small town hotel that was run by my best friend's mom. The laundry room was connected to the main office, and since it came out into the middle of the hallway, we usually used it as a shortcut if we were going to check on a guest's room. Everybody would leave by 8 p.m. and the evening shift would work the last few hours alone. We primarily served week-long business stays, so it was pretty quiet. My first day working alone, a housekeeper was teasing me about a ghost that haunted the hotel. I laughed it off. The night when I was alone, I used the laundry room as a shortcut. I was halfway through the laundry room when all of the washing machines and dryers kicked on at the same time. I flew out of the room. I never really mentioned it to anybody, and in the back of my mind, I told myself that maybe everything had been set on a timer or something. I never had any more issues until a year and a half later, on my last day of working there. Earlier in the week, I had an unsettling experience with a guest. He was embarrassed to borrow a plunger. He returned it by coming in through the unsecured laundry room, came all the way into the back office, and left the plunger in the middle of the room. He intentionally came in very quietly and never announced he was in the office or anything. I just turned the corner from the front desk and found the plunger in the middle of the room. Due to that, I had shut the door between the laundry room and the office. It was my last hour of work, and I suddenly heard what sounded like 3 drunk men arguing in the laundry room on the other side of the door. It was so loud, and I kept hearing the clink of beer bottles, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. I called my best friend, who worked the night shift, and was the manager's son. He could hear the voices arguing through the phone too. The situation felt so surreal, and even though I objectively knew it was a dumb idea, I opened the door to tell the guys to go to bed. As soon as I opened the door, the voices stopped, and the room was completely empty. I blew it off, but it was so weird that my first and last day involved such strange experiences. Not my story, but I stumbled upon it several years ago, and it's really stuck with me ever since. Here is the original post, but I'll copy it here. Howdy, Reddit. My husband stumbled onto this sub and thought it would be a great place to share our story. I'm using a throwaway, because we don't know what people close to us would think. This is the first time we've talked about this with anyone other than each other. I've read through some of the stories here, and I think hope ours fits here too. I'd like to preface this by saying that neither my husband nor I do any sort of drugs, suffer from mental illness, or abuse alcohol. We drink occasion, but had not been drinking this night. It happened about 8 months ago. We lived in a small apartment with our 2 young children and our dog, while we saved up for a down payment on a home. It was a typical Monday night around 7 p.m. We had just cleaned up after dinner, my husband was surfing the web, and I was relaxing on the couch. I was reading the back of a cake mix trying to decide if I had time to bake it, let it cool, frost it, and eat it before I needed to be in bed. My husband was watching a video on the internet. He said something funny about it. We both laughed. Then bam. I woke up, face down in bed. My clock read 8 o'clock exactly. My alarm hadn't been turned on. I was very confused and could smell the strong scent of coconut. I sat up and looked at my husband, who was also just waking up. He looked at me with a really confused look, and we both jumped out of bed and ran to our kids' room. They were in bed asleep. We went into the living room, and the second our dog saw us, she started whimpering and sort of army crawling toward us. It was such unusual behavior for her. I had never seen her act that way before, and have never since. Nothing looked out of order in our apartment aside from one small detail. The cake mix I had been looking at that night was gone. I searched everywhere for that cake mix and never found it. Another odd detail from that day is that we were all dressed in our pajamas when we woke up except my youngest. He was in the jeans and t-shirt he had been wearing the night before. Neither my husband nor I would have ever put him to bed like that. Neither of us have any memory of getting into our pajamas or anything else. After laughing at the comment he made on the video, we, already late for work, both called in sick that day. We spent the day talking about it and trying to make sense of it. At some point that day, he asked me if I had smelled coconut when I woke up. We never found the source of the smell. To this day, I can't look at a cake mix or smell coconut without feeling a little anxious and sick. TLDR, just bake the cake. Okay, this turned into a long one, and it's not exactly unexplained. A few years ago, I was volunteering with some friends in a remote region of Tanzania. We were there to teach English, but it was total volunteerism. Very few people in the region spoke English, because it was completely unnecessary. The type of charity work someone thought up in a boardroom 1,000 miles away. Anyway, we were staying in this old hotel, up on the top floor, maybe like 6th floor. We chose the top floor for the views, but it also gave us privacy. The hotel was way oversized for the small town it was in. We were more or less the only people staying there. There were probably 20 rooms to a floor, and it was all very open. On each floor, a central tiled staircase opened straight into a lobby, with the rooms accessed via various hallways. We had 2 rooms, with 2 of us in each. The rooms were basic but clean, all tiled. There was also an open window above each door, so we could shout to our friends staying in the room next door. We'd been there a couple of months, and got used to having the place to ourselves. No never came up beyond the ground floor except the maid's on occasion. One of the quietest places I've ever slept. That was until one night. I woke up to see my friend sat bolt upright. We could hear someone running on the stairs a few floors below. The slapping of their feet on the tiles echoed up the staircase as they ran. Then they started screaming. It was a woman's scream, and it was guttural, absolutely raw and animalistic. It was a while ago, but I can still hear it clearly. She eventually reaches our floor and starts banging on doors. She's still screaming. She's screaming for help and coming down our corridor. She sounds terrified. By this time I was up, had grabbed a knife we'd bought to cut fruit, Lord knows what I thought I was going to do with it, and was heading for the door. Just as I reach it, my friend grabs me and drags me back. He gestures for me to stay quiet. I would trust this guy with my life, so I do as I'm told. We stand there in silence in the dark. The woman reaches our thin wooden door. She's slapping on it and screaming out for help. We can hear her so clearly because of the open window above. She's also just a couple of feet away. She's crying out and sobbing, scratching at the door. My friend and I stand in silence just the other side. We are frozen. Honest to God, I was terrified. After about 10 minutes, we hear her receding down the corridor, no longer crying out so loudly. We hear other people's voices on the stairs and then nothing, as the place falls silent again. I turn to my friend, who looks me dead in the eye. Calmly, he explains. She was shouting in English, "Mate." All the way. She knew we were here. She knew what door to come to. She also wasn't alone. I heard footsteps on the floor before you woke up. They were trying to get that door open so they could rob us. Had you opened that door, they would have done so. Suddenly I felt a bit ridiculous with my little fruit knife. I just sat in stunned silence. It made sense. Before long, my friend went back to sleep and I was left with my thoughts. To this day, I have no idea if my friend was right. It still sits with me whether we could have helped someone that night. My gut tells me my friend was right. He usually is. But man, when I think back to how close I came to opening that door. We spoke to the manager and staff the next day. None of them had any idea what we were talking about. They were very apologetic though, and even set up a security watch for the rest of our stay. I had a weird feeling about my car. No lights were on or anything, but something inexplicably felt off. It was a light drizzle, around 8 p.m., and I was driving from Maryland to North Carolina. I stopped at a gas station, checked all my tires, listened for anything amiss. Rain made that difficult to hear if anything was, called my best friend, told her I had an eerie feeling, and started to make an appointment with my car shop in Chapel Hill, NC for the next day by texting a dad I babysit for, the owner, asking if I could bring it in. 10 minutes later, my tire popped and my car spun out within 2 to 3 seconds going 80 miles per hour. I went 20 to 30 yards into the tree line in the median instead of under the tractor trailer to my right, hit trees at every angle, and then grabbed my key/backpack/dog and climbed out of the passenger seat to get out. My car was faked. The final tree hit my driver's side and blocked me, and was relatively unscathed apart from some glass shards and PTSD after seconds before fully mentally accepting death. Checking my phone after waiting for the ambulance and police to get there, the dad texts back asking what time I want to come in. I texted him back, "JK, my car is totaled. I don't know why I'm alive. I don't know why I felt like I knew it. I truly think I'm alive because I decided to stop and at least try to diagnose the problem versus ignoring it and continuing. It's creepy and I trust my intuition over everything and always have, but this one fucks with me. I swear everything in this story is true. I was going through some old pics and this one cropped up. It was summer 1975 and we visited the Magic Kingdom on a weekend. Back in those days, Disney was working the ticket system. You paid to get in the park, and at the same window, you bought tickets to be used within the park. The tickets were designated A through E, with an E ticket being for the best rides in the park. As I recall, It's a Small World was an A ticket ride, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride was a C ticket ride, and much later, Space Mountain would be an E ticket ride. In our group was Dad, Mom, my sister Kim, and I. We had a great day and documented the trip with our Polaroid SX70. A word about how our family worked. Dad was the photographer. Period. No one ever used the camera except for him. However, I, age 13, took the undeveloped photos and fanned them until they developed. I was the man. If you do not remember how these cameras worked, please Google it. We thought they were great. After lunch, we were walking by the Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea ride, and I wanted to go on it. I had my e-ticket, but dad stopped me short. He was, as usual, short and sharp. Son, think for a minute. That ride submerges under the water. We are not going on it. Think for a minute. I heard that come out of his mouth at least 500 times in my life. Why, Dad? What if it breaks while we are submerged? Me derisively, right, Dad. Son, when it comes to machines, it's an imperfect world. Things break all the time. What if the mechanic for that ride had a bad day yesterday? We are not going underwater on that thing. And that was that. I was a bit crestfallen, and Dad tried to throw me a bone. He offered to take a picture of a Nautilus as it cruised by, so I was mollified. After all, it was a chance to fan an undeveloped photo. Mom and Kim dropped back, and Dad went to the rail. We watched as he bent over the rail facing the lagoon, and snapped a shot of a submarine as it traveled by on its underwater rail. Out popped the white photo with a whir and a click, and he handed it to me to fan. I did so, and we walked on, me contentedly fanning another photo. In a moment, I looked at the developed photo, and for a moment I did not understand what I was looking at. I called Dad over and showed him. In the photo was the lagoon, the Nautilus, a black area on the right and the back of my father's head. Wait, what? The back of my dad's head was in the picture? Impossible. He leaned over the rail and snapped the shot. We watched him do it. There should have only been the sub and the lagoon in the frame. It was if I had held the camera over my head behind him and snapped a picture, but that had not happened. Remember, only Dad was the photographer. No exceptions. I watched Dad take the photo while leaning over the rail. So did Mom. It was genuinely an image which could not exist. Dad looked at the photo and said, "Well shit, Kiddeski. Told you we weren't going on that ride." Kiddeski was his nickname for me at times. Dad was a product of his era, early adulthood in the 1940s, show no weakness. He appeared to shrug it off. But years later, Mom would tell me that he later broke down and cried in front of her and asked what it could have possibly meant. Was it a message about his mortality? He would die 6 years later of mesothelioma, but I never connected the two incidents in my heart. After all, we all have a shelf life. We kept the photo, and I have scanned it. I give you an impossible photo that Mom, Kim and I watched be taken. What appeared on the print should not exist. To this day, 46 years later, it remains one of the true mysteries in my life, and now all you know about it. I live in a relatively rural area. 5 minutes up the road from me is all farmland and cattle pastures. There is a lake that we overlook, and a hill further behind us. Up on that high hill there have been stories of weird happenings for decades. Figures on the side of the road that vanish. People offering rides to people only for the person to disappear into thin air halfway through their response. Even one story of a pregnant woman who was kidnapped and later found walking on the road trying to get to a hospital. Those stories have been passed around in our community since about the late 1950s. Everybody kind of knows not to drive on that road late at night, but it has a much higher speed limit than my road and a convenient cut through to halfway down my road. Using the cut through cuts the time to get from the main road to my house by a full 5 minutes or so, and I was tired one night. I'm driving along, alone in my truck. It's a warm summer night. I've got the windows rolled down, and I'm bopping to some kind of country song. Can't remember which one, but I know it was Glenn Campbell. On the side of the road is a very tall figure, probably near 6 feet 6 inches, 200 centimeters, wearing a baggy black hoodie. I slow down and drop the left window, offer him a ride in the bed of the truck if he needs to go down the road a bit. He's handsome, chiseled jaw, patchy black beard, brown eyes and very pale white skin. He drops the hood to make better eye contact and doesn't so much smile as his face goes less frowny. "No sir, that's alright. I prefer this kind of ambience. Keeps my mind how it should be." I make sure he's certain mainly out of politeness. The road has harsh, very rocky sides and I don't want him slipping cause it had rained earlier in the day. He smiles a bit, and it's then that I remember what I've heard about this road. Something seems off. He smiles fine, nothing weird. Teeth are a bit crooked, but they are clean and white. Really sir, I appreciate the offer. You're awful kind. He speaks with a southern accent, kinda like my cousins but not, more Tennessee than their LA. He rolls his back hotel noises and speaks slowly. You have a good night. I nod and roll up the window and turn the music back up. As I'm pulling away I check in the side view mirror. He's still casually walking, maybe a bit fast because of the length of his legs, but it's still a walk. I get a bit of the way down the road, cruising at about 45 or so, and a minute later I look in the mirror. He is the same distance from me. He is running now and keeping the same distance from my truck, which is moving at 45 miles per hour. I'm freaking the fuck out naturally, and it's as I look harder into the mirror that I notice something is weird. He's got the hood back up, but I can still see his eyes. They're green. Reflective green. Like a dog's. I floor it, and he stops running after me, slowing down his steps, and I hear his laughter echoes all the way down the hill of the cut through to my home. I sat up the entire night, had every door locked, and a bat in my hands. I did not sleep until about 2 days later, when my parents got worried and drove me to my godmother's house, and her husband stayed up with a shotgun pointed at the door to keep me calm. His laughter was in my nightmares. I used to get deja vu a lot as a child. Most times it was just a weird feeling of living in a memory, but there are 2 times where I actually felt like I could predict, or did predict, the future. One time I had a dream of driving on a country road I'd never been on before. A few days later I drove down that exact same road as the one in my dream. Another time I was having a conversation with my brother and felt like I had that exact conversation before. I could also remember 5 to 10 seconds ahead of time, so I was completing sentences for my brother and he was freaking out. Lol. One other thing kind of unrelated. One time I had this dream where I got up to use the bathroom. When I got out, there was a demon standing in the doorway with bright, golden eyes. I told my brother about this dream, but when I got to the part about the demon he finished my thought for me and said, with golden eyes. Turns out he had the exact same dream as me. Edit. One other weird dream I thought of. I remember waking up and my carotid artery in my neck felt a little weird. Then it started thumping and beating more and more violently until it felt it was about to burst. I remember being so sure I would die and trying to call out to my parents but couldn't. As soon as I died I woke up for real. What's weird is that this is by far the most realistic dream I've ever had. Like all the fight or flight hormones, or whatever they're called, was rushing through my body as if it was real, and I felt what it was like to truly panic. But none of it was real. It was probably just sleep paralysis, but I've had that many times since, and I've never experienced anything like that again. I went to UVA at the same time that Morgan Harrington disappeared, which was my second year there, aka sophomore year. Sadly to say, because she wasn't a student, she was in town for a Metallica concert. Her death was salacious, but didn't really strike fear into the student body like it did when Hannah Graham would go missing 5 years later. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, about a week or so after Morgan's death in 2009, me and my guy friend were at a grocery store right outside of campus getting snacks around 10 p.m. Bus service had ended, so we decided to use a cab service UVA had set up to make sure students had access to rides in case they were drunk or just needed transpo. UVA pays the bill up front and charges you later. So we get into this guy's cab and he immediately starts bringing up Morgan's disappearance. This wasn't so strange because everyone was talking about it. It was national news. But I'm an introvert with a good memory, so I remember just about every conversation over 3 minutes long I've ever had, especially with strangers. He starts talking about police theories about the case, and my friend, who went on to get a master's in gothic horror, starts talking about how some people thought a cult was involved. Basic speculative BS. In addition to that, I remember the guy looking at me through the rear view mirror. I won't say I never forget a face, but this conversation was so macabre that it stuck with me, even years later. Anyway, he dropped us off, and we made it home safe. Fast forward 5 years, I'm in grad school 1,000 miles away, and Hannah Graham's disappearance is national news. Fortunately in this case, they have video surveillance. You can see her walking away with a big African American guy with dreadlocks. They get an ID and his face is on the news everywhere. I don't recognize him. They eventually catch this guy in TX, just an hour or so away from where I was in school at the time. As days go by, they are profiling this guy, and his DNA matches samples found on Morgan's remains, found 3 months after her disappearance in 2009. A picture comes up on the screen of what he looked like 5 years before, and my heart stops. There are no dreadlocks. His hair is clean cut, he's about 40 pounds lighter, and his beard is short. He is, I'm 97% certain, the same man who drove us home that night. He lured both Morgan and Hannah with his cab. Every now and then, I think of what would have happened if I hadn't been with my male friend that night. I'm pretty sure it was his idea to go out so late, but still. Or what if he had been a girl? Would I have made it home okay? P.S. I think this guy likely killed more people. In particular, there was a trans teenager, a Tony, that went missing before Morgan who, to my knowledge, was never found. It got almost no news coverage, even locally. Well, this will be my very first Reddit post, but I found this thread, and it feels like my stories would fit in perfectly. About 10 years ago, I was dating my ex who had very strict and extremely religious parents. The only way we could meet up, or have some private time, was by her sneaking out of her window in the middle of the night. I usually met her halfway, because she was scared. So this one night she called me, and told me she is on her way, which was weird, since we never agreed on meeting that night. To be honest, I did not really think of it as being weird or anything. Also it was the beginning of our relationship, so I was pretty excited to see her. Now to the creepy part. The first thing that happened is that my cat at the time was blocking my door, like really trying not to let me pass. I ignored it and went downstairs to put on my shoes. My cat was meowing and following me the whole way. I put my keys on the shoe shelf and put my shoes on, just to see that my keys had vanished. I started searching for them literally everywhere. All while my cat was really going on my nerves with that excessive meowing. 5 minutes go by, and I get another call from here telling me that she already arrived and waiting outside. I was kind of surprised how she made it to my place that fast. I told her I lost my keys, and that we can just keep chatting until I find them. She got impatient really quick, and at some point, started screaming at me, telling me to open that faking door. All while my cat is still just going crazy. In the last few seconds I could swear her voice changed a little, and she just screamed before hanging up the phone. I was really stressing because as I had no idea what the fuck was happening. My keys vanished, my cat went crazy, and my girlfriend was screaming at me on the phone. After she hung up the phone, I turned around just to see that my keys were exactly where I left them. I opened the door, went outside searching for her. She was nowhere to be found. I went back inside thinking she got pissed and just left. I picked up my phone and called her again. She picked up the phone and I asked her where she went and that I found the keys. She told me she did not call me that night and never left the house. To this day this whole scene just fucks with my head. Never figured out what had happened. Good night y'all. 7 years old, we've moved to a new state with any family members being 8+ hours away. During the summer of that year I was sent to stay with a group of strangers for about a week. Little kid me didn't really question it, because life at the point was already a stream of constant strangers. It's only years later, as an adult looking back on my life, I realize how weird it was for me to be shipped off to people I don't know, and also could only very loosely be known by my ma, as we'd only been in state for less than a year. I ask her what the deal was with that, and she acts confused, and upon my explanation states that never happened. Thing is, I have very clear memories of several things that happened during that time. I remember when I first arrived, being scared about the roosters/chickens they let free roam. I remember there were several other kids. I remember stepping in a field of mud so thick it tore off my shoe. I remember going to a beach and being chased around by an older kid who had a crab in a bucket. And most specifically of all, I remember playing Blades of Steel for the Northeasts, a game I've never personally owned. I know that people can reinvent and distort memories as they get older, but that all seems rather specific for it not to have happened. My assumption would be that my mother was just looking for some alone time with the guy she was shacking up with, but I don't know why she'd lie about shipping me out. I mean, it's also likely that what for me was a strange memory, for her was an inconsequential week decades ago. So it's just one of those weird unsolvable mysteries of my life. When I was 9 we went on a family trip to China. My family has always been the adventurous type, so naturally we couldn't just go look at the Great Wall or whatever. No, my parents hired a driver to drive us around rural Sichuan to visit yak farms and climb glaciers and sheet. So anyway, one night we had to stop in the middle of nowhere. I think we ran out of gas or something and ended up in what I guess you would call a village, although it was basically a long dirt road with one very creepy hotel and a few corrugated tin buildings. The hotel didn't look like much from the outside, but when you went in the lobby was this very creepy almost Victorian looking ballroom. The lobby made it seem like a luxury hotel, but when you looked closer everything was made of plastic or painted cement, like a movie set, and completely falling apart, like no one had stayed there in years. At first our translator told us they had no room, but I guess she explained our situation and they came up with a room. While we were checking in I felt this malevolent presence behind me and turned around. There was a girl who looked about 12 or 13 in a shadowy corner of the room, staring at me with her mouth hanging open. She was barefoot and dressed in rags. At first I was sad because I thought she must have worked there and she was only a few years older than me. But then she did this thing with her eyes that to this day is the creepiest faking thing I've ever seen. They went completely round and bulged out several inches from her eye sockets. I'd seen a photo once of someone in the Guinness Book of World Records who could do something like that, but this was a random child in rural China doing this at me for seemingly no reason. By the time I got my parents and older brother to look, she popped them back in her head and looked normal. When we got to our rooms there was mold on the ceiling and cockroaches everywhere. There was one bathroom for the whole floor down the hall. The lights didn't work. I went to pee with a flashlight. I turn it on, and the girl from the lobby is faking sitting there in the corner of the bathroom, in the dark, with her faking eyes bugging out again. Just sitting motionless in the dark. Then she starts making this sound with her throat, like the girl from The Grudge. I freaked the fuck out, and ran back to our room. By the time my brother went she was gone, so naturally everyone thought I was making shit up / being dramatic. But then when we went out to dinner she was faking waiting for us in the lobby, again. This time I made my brother look right away, and he caught the eye thing for a second, which is how I know I didn't imagine it. I don't think he wanted to admit it, but it definitely freaked him out a little bit too. We go to dinner at one of the little tin shacks down the road, and she faking followed us all the way there, and sat down at the table next to us. By this time I'm close to a panic attack. Every time I'd try to point her out she'd pop her eyes back in, so the most my family saw was a quick glimpse. They admitted there was something off about her eyes, but other than that didn't seem too concerned. We got a lot of stares, since there were no tourists in the countryside. But this was something else. I don't know how to explain it, but I was positive she was staring at me specifically, like she wanted something from me. We noped the fuck out of there early the next morning. I can't prove this has anything to do with making cursed eye contact with this girl / spirit / demon child, but some creepy things that happened on that trip / after. We had tea, and my tea leaves spelled out toxic. My brother got really sick. He blamed the food and lost quite a bit of weight. I started getting really depressed / moody without knowing why. Eventually I'd be diagnosed with major depressive disorder as a teenager, but I don't remember having any symptoms of depression before that trip. I posted about this on a different Reddit thread and someone commented, "Looks like you found a DIOCGUI." So I Google it, and, well, guess that explains my suicide attempts. Not exactly unexplained, but certainly creepy enough to have an effect on me to this day. September of last year, sleeping in the upstairs bedroom facing the road, and I'm suddenly jolted awake by the sound of footsteps on gravel. I'm quite sensitive to sounds of foxes and cats on the gravel driveway leading through to our back garden, so I was ready to dismiss it and doze off again until realized that the footsteps are unmistakably human. I check my phone and it's 3 AM. I get up, rouse my partner, and move into a room facing the back window to see if I can spot the potential intruder. At this point I'm concerned about my bike being stolen as it was chained to the outdoor table with the bike lock, but otherwise out in the open. Instead, I see the dark shape of someone staggering in circles around the central table in our back garden, just going round and round, muttering occasionally and gibbering incoherently. This person then begins to slam their head and hands repeatedly against the back door whilst making slurred sounds that I couldn't understand. This person, a woman, then thrashes against our aviary for our parrots and tears off segments of mesh netting in an attempt to get inside it. This is behavior that I'm only normally familiar with in zombie movies, so I was utterly speechless when watching it play out in real life. Turns out she was as pissed as a fatched. We called the police, who kindly escorted the woman off our premises. Turns out she lived on the other side of town. We have no idea why she decided to single out our house to traipse around in. So not exactly unexplained, but certainly creepy to me, and I consider myself fairly resilient to being creeped out. Having something like that happen in the vulnerable hours of the early morning really sent my head into a total tailspin. Not the scariest story, but a fairly creepy one around the time when everyone and their mother was playing Pokemon Go in 2016. One night I decided I wanted to go catch some Pokemon that was down the road from me. I decided to just keep walking around a little since I was already out. I left my house and started walking around to find it, and it was like the middle of the night, so it was dark out. This van or car or something started following me as I walked down the street. I got suspicious cause they made turns that seemed like they wouldn't have if they weren't following me, like even down alleyways and shit. So I decided to cut across the street and walk over to the storage shed area. I probably don't have to explain it, but storage sheds usually consist of like 3 or 4 rows. I like this. Each line is a wall of storage units, and they all end at the same line to drive around in and out. Kinda like almost a rectangle. When I saw they followed me to the storage units I was like fuck, they are actually following me. As they pulled into the units I decided to turn into the second line of units. They did the same thing. I started sprinting, and they just kept following. I saw their lights turn every direction I did, no matter how tight a space. As they got closer I dipped out of the units and sprinted to my house cutting through yards. I looked back one time after I started running for my house to see them pull out of the storage units and go the direction I started to. After that I didn't stop at all till I got back to my house. I was 16. Probably creepiest story of my life. I was very depressed a year ago. Tired all the time, hopeless, and numb. I had no more tears to cry and was done with life, but I was too much of a coward to end things. The love of my life ghosted me for another girl. He was my friend and my confidant. All my friendships ended. I felt that life was passing me by. Between college and my internship, I would sleep all day and eat fast food. I hated life, still do sometimes, and myself for not being enough for anyone or even myself. I would stare at myself in the mirror and hit myself and say ugly things about myself. I was isolated from everyone. One night every inch of emotion came back, and in tears I asked God why he hated me so much. Why can't I just be happy? Why am I not enough? PLS, just kill me. Why do you hate me, God? Because every time I took a step forward I would fall down 10 steps back. The next day, a Friday, after my classes had ended I took an Uber to my internship. Around 6 PM my internship ended, and it was time to order an Uber home. But no Ubers were available, so I tried a Diff app, but somehow my debit card was not working. So, I had no choice but to walk 30 minutes home, which isn't bad at all for me, but I was mentally exhausted back then. I took a shortcut through my college campus to feel safer. As I'm walking, slowly, I feel that someone is following me and is kind of trying catch up with my pace. So I moved to the side to let this person pass me. When I got a glimpse of this person, I could tell it was a very short Asian female, maybe 4 feet 10 over 11, and she was dressed like a little kid. She gets really close, I mean personal space, and smiles at me and tells me her name. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I was angry at life and didn't want to entertain anyone. but I told myself don't be a bitch. It's not her fault your life's a mess. So I put on a smile and introduced myself. Then she said, I just want to tell you that God loves you very much. Then we parted ways. I was blown by this. Just the night before I had asked the Almighty why he hated me so much, and now he was telling me that he loves me through what I believe to be a human angel. I tried to maintain myself, but I was overwhelmed by emotions. I got home and broke down like a baby. Maybe I'm not alone after all. I'm not a religious person, but I like to think there's more to life. My university is liberal, no a religious institution. When I was about 12, I was the last person in the barn at night. I was shutting off lights and started to get a really bad feeling, as if someone was creeping up behind me, or like something really bad was about to happen. It was mid-January, freezing cold and windy, and all the horses started freaking out more and more in their stalls. I tried to tell myself it was just because of the wind and how horses are notoriously antsy, but after a minute I couldn't ignore it anymore and hightailed it to my horse's stall. I went in just for him to comfort me and warm me up a bit before I walked home, but he pushed me to the back of the stall. Typically this is a very dangerous position to put yourself in, even with a horse you trust, but I just had this feeling that he was worried about something, and I inexplicably just let him push me. After a couple minutes of standing next to him in the near darkness with my heart absolutely pounding, I tried to go look and see if there was anything out there, but he didn't let me move. He swung his head around to block me and gently put his shoulder against me so that I couldn't move or see anything past him. After a while, I really have no idea how long it was, the other horses started to quiet down little by little, and he took a little step away so that he could nuzzle me the way he did when he just wanted treats or affection, and I realized he was going to let me leave. I was so scared when I finally left his stall that I sprinted the mile plus home in the dark. I fell a couple of times on the ice and just kept getting back up to run full tilt in my riding boots. I don't know what was going on that night, if there was a stranger in the barn, or if it was something else, but I really think he was trying to keep me hidden. The memory of the wind and deep fear that all the animals and I seem to have still makes me feel sick to my stomach. I hate to think what would have happened had I not gone and hidden in his stall. If you have a bad feeling, and so do the animals around you, listen to your gut and get the fuck out of that situation. I've had some strange experiences throughout my life, as we all have. Everyone gets truly creeped out by something at least once in their lives, but this one is the most memorable for me. The one that stands out as different from the others, more concrete. This is the only time I've ever seen something with my own eyes. This happened about 22 years ago. I was 8 years old. Me and my little brother lived with my father in North Alabama. My mother lived with her mom in Chickamauga, Georgia. We didn't really get to see my mom much due to issues my dad had with her. General irresponsibility on her part sometimes. Anyways, Chickamauga, Ga is where the first part of the Civil War was fought, resulting in the most significant Union defeat in Western theater. There is a large area of Chickamauga that is a park now. I mean, it's huge. Well, my grandma, my mom's mom, lived right on the edge of the battlefield area. We didn't really know this or comprehend this at the time because it was just common knowledge around the area. No one really talked about it. People would take their kids there to fly kites on the huge fields or to see a big tower you could climb up. Well, we had a party for my cousin at my grandma's house. It was specifically Christmas time because my grandma had her tree up in the living room. We were there for a visit and to spend the night. Everyone had a good time, and it started getting late, so my mom had pulled out the couch in the living room, and that was where me and my little brother were going to sleep. My cousin slept on the floor in front of the bed. I went to sleep and woke up in the middle of the night feeling strange. I couldn't move. Well, if I could move, I was too scared to move. I remember that. The Christmas tree was gone, and in its place stood a ruddy, rugged-looking old-timey soldier with his long gun at his side in a military-like position. He was just staring straight ahead. His attire also looked old. Those were my thoughts as an 8-year-old. He didn't move, and I also didn't move. The thing is, I don't remember what happened. I don't remember if it went away, or if I fell back asleep. but I remember I turned over and my little brother's head was a dog's head in the bed beside me. Like straight up looked exactly like a dog's head. That was the strangest experience of my entire life. I have no idea what happened that night. One thing I do remember, as I have been trying to debunk this in my mind, is that we had been blowing up balloons earlier in the evening for my cousin's party. I could have just blew up too many and got dizzy, and it caused me to have weird dreams or something, but I don't know. It was so weird. When I was 12 I traveled to England for 3 weeks with a group called People to People. During the last week there we were back in London at some hotel that I vaguely remember still having fire escapes on the outside windows of the rooms. Around bedtime the chaperones would make sure we were in our rooms, then put tape on the outside of the doors. This was their way of seeing if we had snuck out at any point. Me and my roommate that night, Ryan, go to sleep as normal after room check. Then I wake up in the middle of the night. It's dark, but I'm naked now, which wouldn't be alarming typically, because I've been known to undress while sleepwalking. Somewhere deep down in me though was scared, dreadfully scared, like my life was in danger, so I ran. I ran through the hall, completely naked, and without looking at the room number somehow knew I was on the wrong floor of the hotel. I take the elevator to my floor, find my room, and the tape is still on my door. Ryan answers and is very confused. He doesn't know how I got out of the room and neither do I. I put my PJs on and go to sleep. I thought it was a dream. I woke up with a different shirt on though. The first thing out of Ryan's mouth was, "How did you get out of the room last night?" He tried to tell some more of the kids at breakfast what had happened, and a few said it was impossible. I did not want to pursue telling anyone about it, so I told Ryan to let it go. He seemed irritated by that. I still have no idea exactly how I got out of my room, or whose room I woke up in. The only person who would know anything is Ryan. But there was no social media in 2005 and now I've forgotten his last name. Still facts with me daily, 15 years later. My story is not as paranormal, but it is still burned into my memory, and I cannot explain the unbridled instinct that overtook my body. Well, story goes like this. I was a small 12-year-old girl who did not have many friends, and the little that I did kinda use me as a doormat. Well, I was always desperate to be invited to hang out. Even so, one day a girl we will call Jamie invited for a sleepover at her house. I was so excited, and I absolutely went without hesitation, even though she was one of the worst of my friends who walked all over me. Anyway, it goes well the first half of the day, until it reaches night and we went to let our dogs out one last time for the night. One, that was a chihuahua, ran off into the tall grass, and couldn't be seen. So I was dragged out by Jamie to help look for the pooch in one direction down the neighborhood road, while her mom went and looked in the opposite direction. As we got farther and farther it got darker and darker, till suddenly my skin went cold, shivers went up my spine, my stomach felt heavy as stone, and my body forcibly stopped. Suddenly my primal instincts kick in, and I can't control my actions as I stop dead in my tracks. Feel the very depths of my head screaming to get out louder and louder every second I'm there. I speak up and tell Jamie we need to head back, but she tries her normal bossy ways. Suddenly I scream and begin sobbing uncontrollably as a wave of emotions overtake me. I chose such a scene she rushes me back to her home, and we go to bed. I come to find out later that there is a well-known pedophile in her neighborhood near where we were to. I will never forget the pure unbridled instinct to flee in my life, and I do know that, if not for that uncontrollable moment, neither of us may not be alive today. Kinda late to the party, but oh well. About 4 years ago I worked for the conservation department of a nearby town. My job was invasive plant removal and trail management. I was often in the woods by myself as I knew what plants to look for, and was experienced with trail maintenance. I would work from 7 am 3:30 pm Monday to Thursday, so it's not like I was in the woods at night and there were normally people around as I worked. One day during late August, I was walking down a trail pretty far into the woods. I had hedge trimmers with me, which are pretty solid, and worked in a pretty rich town, so, being a small female, I wasn't too worried about being alone. It was getting to be the end of the day, so I was just walking down the path, not actually working. I hadn't seen or heard anyone else in quite some time. Up ahead there was a bend in the path and there was a large shrub blocking my sight from the rest of the path. I got about 20 feet from the bush when the hair rose up on the back of my neck and I broke out in a cold sweat. I trust my instincts. I've had a traumatic experience in the past from not trusting them, so now when I don't feel safe, I believe myself. I dropped the hedge trimmers and sprinted back to my truck. It should have taken me at least 20 minutes to get back and it only took me 10. I had briefly heard something running behind me at the beginning, but didn't turn around to look. I sped back to town hall and then went home without talking to anyone. Next day my boss tells me that I'm not going out on the trails alone anymore. A person jogging later the day before had found 6 mutilated cats on the path right behind the shrub. Edit. Spelling. When I was small, my mother woke up in the middle of the night for water and found me poking and grasping at the front door. Not the handle, the door itself. She asked me what I was doing, and according to her I told her that the door was covered in a white mist/fog substance, and every time my hand came near it, it disappeared. Problem is I don't remember any of this. I remember that house and I wasn't exactly a toddler when this happened either. I do, however, remember always thinking that the place was cursed. The whole place just felt off, but I tried not to think about it. In fact, here are some other weird things that happened there. My dad once went into the crawl space of the house and nearly fell into a hole which he said was big enough to drive a bakkie, what Americans call a pickup truck, into it. It was also the place where I nearly died from a severe allergic reaction to cheese. I have always eaten dairy and that has never happened before or since. It did make me stop eating cheese for a while, though. Finally, one of our puppies that was born there died by bleeding from its mouth, eyes, ears, asshole, etc. No explanation and none of the other puppies were affected either. Many years later my father ended up telling me that he found out the house was actually built on top of a graveyard, which made me think about that big hole and how it may have been a mass grave at some point. Thank God I don't live there anymore. When I was about 7 or 8, my family moved into a large house, 3 stories, and at the time, it wasn't creepy, but at night it did feel large and empty compared to my previous home. One night when our parents were gone, it was just me, living on the 2nd/ground floor, and my siblings. Brother I shared a room with, 2 older brothers who lived downstairs, sister lived upstairs. I was sleeping in the living room for whatever reason. The way the house is, the back of the house has a porch that is on the 2nd floor which wraps around to stairs leading down to our garage/driveway. Well, I'm sleeping on the couch, and I'm facing away from the porch windows, so I can see the wall of the living room. We have the porch light on, maybe I turned it on, and there is the silhouette of the window panes, etc. I hear something on the porch, like footsteps, and though we've had some raccoons come up, I was still creeped out. Well, then the porch light casts a shadow of a figure walking past the window, really slowly, then kind of stands still for a moment, and I just freeze like, oh my god, what is this, what's going on? I'm not sure if I closed my eyes or kept watching, but the shadow on the wall went away, and I just noped out, and proceeded to turn on every light near me. Don't think I told anyone though. I've thought in recent years it could have been an older sibling's friend trying to sneak out and come over, but thinking about it, my oldest sibling was only 13, so super doubtful. About 10 years ago I took a job in Bolivia and had to get some vaccinations for my visa requirements. Like many Americans I had no insurance and was going to a MedPlus clinic that is attached to some select locations of a major grocery store chain where I live. I called ahead and drove an hour to one only to arrive and find that I was misinformed and they were out of the vaccine. They sent me to another store about 30 minutes further away that they assured me had one they were holding for me. I get to the next destination and again, they were out and refer me to another store, yet another 40 minutes further away. Frustrated and hungry I walk over to the little deli/food area and get a chicken tender lunch with mashed potatoes and corn. They put the food in the white clamshell box, print the barcode sticker out, and tape it over the closed lid on the to-go box, grab some plasticware, and reach to hand it to me, and I decide last minute to also add one of those deep fried burritos that are orange from all their greasy fried goodness. I watch the person peel back the label to open the box, grab the burrito in a little paper sleeve, and put the burrito into the to-go box and print the additional label for the burrito, which they again slapped on over the seam to seal the lid back. This happened in plain view to me as I'm hungrily eyeballing all the movements of this food. I was the only person in line and they were the only person behind the counter. Now this is where things get weird. They had partially covered the old label with the new one, and when I walked over to the register they only scanned the one, and it rang up as just the price of the burrito. I had one of those gut feelings that happens rarely in life, where you can actually feel the wheels of reality turning. It was palpable. I was very aware that the price was wrong, and I viscerally felt like my moral compass was being tested, and I chose to let it ride, and only paid like $1.99 instead of what should have been about $12, because after all this grocery chain had already wasted about 2 hours of my time, and who really cares about $10, so why not? Thing is, it just felt wrong. I can't explain it any more than that. I get in the car and head to my next destination to finally, hopefully, get my shots and be done with it. About 20 minutes down the road I'm stuck in stop and go traffic, so I peel back the label and crack the box open to grab the burrito because I can eat it safely while driving, and it's not there, which doesn't compute at all because it has to be there. I check again. Definitely don't see it. I pour around in the tenders. I stick my fingers in the mashed potatoes to make sure that it's not somehow hiding under them, even though that's not really possible. I pull off on the side of the road. I look on the floor, under the seat. I open the box flat on the seat like a book and proceed to shuffle the entire contents of tenders, corn and mashed potatoes from one side to the other. There's no burrito. I call the deli counter. She remembers me and vaguely recalls what I ordered and assures me that nothing was left behind. Mostly she is confused more than anything as to why I'm asking if somehow she didn't put it in the box or if they found a burrito laying around somewhere because it escaped. It was just gone. So basically I just sat there on the side of the road, hands covered in mashed potatoes, eating my chicken tenders, musing over the nature of reality, trying to reconcile the two divergent empirical truths I was experiencing. Just sat in total silence for about 10 minutes. Then I wiped off my hands, buckled up again and drove on. Edit, put pretty spaces in the wall of text. This happened in 2008, shortly after my 17th birthday. My dad and I were best friends. We supported each other through a lot, and we just emotionally understood each other. He used to tell me, I can read your face and body language like a book. You can't hide secrets from me. And he was right. He always knew when I was upset, even if I put on my best thespian act. We used to talk about everything, from science to religion. He was a devout Christian. I told him one day, when you get to heaven, you'll have to let me know if it's there or not. He laughed and said he'd make it rain on Tucson for a straight week. A week after my 17th birthday, he suffered a massive heart attack and passed away. I still tear up, over a decade later. I miss him so much. The night before he passed away, my brother, father, and I piled into the car to go see a Friday night movie. My dad had tossed me the keys to practice my driving more, so I obliged and pulled out of the driveway and made my way towards the stop sign exiting our neighborhood. At the stop sign he said, "You know what? I'm not feeling very well. Can you take me home and you two can go see the movie?" To this day, I can't rationalize why I said these words. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" He said no. And turning the car around when the pit of my stomach knew something was wrong is one of my biggest regrets. As he walked inside, I called out, "Drink some water. I love you." So, at least I keep in my heart the last words we ever said to each other was that we lived each other. He passed away 12 hours later. He had been feeling the start of the attack. The story continues. The next night, after we spent all day in the hospital with his body, stroking his hair, and telling him we loved him and such, we were all emotionally drained. My mother, parents were divorced, drove from California that day to Arizona to be with us, and got a hotel room. My brother and mother had fallen asleep. I could hear their rhythmic breathing. I was sharing a bed with my mom, and there was maybe a foot gap between the hotel bed and the wall that separated me from the bathroom. I was replaying the events of the last 24 hours over and over in my head. What could I have done differently? How did I know something was wrong? Why didn't I just drive him to the hospital like my gut told me to? As I asked myself these questions, the room suddenly filled up. All available floor space was taken by a person, standing. But they were all black shadows, no features. I wasn't afraid of them though. They felt familiar. Then, I smelled it. His Sunday church cologne, only used to approach God's house. Now, I'm not religious like he was, but I respected his religious beliefs. Then I felt the warmth in that little foot space between me and the wall. I looked over, and I saw another outline, but this one was red. I'll never forget that red. It was the purest red I've ever seen. It smelled like him. It felt like him. It was familiar. So, I whispered to not wake my mother and brother. I love you too, Dad. I'll be okay. Go with them. I felt what felt like a forehead kiss, and then the room was empty again, just as quickly as it filled. Whole event lasted a few seconds. The rest of the week, you can look it up on weather sites. It rained in Tucson for a solid week. But, the story still doesn't end there. Fast forward to his funeral. Now, I want to give a quick history lesson as this is important. In ancient Greece, when someone died, they would place coins on the deceased's eyelids to pay for their transport across the river Styx. My father and I had many conversations about Greek mythology, and now I'm a Hellenic pagan. Service is over. We placed his ashes in the ground and buried them in the cemetery. Then the family sat in a circle and shared their favorite memories of him. My uncle gave a wacky childhood story. My step-siblings said how they had both recently found two stacked pennies in weird locations right in front of them. Like my stepsis worked at a vet's office as a receptionist and she looked away and looked back and they were just there. I admit, I was jealous at the time. I talked about the thing I already missed, the jingle of his keys that he hung on a carabiner off one of his belt loops. Every day he came home from work, I heard his keys first, and I would get up and greet him with a hug and ask about his day and I'd tell him about school. Sometimes he'd help with homework, or we'd make dinner together. I still carry my keys on a carabiner because of him. When everyone was packing up, I laid on the ground next to his temporary tombstone and just, I don't know, pondered on life and death, memories of my dad. Mostly, what I think I was doing was feeling pain and letting it seep into the ground. Finally my brother came over to me, gently rubbed my back, and said it was time to go. He left me to collect myself, and as I started to push myself up, I looked down, and right under where my head had been were two stacked pennies. They weren't there when I laid down. So I left them there, next to his tombstone, just in case he needed them. There are more stories. My father has continued to visit me every so often, mostly in the middle of the night. It wakes me up by starting with his cologne. I do not buy it, keep it near me, nor have anything with the scent. I don't because it hurts and reminds me too much of him. Then a corner of the room darkens, and I feel like I'm not alone. Sometimes it's scary and unsettling, until I smell it. I then talk to him, tell him what is going on. Then the darkness suddenly will dissipate, and the smell will vanish, and I'll feel alone again. A lot of this is unexplained, especially if you don't believe in the afterlife. A lot of it scared me for a long time, and I still can't explain the question I asked him. I can't explain his cologne coming and going within minutes in the middle of the night, and I can't explain the pennies and how they got there so quickly. And yeah, this is the story of my dad, Tracy, the man who made it rain in Tucson for a week in 2008. A few TBH, this is the creepiest and a bit messed up, but it's like the universal line to keep me safe. I was living with my recent ex and his best friend. Bad time in my life. They went out clubbing to a town a good 10 over 15 mile away. They came back in the morning with a random stranger they met, and a sex worker. Ed slept on the sofa that night, and I woke up to said random stranger, male, poking his head round the door and saying hello to me. He told me where he lived, which was a fair drive away, how he got to my house and what they were doing upstairs, and asked if he could get some water and borrow a cigarette. We ended up sitting outside talking. Like I said, crazy fucked up time in my life. He started telling me how pretty I was, and he couldn't believe what my ex was doing, and how great he'd treat me if I was his girlfriend. At one point he attempted to cut all of my name into his chest with a knife and told me he was going to buy the house next door because he could. Pretty sure he was on drugs at the time. A friend came and picked him up a couple of hours later. Fast forward 6 months, I was now homeless and sofa surfing. It was around 1 AM. Me and a friend I was sofa surfing with decided to make the short walk to the 24 hours to get some cigarettes. Halfway there we ran into a gang of lads, about 10 over 12 of them, and they started pulling me and my friend away from each other. My heart's racing remembering this. They did not have good intentions for us. My friend started screaming for me, and then I saw him. The stranger from my house from months ago. He noticed me and told them to stop and leave us alone. They did. He was part of the group. I don't know how, my guess is he was related or knew someone from there. We ended up making it through that morning safe, and I never seen him again. I don't know what might have happened to us if I hadn't met him that morning at my house, or if my ex met someone different and brought them home, if I didn't have any cigarettes to lend him that got us talking, if he decided to stay home that day, if any small thing was different that day. Me and my friend at the worst may not have been here today, and at the least be traumatized from what they planned to do to us. I felt like the most luckiest girl alive. I was 16, just got my permit to drive, and I went to meet my then boyfriend at our favorite park to walk the trails in. This park happened to be outside of a rough and nearly empty part of town. It had a wide river running through the park with a L-shaped pier that had railings on all sides of the pier. Only one way on or off of it. My boyfriend called and said he couldn't make it, and not wanting to go home just yet, I got out of my car and started to walk around the park. It was 2:30 PM and I can still see the breeze going through the trees all around, and how the leaves were just beginning to change their colors. I had on a hot pink jacket, jean skirt and boots, and as I walked out onto the pier I had realized I was underdressed as the wind coming off of the water was too chilly. I had a gut feeling telling me to leave, but I brushed it off. I finally sat down at the end of the pier, leaning my back against the railings, and stared down at the water below running over the jagged rocks. Without any warning I suddenly heard footsteps from behind at the beginning of the pier. I quickly glanced over at a man who had blue rope in between his two hands, circling up each end of it in either hand, creating a line between. As my brain was putting that piece of information together, he said, "What are you doing out here all alone?" I couldn't think of anything to say, but I stood up and then saw he was dragging along a medium-sized black and white fuzzy dog that was tied in a makeshift collar/leash to another piece of rope that was looped around the man's upper arm. "You're too pretty to be sitting out here by yourself." He walked towards me with a smirk on his face, looking down at the rope. He was roughly 10 feet away. Again, there was only one way on and off the pier, and I would have to run right by him to escape, which didn't seem to be an option. The only other way was to jump off the pier, but with the rushing water and rocks below that didn't seem like a viable option either. In that moment my stomach sank completely. The hair on my arms and my neck stood at attention, and still do to this day when I think about this. The fear, dread and panic were overwhelming in my chest. I knew whatever was going to happen next was going to be absolutely horrible. The next few events happened quickly. I backed up until I bumped into the railing and squeaked out a small please. The man closed the distance between us and was about 5 feet away. As I balled my fist up to at least put up some semblance of a fight, suddenly the dog planted his feet and started growling ferociously. The man pulled on the makeshift leash to get the dog to come on, but the dog turned to go the other way, still growling. This distracted the man for a brief moment and he turned, kicked the dog, then turned his gaze back onto me. Mind you, he still has his hands bound in the rope. The man took one more step and that's when the dog had enough. He planted his feet one more time, swung his head back and forth violently until the leash came off, bared his teeth, and clamped down on the man's Achilles heel. The man bent over, screaming in pain. He tried to get the dog off of him, but his hands were bound. The dog released for half a second and bit into the man's calf. The man fell to the ground and was struggling to get his hands out of the ropes that were meant for me. I seized my opportunity and quickly moved by him and took off running. I ran until I got to my car, and as I pulled away I saw the dog running out of the park in a full sprint. I know without a doubt that dog saved my life that day. One night, I was in bed with my husband asleep next to me during a thunderstorm. I was watching some show on my phone, nothing spooky, and lightning flashes. On my husband's side of the bed, there are 3 windows, and when the lightning strikes, I can see the outline of the 3 square windows through the blinds from my peripheral. While watching my show, I all of a sudden get the feeling of dread, like the feeling before sleep paralysis occurs. I'm trying not to feed into the dread, and continue watching my show when lightning strikes and I don't see the square outlines from my side view, but a shape of something, like a person standing there with long hair. I instantly get goosebumps, and try again to not feel scared, when my husband starts to make struggling noises in his sleep. I have had sleep paralysis before, so I know what it's like. What I did, as funny as it sounds, was to put my phone in my left hand, and use my right hand to punch, and swing the area above him, as though to attack whatever may be on top of him. He didn't let up much on his noises, so I rubbed on him aggressively to wake him up. He wakes up a bit, and is a bit annoyed and says, "What? Babe, you were making noises, like you were struggling. Are you okay?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bad dream." I asked him to tell me. He said he was being chased by an ugly witch, and she caught him, and jumped on top of him, and started to attack him. Instant goosebumps. The silhouette I saw kinda looked like a long-haired woman who may have been the witch. Who knows, but I finished my episode and told him what happened the next morning. We both agreed, definitely weird and random coincidence. This is a very long story. If you're not Trina Red, I understand. Lol, my brother and I had a typical horror movie experience. Parents divorced when I was 9 and my brother was 7. Moved around until our mom found a nice house for a cheap rent to own price. She didn't tell us, because she didn't want us to worry about it, but 3 people had been killed in a break-in a year prior. So we move in, and we all get to pick our own rooms. I'm drawn to the frontmost room with 3 big bay windows on one side and a small closet in the corner. My brother across a short hall, a bathroom between the 2 rooms. 2 weeks in, one night I could hear my closet door slowly creak all the way open. Every night for about a week this happened, and it scared me, because I had completely shut the door every time. I told my mom I wanted the doorknob replaced, and so she obliged, and I got a new one. This did absolutely nothing for me, so I started talking to the neighbor's kids. This was when I found out what happened to the family in the house before us. I was horrified. I was sleeping in the room of the child that lived in the house. He loved to play with his toys in the closet. One of the kids I would play basketball with was good friends with the kid. I always felt never alone in the room, just watched. My brother on the other hand was enjoying his life to the fullest, because I didn't have the heart to tell him about the house. I did talk to my mom about it though. She was very appreciative that I didn't tell my brother. A few more weeks go by and my mom is getting ready for work and she's locked out of her room. We do everything we can to get it open and finally we do, all of us late for work and school. But then this becomes a recurring thing. She's locked out of her room with more frequency every few weeks. My brother and I start seeing this shadow. There are 3 arches in the house that connect the living room to the dining table/kitchen. So my mom hangs curtains on 2 of them to keep the sun out from the big TV we had at the time. She buys one of those light things that you plug into the wall to melt the little cubes of wax and it really illuminates one of the arches. My brother and I start seeing this shadow. I come out of my room from a hard night of playing Black Ops 1, good times lol, and I see what looks like a woman's shadow. I call out to my mom, but there's no answer. Looking a little hard I can tell that it isn't even my mom's build either. This woman is tall and slender. My mom is 5 feet 6 and more of a normal build. This shadow is more like 5 feet 11 and pretty skinny. I open my brother's door and tell him to come out. We were both on COD lol. We are both freaked out and don't wanna go over to see who or what it is, because why would we? This obviously doesn't look like our mom, and it isn't moving at all. My brother comes into my room, we lock the door, and we both sleep there. The next day during my weekly basketball session with the neighbor's kid, I ask what the lady that lived in the house looked like, and I get described exactly the type of person we saw the night before. I don't finish playing basketball and go home to tell my mom what had been going on last night. She brushes it off saying we freaked each other out because now we both know what happened in the house. Literally the same morning she is once again locked out of her room by nothing. That was the last straw for her. She removed the door knob from her door because swapping it with a new one had done nothing. She eventually just gets one that doesn't have a lock on it at all. We begged her to just stay in one of our rooms, and if that shadow is there again we'll wake her up and show her. She stays with my brother for the night, and once again I was going to go get water and I see it just standing there in front of the bright light shining up into the curtain. I wake them both up, and my mom looks visibly scared for the first time of my life at the time. She calls out if someone was there, and she sees that there's no movement from behind the curtain. She inches into the living room to turn on the light, something we as young kids definitely we not gonna do lol, and that shadow is gone. She runs past the arches and nothing. No one is there, and I see her wide-eyed and breathing heavy. She knows we haven't been kidding or messing around with her now. Alright, so there's quite a bit more to this story with other people involved. But this is already long enough. If anyone actually reads this and wants me to keep going I will. Sorry for the lack of formatting, I don't really do this Reddit thing, and I'm on mobile. Late to the party, but here goes. My grandfather is tough as nails. The kind of guy who would seriously consider pulling out his own tooth with pliers if he needed, instead of going to a dentist. He's been through some stuff and I've never heard or felt fear in his voice, except once. He used to visit every Sunday and was extremely punctual. One particular Sunday, he's late. He's also not the type to use his phone, so there was nothing to do really but wait. Finally, we notice his car come round the corner, slowly grind to a halt in front of the house, and he shakily gets out of the car. He walks up our stairs, but there is clearly something off. We greet him as we normally do, and he momentarily snaps back to his normal self. I'm not sure if it was him faking normalcy, or if he was desperate and relieved to return to some sense of safety in our home. He sits at his spot in the kitchen and asks for his usual 2 shots of cheap whiskey mixed with tepid tap water. His face, turning red from the drink, starts to droop. He says he has to tell us something, but he's not quite sure how to go about it, obviously trying not to worry us, but his trademark confidence and bravado is nowhere to be found. He tells us that he had gone to sleep a little bit early the night before. He got cozy in bed and quickly drifted off. It was not unusual for him to wake up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. He says how at some point during the night, he feels the urgency to wake up. He's asleep in the middle of a king-size bed, and he's facing the left. As he turns to his right, he freezes. At this point, he pauses, almost rethinking his decision to tell us what happened. When he finally continues, he tells us to his right, leaning into his face, was a figure. He described it as large, dominant, hunched over, with its face staring into his. Although it was close, he said he couldn't make out any facial features. We thought it could be a shadow or sleep paralysis, but he carries on to describe it in further detail. It was wearing a huge, oversized traditional dress and a wide-brimmed hat. When he said he felt that it had bad intentions, a shiver went down my spine. Having balls the size of coconuts, my grandfather did the one thing I would never do in a similar situation. He gave it his back. In an attempt to reset, and still thinking it might be a dream, he turned back to his left and started to pray. After about 5 minutes, he turned back to his right, and it was still there. At this point, while telling us the story, he couldn't even look us in the eye. Desperately, he said, he reached for the rosary beads on his bedside table and said that it instantly vanished. This story stayed with me for years. Many nights, after closing my eyes, I would expect to open them and find this same figure. But it never happened. He even returned back home and slept in the same bed that night. Years passed and we never talked about it again until a year or 2 ago he got married and his wife moved in for a couple of years. For some reason, they slept in separate rooms the first night. First thing in the morning, his wife asks what he was doing standing by her bedside last night, or what if he found what he was looking for. Needless to say, he hadn't got up all night. TLDR, grandfather woke up one night to find figure standing by his bed, leaning into his face. having balls of actual titanium. He turns away from it hoping it would disappear and didn't. Eventually he says rosary beads worked, and now I never want to step foot in his room again. For me, it was waking up in the middle of the night, completely overwhelmed with the terror of someone watching me. And I'll be damned, somebody was watching me. I don't know how, I just knew, but I did. I was overwhelmed with fear, but I just laid there in my bed, letting the stranger in my room stare at me. I wasn't sure at first, until I heard such a quiet, but deep throat clear from across the room. I have no clue what they were doing. I didn't know if they were casing my room or just watching my girlfriend and I sleep. Whether they had a gun trained on us, or if they were getting off and watching us like some sick freak. My mind was racing. I didn't know what to do. I'll forever be thankful for my dad. He works as an EMT, and was working graveyard shift that night. It was about 4:30 AM when I saw lights creep in from my window, and heard his tires pulling up in the gravel driveway. The very second my father pulled up, I heard the person take off out of my room. First slamming my bedroom door, then slamming the patio door right outside of my room. Come to find out, it was my neighbor. She had snuck in, unarmed, as far as they know, completely high off her ass on crystal. She admitted that she planned on faking stabbing my girlfriend and I with her dirty heroin needles. We ended up moving, while she served a fairly lengthy jail sentence. I haven't been able to sleep right ever since. Hell, I constantly pissed the bed for weeks after it happened. I don't even want to know what sorry state I would be in if it wasn't for my loving, caring girlfriend. 11 years ago I went to my local emergency room because I was having severe abdominal pain. After a CAT scan and x-rays the doctor came back and said it's huge. I asked what is. He said it's big. I said I got that. What is it? He answered it's a cyst on your ovary. I said okay, what are we gonna do about it? He referred me to a OB/GYN surgeon who sent me for an MRI and more x-rays. And I had never had a stitch in my life at 45 years old. No children. Started menopause at age 30 and my periods were very painful every month. So he explained the cyst on my ovary and they would cut me from my breastbone all the way down and remove just the ovary. I asked if they could just give me a hysterectomy, being that I couldn't bear children and having severe pain every month etc. And he said no. I continued to try and convince him to just take it all because it didn't work and I was experiencing a lot of pain, but no, he would only remove the one ovary. So on the day of the surgery, once they cut me open, they discovered that it was not a cyst in the ovary, but two large mature dermoids. One the size of a football and one the size of a large candy Easter egg that both had hair, teeth and nails and had attached to my kidney and blood vessels in my leg. None of the tests showed these. So I was a triplet in embryo. So they immediately closed me back up because they were not able to handle such a complicated procedure. This is also when I learned that you can't get true results from any kind of scans or x-rays. So I'm now published in textbooks at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. I also had vulva cancer that was discovered once they removed the dermoids. I was diagnosed with breast cancer 2 years later and anal cancer 2 years after that, then throat and vocal cord cancer in 2019. I come from a large family with no history of cancer. The last 3 cancers were misdiagnosed. Lucky that I did not accept the findings and persuaded more tests etc. So I'm officially weird and strange. Around 2007, 5 of us drove up this old dirt road. It's well known in the area, just outside of town, but takes about 45 minutes to drive down it. It's not maintained at all. We spent a lot of time on that road wandering the woods around it. This day, we drove about 30 minutes in and stopped. 3 of the guys in the car with us were gonna smoke a bowl. We were all like 17, but myself and another guy weren't into pot. The other guy especially. He got out of the car and started walking back towards town. Feeling bad, the driver wanted to at least drive him back to town. He refused to get in the car. He's a pretty stubborn person. Well, eventually, it turned into us all joking and being assholes. We are slowly driving next to him. He's messing around. The road was raised a bit from the tree line, which was about 20 feet from the road. The walking friend jumped down off the road and went to run into the woods, then came to a complete stop. That's when we all noticed a man standing there just in the tree line staring at us. It was weird. Walking friend got back onto the road and continued walking. We are begging him to get in the car, but he won't. I looked back, and now the man was on the road slowly following us up the road. Friend wouldn't get back into the car, and we are still quite a distance from town. Another friend got out, to walk with him at least. We drove slowly with him, old man still following along. Keep in mind there is nothing on this road. Nothing. This dude was just standing there in the tree line. Very strange. Eventually, another man emerged from the woods and started following. They followed us right up until the main road was visible and other cars could be seen. Then they retreated back into the woods. When I was young, the local park backed onto our fields where my family kept horses. Me and a friend were walking to said park when in front of us an old looking farmer stepped out from behind a tree with his dog by his side. Me and my friend immediately stopped in our tracks as we saw he had a shotgun in his hand, which he aimed into the sky and fired while screaming, "Get off my land." His dog chased us, teeth bare, until we reached the next field, when we turned around, and the dog and the man had gone. We both ran back to my house as fast as we could, and of course my parents didn't believe us. They had heard not gunshot and thought it was just kids being kids. This ended up happening to me twice more during my childhood, when I was my own, until I was too scared and never took the field shortcut to the park again. Fast forward to a few years ago, and I'm in my 20s, and in my head the above encounter was something I dreamt about, or an overactive kid's imagination. Then one day, while procrastinating on social media, I stumble across someone's post of very old photos they had found in their house, which is in the village and grew up in. While scrolling through, my heart drops as I see a black and white photo of an old farmer with his dog holding a gun. I recognize the face immediately. It was the man I'd seen as a kid. The dog the same, the clothes the same. I messaged my mum, and she had no recollection of me and my friend ever coming in upset about an old farmer, and insisted she would remember an event like that. So I sent a Facebook message to my old friend, who I hadn't spoke to in years, asking if he remembered the farmer with the shotgun. He messaged back almost immediately, "You mean that was real?" I thought I dreamt that. After reaching out to the old woman who had posted the photos, it turned out the man in the picture was an old farmer who used to own the land I had grown up on, and he would regularly chase the woman and her friends of his land with his dog because they were spooking his cattle. The last time they ever did it, he shot in the air to spook them because he had had enough. The bloke had died long before I was ever born. My parents still insist I made it all up, but I'm 100% sure I saw that guy's ghost still protecting his land. On the plus side, I reconnected with an old lost friend. Taking everyone back to 2009. I was in high school, 10th grade, I believe 15 years old. I was babysitting my two younger brothers, 9 and 4 years old, on a Friday night. My mom and stepdad went to a local bar about 15 minutes away. We lived in a small township outside of the city in a very quiet neighborhood. To be honest, I don't remember the exact time, but it was after 10 p.m. Us three were sitting in our living room when the television started going through channels randomly. I specifically remember sitting on the couch looking at the remote across the room, placed on our recliner. I went over and grabbed the remote, but the television was not responding to my inputs. I then went to the TV and powered it off, taking a few steps back and wondering what the hell that was all about. My one brother asked me what happened, and I didn't know what to say. I sat back down on the couch and held the remote in my hand, giving the TV enough time to reboot. I don't know, I was young and thought it would work. A few minutes pass, and I heard the screest noise I have ever heard in my life. This cackling sound erupted in my living room. I remember jumping and looking around the room trying to pinpoint this eerie noise. My youngest brother started immediately crying, which prompted my other brother to grab him and pick him up. As the laughing continued, I pushed my brothers up the stairs, and we all ran into my bedroom. As we ran in, I turned around to push my dresser in front of the door, which ended up failing miserably, and the entire dresser came crashing down. In the moment I didn't care, because I felt safer with the dresser now against the door. The laughing continued for 5 more minutes, and I remember both my brothers were crying now, and my eyes watered. I held onto my little league baseball bat, staring at the door as the laughing continued. I called my father and begged him to come to my house. I wish I would've called 911, but I didn't, and I'm not sure why. My father is a police officer and I guess I just assumed he could get here quicker, and I felt safe with him. My dad showed up and searched around the house, found nothing. The laughing was gone, and I felt like an idiot trying to explain what had happened. I could tell he didn't believe me or my brothers. My mom and stepdad showed up not too long after and also gave us the "you need some sleep" look. To this day I have never heard a sound like that, the constant laughing. From time to time I'll ask my brothers about it, just to give us all chills. I have no idea what happened that night, but as time goes on I like to make light of it. I know this story isn't anything amazing or Academy Award winning, but to me this was the most unexplained instance of fear in my life. Deep down I'll always remember the urgent fear and panic caused by pure laughter. I went to school in a very big school with an awesome scholarship and a lot of out-of-state recruiting. I made a group of good friends and became close very quickly. Since we were all on scholarship, we often joked about selling foot pics to men online for cash. One night, we actually did it, and we had one guy take the bait, and he sent money to our PayPal account, which had no identifying details. Believe me, we checked. Well, after this successful endeavor, he didn't stop contacting us, but it was no big deal. He had none of our personal information aside from a Google Voice number, which we promptly deactivated. Fast forward a couple weeks, and several of us get a text claiming to be this guy, complete with all of our actual first names as well as the room number of the dorm we hung out in most. We freaked out a bit and blocked the number, but this person kept texting from a different number every time. We were very put off by this, but after a night of playing Smash Brothers, paranoid with the doors locked, we put it behind us, and the texts stopped coming. Fast forward another couple weeks, and we're in the upper bowl seating of a 100,000 plus occupant football stadium, just having a good time, when one of us, the girl who was the willing donor of the feet pics used in the first place, gets a text from the guy, which contained the exact section number of where we were sitting. Needless to say, we were sufficiently spooked, and finally reported this activity to the police, and we never had a problem again. His will get buried, but the time a friend and I were sitting out in my backyard, smoking cigs, drinking coffee and literally just chilling. Our chairs faced a main road through the city, and we'd just watch cars because Midwest boredom. It's 4 AM and faking boom. Sounds like a light pole has fallen or something has crashed. Naturally, we go check it out beyond the tree, to see more of the road that led to business parking lots and whatnot. Now at 4 in the morning, we hear this insane faking sound. We find nothing. But we do find two small tiny old Russian women. I asked because I liked their accent. And they were using walkers, wearing typical old lady chic, walking down this busy faking road that was somehow dead for miles at this time. How? I dunno. Listening to them overly explain why they were out walking to get their medication at CVS. How they do this every morning and always have. We asked if they heard anything. They said no, not at all. Shady. However, they had not always gotten their meds at 4 AM on First Avenue. We had been out there with not sheets to do, and I grew up on the block. We would have seen them and known in the 15 plus years in that house. Anyway, I swear, we turn away, walk back across the streets and then they're gone. Just gone. I don't know. I don't care to know, but it was faking weird. No one will see this or care, but I finally had a place to share it, lol. Paranormal / strange experience from when I was 8 to 10. I lived in a safe town, so when I was young I could freely go out and play all day, as long as I came home by dark, or by the time the street lights came on. It was summer, so it was probably close to 9 PM when I came home. Anyways, I left in the morning to hang out with a few friends at a park on the north side of town. Rode our bikes, got candy at Cass's, a gas station popular in the Midwest, just hung out and nothing exciting. Midday approaches and we're hungry. We go to someone's house and eat, and by then a storm rolls in. In the summer, you know how fast and dark a storm can come in, but it just had a different energy to it, like it was going to be a terrible storm. My parents' friend basically told us to stay there for a few more hours, to let the storm pass or go home, because it looked pretty bad out. I passed on that offer. They had like 7 of their own kids, plus like 5 to 6 of us, fuck that lol. So I got on my bike and took the long way home, through the south side and down towards the very southern tip of town where the public pool, a creek, and the less loved park in town was. It's pretty to drive through, and the storm really set the mood. After that, nothing. I wake up in the grass and it's dark. It's raining like hell, wind whipping hard as shit. I'm soaked and freezing, so cold I can barely stand up, and grab my bike that was next to me. I wasn't cut up, like I had fallen off, and banged my head. I feel totally fine besides the bone chill I had going on. My bike is fine, just wet. My shoes weren't even dirty. All my clothes were intact and just wet, not even muddy considering I was lying in the grass. After the shock, I got up and went home, get pelted by cold as rain and tiny bits of hail. How I didn't wake up from the storm really scares me the most, because it was a crazy thunderstorm, just intensely loud the entire way home. The park was a 5-minute ride from my house, and when I got home it was almost 9. I left my friend's house at like 1 to 2 in the afternoon. This didn't happen to me, it happened to my then 21-year-old son, but it's definitely the craziest, scariest thing I've ever heard. My son was a Marine stationed in the Middle East. They happened to be doing an exercise in Jordan with the Jordanian army, and were camping out in the middle of the desert. One night, my son was on guard duty with another Marine, and near the end of his shift was sent back to camp to wake up the 2 guys whose turn it was. On the way back, which was about a mile, he started seeing black shadows out of his peripheral view, darting back and forth. Then he heard loud whispering in a language he couldn't understand. In the distance was a mountain range which was in an unpopulated area, out in the middle of the desert. There are no cars or trucks or other vehicles. The only population nearby was a Bedouin tribe, but they didn't use motor vehicles, they traveled by camel. So that's why my son was really shocked to see lights in the distance. His logical mind tried to tell him it was cars and trucks, but he knew that couldn't be the case. The lights were also traveling in directions like straight up or straight down that a car couldn't do. Meanwhile, the dark shadows and whispers got worse. When he arrived at camp, he was absolutely fear-stricken. He woke the guys, then went to bed. The next morning, he asked the rest of the guys who'd had duty the night before if they'd seen or heard any of this stuff. They all had experienced it, the voices, the shadows, and the lights. They were all terrified. So my son decided to make a Ouija board out of cardboard and they asked it questions. At some point the Ouija board told them get out, so my son went out into the desert and buried it. The next morning, he woke up and the Ouija board was outside his tent. No one claimed it as a joke, and it was impossible anyway, because no one saw where he buried it. To this day, he gets freaked out talking about it. He's not the type of person who believes in ghosts or such things, but after talking to guys in the Jordanian army, he's convinced they witnessed the jinn. When I was younger, my family and I would go camping in the Uinta forests in Utah. We've been all over these mountains backpacking and hiking. One night when I was about 10 years old, when we were camping near Dean Lake, which is a short backpack hike in, we didn't see anyone else on the way in. It was sort of late in the summer, so the nights were very cold. Well, on about the 3rd night in I was having trouble sleeping. My watch wasn't backlit and this was long before smartphones and MP3 players. It must have been 2 or 3 AM. I was lying there, bound like a caterpillar in my sleeping bag. After some time passed I heard something, like footsteps. It was very quiet. I figured it was something curiously passing by. This area is not famous for large animals / bears / cougars / etc, not to say they aren't there by any means. Just hear me out. I'm curious, I want to see the visitor that is in our campsite, but I know better. I use my ears and lay perfectly still. Our food is about a half mile away, tied between 2 trees. I'm listening, counting the steps. I can only hear 2 feet, which at first wasn't super alarming, since they sounded so far away. I figured it was just a something small, like a deer or something. The whole time I have been intently staring out the roof into the darkness. I haven't moved a muscle. The sounds have gotten quiet, and I think it might have left. As I least expect it, something peers over the edge of top of the tent, which was huge by the way. My mom and dad could almost stand up in it, and all three of us slept in there with extra space left over. I'm petrified. I couldn't move a muscle. I couldn't scream. Believe me, I tried. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was for sure on 2 feet. It was completely silent. I could see my breath, but not any from this thing. It stared down into my tent for what seemed like forever before silently leaving. I've never listened so hard for anything in my life. I didn't hear a sound as it walked away. I have no idea what I saw, but I can tell you this. It was not fuzzy. The moon was bright. The trees were well lit that night and I couldn't see any defining features on this creature. If it was a bear, it was the most light-footed, least hairy bear in the forest. Mystery cake. I love cake. Around this time last year, I went to a cafe I hadn't been to before and tried a slice of cake that they had. Its flavor profile was centered around a well-known candy in my region. Think Coffee Crisp or Snickers. Believe me when I say that I heard angels singing the moment I took the first bite. I've had many cakes and this one took the cake, pun intended. Needless to say, I bought the rest of the slices they had out that day, continued to indulge in layered heavenly hazelnut and pistachio bliss for the rest of that week. However, when I got a full-sized version of the same cake some months later, I was deeply saddened to find that the flavor profile was exactly the same, but the texture was completely different. The original one was definitely some form of spongy layered cake with a lot of edible garnishes on top. This full-sized one was a mousse cake. I don't like mousse cake and wouldn't have ordered this if I had known it would be a mousse cake. I figured that there must have been some misunderstanding. Surely, there are 2 cakes with the same name and I didn't know to specify that I wanted the layered one. No. To this day, the cafe denies that they've ever had anything resembling the cake that I described in detail to them. The mousse cake is the only one they offer with those flavors and that name. There weren't any temporary pastry chefs around. It wasn't a special offer, and they just gave a partial refund to a heartbroken me. I don't even want the money. I want my cake. It gets spookier though. I always take pictures of food that I enjoy, but I have 0 pictures from that fateful day. My husband was there with me and is equally as perplexed about this whole thing. So I have had a few questionable experiences, but this is definitely the one I think of often. When I was a little girl, about 35 years ago, we had this beautiful carving of an owl on a branch in this dark wood. We kept it on a bookcase in the front room. Front room were from Chicago. It was so enchanting I would just stare at it for hours, making up all sorts of stories in my mind. It was me, my mom, and my grandpa and grandma living in an apartment. My grandparents weren't together, so they didn't sleep in the same room. My grandpa is from Ireland. Ever since I can remember he talked of banshees. Now, I do believe in the other side and ghosts, and I think that it is actually scientific though not widely accepted, maybe even with different dimensions and all that, but that is a conversation for another time. I think that if a spirit does visit us, either with love or ill intention, they will appear in a form that you are familiar with, such as IRELAND equals BANSHEE, MEXICO equals LL and so forth. Not always, but many times. So beyond that backstory, usually when my grandpa had a dream about the banshee, someone in the family would die. So when I was about 9 or 10 years old, we came out to the front room to find my grandpa sleeping on the couch. Not usual for him as he was in his skivvies, and that was not the way he sleeps on the couch, only in bed. So when we woke him up, he was immediately shaken. He said that the banshee showed up at the foot of his bed and he followed her into the front room, getting chills now. Then he said that seated on the couch was my mother and uncle as little children. Then the banshee pointed at my uncle and screeched. My grandpa said that he grabbed the wooden owl and hit at the banshee. She disappeared and he really didn't remember anything after that. So, not even a month later, my uncle, who was in his early 20s, had a major schizophrenic breakdown. We got through it as a family. It was devastating, but it also showed us that the banshee could deliver other bad news beyond death. One of the weirdest and most concrete things in that story is that I never saw that beautiful owl carving again. It was just gone. Just missing. I still miss that beautiful carving. Thank you for reading my story, and thank you for everyone else that has posted. I find this stuff fascinating. This must have happened in 2002. It was around 10 PM on a weeknight in the San Fernando Valley. My buddy Scott and I had just got done watching Jackass, the movie, and he was driving me back to my place in Lake Balboa. We were headed northbound on Balboa Boulevard, getting ready to make a right onto Victory when we stopped. A dark figure across the street entered the crosswalk closest to us walking southbound. He was a little more than halfway across when the light turned red for us. We were waiting for him to finish crossing so we could turn when all of a sudden a dark SUV came barreling across the intersection, and like that, the guy was gone in a puff of smoke. The SUV kept going. This isn't a ghost story. That is just how my mind chose to view reality at that moment. Scott said, "Holy shit, did you just see that?" I said, "No, see what?" At this time, I'm thinking I'm seeing some sort of prank that I would have seen on Jackass, but my mind then comes back to reality and I say, yeah, holy shit. We pull around the corner. There is a body in the street. We make a U-turn and park on the street in front of the mini mall. There wasn't much traffic. Almost none from what I remember. It just so happened that our other buddy, Thomas, lived in the apartment building next door to the mini mall. Scott ran over there to call 911. I ran to the body to divert what little traffic was there from A, hitting the body, and B, from being looky-loos. Out of sheer panic I tried to talk to him to see if there was any life left in him. The pool of blood draining from his head told me otherwise. Just to describe it, if you were to lie on the ground face first, your nose would probably keep the rest of your face from touching the ground. This guy's whole face was touching the ground, just like it had been flattened. I don't remember when I noticed it, but there was a black cat in the street. It was stunned, scared, and when I moved toward it to see if it was okay, it hissed at me. I start to realize that there is a crowd gathering across the street in front of the mini mall / apartment building. A lady in a black SUV headed westbound pulls up to me and says she thought she hit something, but it took her a moment to process it. I told her yeah, she hit this guy. She began breaking down and pulled in front of Scott's truck and got out, crying. It was obvious by her condition that she truly didn't see the guy. In the meantime, cars kept passing the body in the street, slowing down and asking what happened. I kept telling them to just keep going as they drove through the river of blood flowing out of this guy. Finally, I hear sirens in the distance. First the police. They check for a pulse, then pull out a sheet and cover the body. Another LAPD car arrives and cones off the street. It's cold. I start giving the officer my statement, pretty much everything I wrote above. Another officer picks up the cat using a blanket they had in the car. He puts it in the trunk. He states they are going to take it to animal control to have it looked at. After my statement is done, I stepped away to the sidewalk by the mini mall / apartments where Scott and Thomas were standing. The woman that hit this man was giving her statement in complete hysterics. I feel bad for her. I believe she didn't see him. I walk with Thomas back to his apartment. Scott parks his truck in a proper spot. We have a few drinks to try and clear our minds. I eventually leave and walk the block back down to my house. I put this whole thing behind me. Crazy shit people see sometimes. It was a beautiful Saturday morning. I had just got up and was trying to figure out my shenanigans for the day when my phone started ringing. I picked it up and said hello. A younger female voice on the other end was weeping. She asked if I was Irish Punk 62. I said, yeah, who is this? The voice was unfamiliar. She gave me her name and said that she got my phone number from the police report and asked if I could talk to her for a little bit. She sounded like she needs some consoling. I listened to her story. The guy was her uncle. He was elderly and lost his wife some years previous. This lady was the only relative that he had left. She said he had a cat that he loved to death and would take it out for walks every night. I told her the cat was there and that the cops had taken it but didn't know what happened to it. She said she had it and it was fine other than having suffered a leg fracture which had healed by this point. She kept asking me for all the information I could give her. I kept giving her all the information that was in the police report and apologized that I couldn't give her any more. She also kept asking about the lady that hit him. Did she feel sorry? Was she drunk, high, etc.? Once again I could only tell her that the lady had been speeding, but other than that, I believe she didn't really see the guy crossing. It was dark, and he was wearing dark clothes. She called a few more times after this. I'd let her talk. Eventually, I moved to Seattle and dropped that phone number in the process. I can't help but wonder how she's doing. Did she get through this tragedy? I think about the woman who accidentally killed this man. How awful it has to be to know you took someone's life because you had to try and save some time. I think about the dead man. I wonder what his life was like. The stories he could tell me. Most importantly, I still wish that I had never had to witness that event. Why me? Why then? Fuck. I'm sure this will be buried, but this has been on my mind since it happened in 2012. I live on the east coast of the US, a few miles from the ocean. Our family, along with many people in the area, like to go and just sit and relax near an inlet where a local river enters the sea. There is parking along it, which provides a beautiful view of the sea and passing ships. This particular evening, we picked up some ice cream and decided to sit at the inlet, enjoy our dessert, and do some people watching along the water. Not long after settling in, a car pulled in next to us. It was a car typically associated with older folk. It was a Buick or a Lincoln Town car or some other type of big, slow-rolling sedan. Sure enough, there were, if I recall, two couples, all old folk, in the car. We didn't really pay them any mind until the driver got out and went to the trunk and pulled out a kite. Mind you, kites are common at the beach, but not after the sun goes down. All four of us in our car watched as this man sent the kite into the wind and started letting the line out. Now, we weren't on the beach. We were in a parking lot along the inlet, probably 50 yards from the start of the sand and a 1/4 mile from the ocean. There were businesses behind us and buildings and homes between us and the beach and people hanging out all about. The wind was blowing to the east, so the kite lifted up and headed toward the sea. The man continued to let the line out. The kite rose up above the aforementioned building and onward toward the sea. It went higher and higher until it was out of sight. Then we watched as the man attached a glow stick to the line and continued to let it out. The glow stick rose above the building and he then attached another. The first rose out of sight and the second followed. All the while, the man's companion sat idly in the car like nothing was going on. Eventually, the line was out completely. The lowest glow stick was barely visible. The kite and first glow stick were probably out over the water, but we could not see them. Once the kite hit its unseeable apex, the man began to wind everything back in. Once the kite was back to earth, the man put everything back in his trunk, got in the driver's seat, and they drove away. I cannot, for the life of me, make any sense of what we saw. I assume he was signaling someone, probably in a boat at sea. But why and why with a kite and glow sticks? There was nothing official about the car. It wasn't military or police. It was a bunch of senior citizens in a book. And think of the logistics this dude had to be sure of. The wind had to be blowing at a steady clip toward the east to ensure the kite would lift off and travel over people and buildings while holding glow sticks. We've headed to the beach on windy days to fly kites, only to find our idea of windy differs from the kites. Yes, this information isn't hard to determine with the internet, but he must have done his research before heading out, and why. If anyone has a probable explanation as to what this dude was doing, I'd love hear it. Edit, spelling. At the time I thought it was the coolest thing ever, but now being 20 I realize the true creepiness/seriousness of the situation. A bit of context, I lived in a small town at the time with the only store being one that sells food. The nearest city was over 3 hours away. So here we go. When I was a little girl, roughly 6 to 7, I woke up one school day morning with a bracelet of my name on my wrist. I remember the bracelet vividly. It was made up of small metal circles chained together, and each letter of my name was in a circle in pink. I was so excited when I woke up, thinking my parents had put it on me as a surprise for in the morning. I was in the kitchen eating a bowl of cereal when my mom came in, and I asked her about the bracelet. She grabbed my wrist and asked where I got it from, and I told her I just woke up with it. I remember her saying she needed to ask my dad about it, but he already had gone to work. I was super excited to show my friends at school my new bracelet and begged my mom to let me wear it there. I wore it to school and was proud to show it, telling all my friends how I just woke up with it on. Much to my disappointment at the time, one of the metal chains broke during recess, so I stuck it in my pocket hoping my dad would be able to fix it. When I got home I told my mom about the bracelet and my hope on how dad would be able to fix it. I also assumed he was the one who gave it to me. She didn't say much, but grab it and throw in the bowl on top of the fridge. She told me to forget about it. Sometime during the day, I remember overhearing my mom talk to my dad about it and asking him if it was him. He said no. NGL, this made me even more excited since I was lucky enough to have this cool mysterious bracelet. No one ever talked about or mentioned the bracelet after this day, but it sat in the bowl on top of the fridge for a number of years. I would climb a chair and counters to reach it, and I would look at it every so often. Being 20 now, I've asked my parents about the incident, and they say they don't remember it happening, which makes me wonder if I had an extremely realistic and long dream. But I can't stop thinking about where the bracelet came from, since if it did happen, my parents are not the type to sneak into my room when I sleep to give me a gift randomly. It gets even creepier when I remember random times when the window in my room would be open. When I woke up, my mom would get mad at me for opening it during the night, but I wouldn't remember doing it. I don't think I even knew how tbh lol. For the most part it doesn't bother me, and I go on with my life. But every so often I think of it and get truly scared. I find it difficult to breathe, begin crying, difficulty sleeping, etc. And despite knowing better, I feel like someone is watching me. No one is, by the way. It's awful not knowing anything about what happened, but I struggle with my parents not remembering anything about it and thinking I somehow made it entirely up. This one time in college I hear my doorbell ringing and a banging on my door. I peek out the window and see a young woman standing there. I go to open the door to see what they want. Maybe they know one of my roommates. She immediately calls me a total motherfucker and tells me that Amy or Mandy or something is such a bitch for leaving her. She then proceeds to push her way into my apartment. I tell her to get out and remind her I've never seen her before. She calls me a liar and that her friends are just playing a joke. She then barrels through my entire apartment, opening all of the doors looking for her friends. Mind you, I have no clue who this person is. When it's apparent that no one is in the house aside from me, I finally get her back outside. She sits down on my porch and starts crying and kind of dry heaving. So, being the nice guy I am, I assume that she's just totally wasted and offer her a glass of water. Big mistake. She tells me she lost her phone and needs to call her sister, so I offer her my phone. She makes the call, asks me where we are, tells her sister, hangs up, and then takes off down the faking street with my faking phone. So I'm chasing after this girl trying to get my phone back. Let me remind you, I have never seen this person in my life. She gets a few blocks down the street. Finally I convince her to stop by telling her if she gets too far her sister won't know where she is. I ask repeatedly for my phone back. She takes the battery out. This was back when phones had batteries, and throws my phone at me. She's screaming her head off at me, telling me I'm such a motherfucker. This gets the attention of some of my neighbors who come out and confront me. They ask her if she's safe, and she tells them that I tried to give her water with drugs in it. So, I keep telling them I've never seen this girl in my life. All I want is my property back. They say they're going to call the cops on me. I'm all like, yeah please, faking. Call the cops, this is some crazy shit, I've never seen this person before. I would be calling the cops, do it, but this psycho still has the battery to my phone. Anyway, things are coming to a head. This girl is crying on the street. She's screaming at me, telling me that she's not going to be friends with any of us anymore. And just as my neighbors are about to call the cops, this girl's sister pulls up. Sister girl apologizes repeatedly to me and my neighbors, yells at crazy sister to get in the car, and says something like, you can't just keep doing this to random people, and they drive off with my phone battery. This is my first comment on Reddit and the first time I tell this story to anyone. First, you have to know that I'm an ardent atheist with a scientific background and I don't believe in anything that can't be proven by science. That being said, when I was a kid, 7 or maybe 8-year-old, I was able to go inside myself. It's a bit hard to explain, especially since English is not my first language, but basically I was sitting, eyes closed, and I was just thinking about myself, like who I was, and what defined me as a person. I would start at a very superficial / high level, like I'm someone who likes chocolate, and dig deeper and deeper, until I would reach what I was thinking was my subconscious. I wasn't calling it like that, but the definition was similar. Basically it was a place I could learn things I didn't know I knew about myself. In this place things had shapes and I could touch a given shape, to be exposed to an unconscious feeling / an emotion I had about myself associated with the shape. Each shape was glowing / shining, and the stronger the feeling was, the more shining the shape was. That was kind of fun. Once though I went so deep into myself I reached a ball that was much more shiny than any other one I had ever seen. When I touched it, it freaked me out. It was like I was exposed to an entity so much bigger than me that was living inside myself, and it wasn't me. If I had to describe it, I would compare it to the Lord of the Ring, when Saruman touches the Palantiri and sees Sauron, except the entity that I saw was neither good or bad, but it was just not me, and so much bigger than me, which freaked me out. Note that my experience happened in the mid-90s, and I had not seen nor read The Lord of the Ring at this time. I stood up and ran in tears to my mom. After that I only tried to go inside myself once since then, and it was many years after that, and I couldn't go very deep. When I was about 18/19, me and a friend used to go down by the river sometimes to smoke a joint. There were some small mounds covered in grass. In front was a large grassy area. From where we were sat on the mounds it was maybe 300/400 meters to the path and river. It was quite late at night, maybe 10 p.m, and it was the middle of summer, so was still quite light, but the sun wasn't far from setting. We'd smoked a couple of joints and were just chilling in the warm evening chatting. We hadn't seen anybody in maybe an hour. It was then we saw a man in oddly matching clothes running down the path. He looked very nervous and was looking over his shoulder almost every other step. We both sort of shrugged it off as just some weirdo. Maybe 10 minutes go by and there is a police helicopter with a searchlight flying around. This wasn't that uncommon, so we didn't link the two events. Remember, we're high AF. Another 10 minutes go by and we hear a boat coming. This was very odd as you're not allowed to drive your boat when it's dark. It's then we see the boat has a light on it and it's the police. We are getting more confused as to what is going on. By this time it's getting on for 11 p.m. and we decide to head home. We have to head over the grass and walk maybe half a mile down the path before we get to the road. As we heading back, the police boat comes by again and trains its lights on us. Seeing as it's just two teenagers, they speed up and draw back down the river. By now we are getting a bit concerned. We get to the road and there are police everywhere. Being young, high and paranoid, we don't ask questions and just head quickly back to my friend's house. We say our goodbyes and I head home. The next morning I wake up to find that a prisoner had escaped from Broadmoor, which is a high security psychiatric hospital, basically a criminally insane prison, and had last been seen by the river. TLDR, got high by the river and saw an escaped prisoner from a hospital for the criminally insane. Afghanistan 2002, we were clearing a large village looking for some asshole who was organizing mortar attacks to our fob. This was 0300 hours give or take. There was this one 2-story house, and we split to make a break-in from the front and back at the same time. The two guys I was with got shot and killed by someone in another house. I had nowhere to run, tried to kick the door in, but for some reason I fell back. The weight of the fall, along with all the crap I carried, made the floor under me collapse. I fell down about 12 to 15 meters underground to what was some sort of huge family crypt. My NVGs were still working after that fall, rolled them back on and started to walk. I saw a little boy a few meters across from me, and he raised his arm and then his finger and pointed to the left. I kept walking, and when I looked back I saw this kid just literally evaporate. I ended up going up a set of stairs and walked around some trash piles at the back patio of the house, where one of my squad mates was posting guard. He asked me how I got there. I told him about the floor collapse and told him about the boy, but as a joke. I told my squad leader over the radio that I went through the back and that we had to pick up my other 2 friends out front. He told me to go inside and help out. Inside the house I was told to stay on the first floor, so I stayed close to the front window and posted guard there. I looked at the wall on my left and there was a pencil drawn photo of the kid I just saw downstairs. It was signed and dated to 1977. This just happened this past summer. 3 years ago I lost my pit bull dog Harvey to a long battle with cancer. He had 3 legs, and he was my best friend. After he had his leg removed he lived another year and a half, and we did everything together. I rescued him as a vet tech. He had parvo as a puppy, and was going to be put down. I found myself asking the owner if I could have him instead, and pay for his treatment. Something about that sad little puppy I just knew, that's my dog right there. He said okay, and I saved him from not only parvo but valley fever. He needed 2 very expensive knee surgeries, then the cancer, but I would have gladly been homeless with that dog. We kept each other safe. Right before I had to put him down I asked him, after you rest for a while across the rainbow bridge, will you please find a way to come back to me? I'm not ready to be without you. I have him a hug and said see ya later, okay? I love you, goodbye. I never felt more devastation. The grief was overwhelming. One night nearing the 1-year mark that he's been gone I have a dream where I wake up and I'm in my room on my bed. It's completely white and I'm in white and there is a very bright white light shining on my bed. All around me is blackness aside from my illuminated bed, but I can hear something. I scoot myself to the edge of the bed and squint my eyes trying to see what that sound is. Just then the light expands just slightly to the area just in front of my bed and Harvey comes leaping up onto the bed. And yes, know what? He didn't have grey hair or 3 legs anymore. He was young, sleek, shining and had all of his legs. He was healthy, and I just grabbed onto him so tightly, and I just said thank you Harvey THNKU. I love you so much, I missed you. The dream doesn't last long at all. I wake up, and my face is wet with tears and I realize he did come back to me. The only way he knew how, and it helps me to realize he never left me to begin with. Fast forward to the day before National Dog Day 2019. I come across another pit bull puppy that looks eerily similar to Harvey in a picture puppies for sale. I circled the puppy in the FB post and send it back to the puppy's owner. He replies back actually that it's the last male puppy we have. I say I'll take him. We name him Eddie and I know he is not Harvey, but having Eddie made Harvey seem so much closer to me, and that gigantic hole in my heart doesn't seem so vast anymore. He bonds to me immediately. He loves my boys and they keep saying he's just like Harvey. You brought him back to life. How did you do that? Lol. Oh, the questions they ask me. It was a great year. Come to National Dog Day in 2020. I don't realize the date just yet. It's covered and the kids are going crazy being in quarantine. That morning my youngest stepson comes up to me in bed in my room and a whisper, hey Angie, come quick, get your camera. Eddie is taking a nap, but he is sitting on the couch like a person. Please take a picture. TBH, I was a little annoyed. I was like, what? Like right now? I'm still in bed. Okay, and sure enough Eddie is sitting on his bottom head up and he's half asleep, and I snap a few pictures. My son keeps saying, oh Angie, please take more. And I am like, we have enough here, look at them. So he's scrolling through the photos, and by now Eddie has seen me, and he comes over, and we are snuggling, and I'm petting his belly saying good morning. As I'm doing this my son exclaims, Angie, look. Harvey is sitting next to Eddie on the couch. Look. I look at the picture and there is some lens flare on the photo. Now I'm into spirituality. Crystals are all over my house, and I talk about spirits, and I figure he must have seen me point out anomalies in another photo at some point, otherwise I don't know why he said that, as the grid next to Eddie in the photo is so small and not at all dog shaped at all. It's so cute that I share the photo and that moment on FB and tell my friends/family about what Kay said, and I cannot help but cry very hard. I said, hey, why don't you and your older brother go get in the pool? I will be out in a second. They shout yay and run outside, strip down to their undies and jump in. Eddie follows them outside like he does every day. He loves the water, but he doesn't go in past the steps. The window is open and I'm grabbing towels as they jump in. As I'm leaving the laundry room drying my tears, my youngest comes screaming, but at first I don't think it's bad screaming. Eddie fell into the pool, he needs help. He's in the deep end. I drop everything, grab my stethoscope that's hanging on the wall by the back door. I was a veterinary technician for 13 years and still have it on the wall next to the dog leashes as I sprint out the door, but I don't get to him in time. Eddie passed away not even 1 hour after I posted that photo. When I break the news to my boys, who they really are the greatest, while I was doing CPR on him, I didn't notice that they were grabbing things from my healing shelf like crystals, sage, candles, and just putting them around him, trying their best to heal him, like they see me do, helping me the only way they know how, but he never comes back. He just slipped away just like that. In the snap of a finger he's just gone. I find myself telling my boys that in that picture Harvey really was with Eddie that morning, and he kept him safe. He isn't scared, and Harvey came to take him away and keep him safe for us. I don't know to this day if that thought was more for me out for them. Later that night I hear my husband talking to my middle stepson, and at this point we have discovered that it is 1 year to the day that we first brought Eddie home. It's National Dog Day in 2020. My son says to my husband, "Dad, I think Harvey really was Eddie this whole time. That's why he only got to come back to us for 1 year." That was the deal. My heart in that moment. When I think about everything that happened as a whole, it's still almost unbelievable what happened, but I find myself holding on tightly to what my middle sons shared that day about Harvey and Eddie. I miss them dearly. I love you guys. I will wait for you in my dreams. This happened around 25 years back to my friend. I was there. We were all around 19, 20 year ago olds having a party after our finals. We had traveled out of city to a resort and partied until late night. Came back to our room and had some to drink until around 3 AM. Then all 4 of us fell asleep in the same room. I was awakened around 4:45, or with the sounds of one of my friends crying. I get up and see that the one friend, around 20-year-old, weeping in his dream. He is fully asleep and bawling his eyes out. I switched on the lights. My heart was pounding. He was speaking to himself quite loudly. He was saying, "Appa, please hug me. You don't hug me anymore." Something like that in his native language. I speak his native language a bit and could make out he was talking about his father. Switching on light resulted in couple of others waking up. We thought it was just the liquor talking, but he was so emotional and looking mess we decided to wake him up. He wakes up fully shaken. We asked him what happened. He tells us he dreamed of his father trying to hug him, but somehow he was not able to. He is a grown man, and we had hardly seen them being very emotional, although they were very close. We thought he is still high and maybe hallucinating. He desperately wanted to talk to his father. But for that we had to wait until next day morning and call from reception to one of his neighbor in his village. We calmed him down and asked him to sleep. Next day morning he called his family and found out his father was traveling overnight in a bus to meet his uncle. He was not feeling good and wanted to return home. And we left soon after. We later found out his father had died in the bus accident around the time he had his dream. None of us would have believed his story if we were not there to witness his nightmare previous night. I don't know any rational explanation to explain what happened that time. My friend's mental state was faked up for years. We were all worried he was prone to committing suicide. Thankfully he found a great life partner, arranged marriage. Last time I saw him he was fine. That incident turned him into a staunch religious person from a communist college union leader. I was invited to interview for a contract position to run events for a mall one summer. The office was street level, so I was basically coming in off the street into the office space. As I was opening the door, I noticed someone coming out. I pulled open the door, stepping aside and gesturing to let the person out. Instead of walking straight out, they stepping in front of me and told me something that changed my life. Up until that point, I hadn't accomplished much in life. I was 22 and washing dishes at a local tap and grill. I was kicked out of university for failing too many courses after my apartment was robbed. Depressed and pretty worthless, I had cleaned floors, stocked shelves, wrapped pitas, and used all my money on food, rent, and vices. My parents had also disowned my brother and I supported him in his decision to come out. I was on my own. This interview was my first opportunity that was prestigious, and I wasn't very confident about myself. Back to the door. I usually look at the floor when I walk. If you've ever been bullied in school halls, you know why I was programmed this way. The person I opened the door for stepped out in front of me and was leaning in. I looked up, confused. Our eyes locked. Whatever you want in life, you will get it. With that, the man stepped to the side and walked away. I was still holding open the door, processing what was said to me. It made no sense. I leaned back so I could look down the street. Nothing. Checked the other direction. Nothing. Still holding the door, I shrugged and walked in. I felt confident in my step. I looked the receptionist in the eye and clearly introduced myself. I shook hands. Spoke about my event ideas. 15 minutes later, I had the position. That summer was a lot of work. I registered a business and started freelancing as a graphic designer while coordinating events by day. I eventually went back to university, graphic communications, and paid my way through by freelancing. While taking courses, I just kept helping people by creating course resources to help them study. I learned how to code and use databases and eventually became a web developer. One of my professors heard I could code and asked me to tutor them. I graduated and got a call from the chair of the program asking if I wanted to teach. I said yes and used that opportunity to do a master's degree. I'm now working as an assistant professor, US University, part-time, and an experienced designer for a federally funded skills development project in Canada. At this point, I've achieved every goal I've clearly defined. I still struggle at times with depression and figuring out what success actually means. Money is nice, but it doesn't make me happy. My kids definitely do, and I want them to walk without the need to look at the ground. So my fiends, whatever you truly want in life, you will get it. Long story, but I've been waiting forever to share it online. The story of Mr. Happer. When I got back from volunteering at a summer camp across the country, my aunt decorated my room as a welcome home surprise. She gave me a little present and a card, and hung streamers, and had a helium balloon for me. The balloon was just this plain yellow one with a big smiley face. I've always liked smiley faces my whole life, so this made me happy. I loved the presents, and took down the streamers down the next day, but I left the balloon in the corner of my room. Over the next couple weeks the balloon stayed in the corner ceiling behind my bed, holding its helium well, but then one day I was in bed and suddenly saw that it had drifted over to the closet, and was peeking out at me. It was a little weird, but I figured it was finally losing helium, and had just floated a little. Nothing too strange, but then he managed to escape my bedroom and was hovering in the hallway when my brother passed on his way to his room. A few minutes later, the curious balloon floated slowly into my brother's room just to see what was going on, a little surprise. Then later, I was playing video games at my computer with headphones on. In a different room of the basement, all of a sudden this balloon drifts up from beside me and in front of my computer screen. Like a pet wanting my attention. This freaked me out a little. It was like he knew that I was occupied and needed to get in front of my face in order to acknowledge him. Very strange. Moments after, so I went to bed, secretly wondering where he would scare me the next day. When I got up, I walked down the dark hallway and around the corners, suspecting he was about to brush up against me and give me yet another surprise, but no. So I went upstairs and figured he had landed in some corner of the basement, and I went on with my day. I made some toast and went to sit down when I saw that Mr. Point Happer was on a chair next to where I eat breakfast every day. I myself couldn't believe it, so I snapped a pic and ate breakfast with the lad and went to work. Later that day, my mom took a nap in the living room, not having seen him when she went to sleep. But when she awoke, Mr. Happer was sitting in a chair across from her, silently watching her sleep. He continued to follow her around the rest of the day, often watching from the upper corners of the walls. So after all this, we had had enough. My mom took him to a nearby thrift store and stuffed him in the trash. She walked away without looking back, but also having regretted not piling other trash on top of him to make sure this was his grave. She got home, half expecting him to greet her in the front entry. Hot dang, I've been waiting for this one. So on the night of Halloween 2016, I was 16, but that's not really important. We all put our candy away, and I went to bed. Around 2:30 in the morning I get woken up by a dark silhouette of my sister telling me, "Hey bro, I want more candy." I was kinda pissed off, because she woke me up to tell me that, so the rest of the conversation went like, "So get some more freaking candy then, I don't care, just don't let mama catch you." But I don't want to get more candy alone. Are ya serious right now? Brother please. Freaking fine. So I got out of my bed and followed her to her room, which is on the other side of the house, but to get there you have to cross the living room. We get to her room, and she shuts the door in my face. I really wanted to scream at her, but I didn't really feel like waking up the rest of the house. So I started to angrily walk back to my room quietly until I heard snoring on the couch. So I looked at who was on the couch and I almost faking shat my pants. The girl I followed to my sister's room isn't my sister, because my mom and my sister are faking snuggling on the couch. Naturally, I went to check my sister's room to see who the hell is in my sister's room. Nothing looked out of place, and the window was locked, and the screen in front of the window was not knocked out, and nobody was in there. I had a really hard time sleeping the rest of the night. I've tried telling my family about what happened that night and nobody believes me. Sorry if format is bad. I'm writing this on my phone, and I'm kinda new to Reddit, and I've read several times that the format with phones are bad. My dog and best full-legged companion I've ever had in my life was near her end. Dreading what I needed to do on Monday, which would be call my vet to have her put down, I put her outside in a cozy cardboard type house with her bed inside. There was an opening in the front she could see out, and the weather was permitting. I went through 2 carpet shampoos and couldn't take the messes on the floor any longer. I drove out of my way to get cooked chicken breasts to put into pieces in her food to spoil her in her last days. I checked on her every few hours, and before I went to bed she was nowhere to be found. It's as if she sensed I was heartbroken, and she wanted to spare me the pain. She had pushed herself through a gap in the fence, because we saw a small blood drop on the cinder block wall. She never used to go to that corner of the yard, and I still am amazed she could actually squeeze through the small gap. We looked for hours, and she was nowhere to be found. In the early morning I printed up about 100 flyers and put them in a 5 or 6 block radius of our house with her picture and our phone number. I questioned neighbors, kids and everyone I could. I called emergency clinics, nothing. We figured someone kind had stopped to pick her up and kept her comfortable until the end, or had her put down. We looked for days and I prayed I would get a phone call. As a last resort, I took my last flyers down to the closest bus stop, which was usually crowded, but on this night there was one tall thin African American man only waiting near the stop. He saw me posting the flyers. I asked if he would help me, and he said yes. He put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Your baby is fine, and is with God now." He gently lifted up my chin and said, "Young lady, I'm not young. I was over 60 at the time." He said, "It's time to move on and start living again. Time to move on and get back to people now. Your baby is with God and wants you to be happy." I never told the man my dog was old and dying, just that she was lost. I looked at him and said, "Really?" He said, "Yes, really." I told him thank you. I've never seen the man before and never saw him since. The comfort in his voice that came over me I can't explain, like he was some kind of guardian angel sent to give me a message. I'll never forget the love and kindness of this stranger who knew nothing about the details of my dear pet. I'll remember him as long as I live. I'll also remember my dear Sadie and how somehow I know she escaped to spare me from what I was going to do 2 days later. I was in Mexico many years ago with a very good friend from middle school. We were in our 20s when this event occurred. We were staying with another friend who had a home on the cliffs north of Resereta Beach overlooking the ocean. Her next door neighbor was this older woman, probably in her 60s. Every time we interacted with this person she would act kinda crazy and say bizarre things that never really made any sense. One night after returning from the bars we realized we were out of smoke and somehow decided to head next door and ask the neighbor lady if she was holding. So we knocked on the door, and we heard her call out to come on inside. She was sitting on a couch down at the end of this long hallway-like room in the dark near the beach side of the house. The only light in the room came from the TV, which was playing the end of daily broadcasting Mexican national anthem. This was a thing back before 24-hour cable. She waved us over, and we started walking down towards her. It seemed like the room was getting longer as we moved forward. It felt like slow motion. We finally walked what seemed like 100 feet and finally reached her. She kindly handed us a pipe to share, but the whole time I just wanted to get out of there. The vibe in the room was just really strange. We finally turned to leave, and it felt like I was taking one step forward and two steps back. We finally got to the door and got the hell out of there. My longtime friend and I kinda looked at each other like, what the fuck was that? Once back inside our friend's place, we realized that if we had really walked that distance to make contact with that old woman, we would have been somewhere far out over the edge of the cliff. In the daylight we measured the exterior of the neighbor back's house, and it only extended about 20 feet toward the edge of the cliff. A couple of years ago, I had a series of consistent dreams that were set in the exact same location. It was as if, when I fell asleep, I would physically wake up again, but inside of these dreams. If you've ever seen the movie Inception, that is what these repeated experiences were like. The setting was always a large forest, and somewhere inside of it was a tiny, hidden, mom and pop restaurant that was hand-fashioned from wood and other forest materials. Inside of the restaurant lived a family of about 4 or 5 who ran it. It also doubled as their little home that no one but me seemed to know about, and they always welcomed/expected me to visit them. When I woke up in the forested setting, it was as if, when I fell asleep at night, my mind knew that, if I woke up in this forested setting in the dream, I was obligated to visit this family at their restaurant and socialize over a meal with them. One night, after many nights of having this dream and becoming close friends with the family, I fell asleep. As had happened countless times before, I woke up in the forested area. I knew what I had to do, as I had done it many times before. So, I set out to find the tiny, hidden path that led to the tiny, hidden restaurant. This time, though, something felt off. I felt a disturbing sense of emptiness in the forest, which led me to feel incredibly paranoid. Nonetheless, I set off on my trek and found the little, hidden restaurant. Upon my arrival, I found that the restaurant had been ransacked and abandoned. No one was there. It was completely, eerily empty, and nearly every piece of handcrafted furniture had been removed. After a while of searching for the family and feeling terrified, I came upon a sign that had, "Never visit this place again," crudely etched into it. I immediately woke up, sweating and horrified. I have never dreamed of visiting the location again. Not necessarily out of fear, I just don't believe that my mind is physically able to. So I don't know if this counts, but this is something that still creeps me out. I used to go to a place in the summer as a kid that was well into a heavily wooded area. We were not far from the main road, but because the area didn't have a lot of people, and I think there were some rules about this, protecting wildlife, there are no street lights at all. You need to have a car with decent headlights to see at night. Otherwise it's pitch black. The only way I can describe it is ink black, like you cannot see after a certain point with only the light from your home. As a kid I loved to go out on the swing set at night. I loved how cool it was at night and the stars. The backyard was cut grass that was leveled, and then a wire fence that was only meant to keep deer and small critters out. Not really for any serious protection. My mom would be reading in the house and I would be on my swing. You can't really see out to it unless you went outside and looked at my swing set to see me. I wasn't scared, but one night I had this bizarre feeling, like my back is to the wire fence and the only thing behind me was woods, and would be the main road below a hill. There is no reason for a person or anything to be out there. There are no dangerous animals, except maybe a possum or a raccoon, as they can be aggressive but not deadly. But that night I could not stop looking behind me, like it felt like I was being watched. Keep in mind I was a young girl, I think maybe 12 at the time, alone outside with only a short wire fence between me and the darkness. I decided to stop trying to swing and look out into the darkness, and I saw nothing, because again it's too dark. But the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, and I don't know why to this day, but something spooked me. Yet nothing happened. I don't know why to this day that happened. Since then I never went outside on the swing alone at night when I was there. Like I said, I don't know if this counts, but those woods I still go to from time to time as an adult, and they still can be creepy when you're alone at night. This is one most of you won't believe. About 10 years ago I moved into a new home. To us, older home, 50 plus years old, with a roommate. After a few weeks I started having trouble sleeping. I started feeling as if someone, or something, was in the bedroom with me. This went on for a few weeks, and then I started seeing the intruder. It wasn't like the movies. I could see a humanoid shape that somehow was both tangible and intangible, as if made of most shadows and water/jello and somehow nan at the same time. It was both solid and translucent. If I were an artist I could draw it for you, and you would see how it was the stuff of night terrors. I would wake, see it, him, standing/floating in my doorway. I'd be paralyzed with fear. Within weeks it went from menacing to violent. I awoke one night feeling as if 1,000 pounds of sand was compressing my abdomen into my mattress, and I looked up to see this thing sitting on my chest and staring at me, holding me down, yet I saw no distinctive features. This happened every night for weeks. I'd try desperately to suck in oxygen, but could not breathe, and I'd look up into words cannot articulate what I saw. This human-shaped void that was accompanied by this overwhelming feeling of wrath. Whatever it was, demon, it was absolutely malevolent. I didn't tell my roommate about it, because a few family members had been diagnosed as schizophrenic over that last year. I was terrified that I was schizophrenic. Several times when it would attack me I would pray, reach for my Bible, or recite Our Father, and the attack would stop. One day it just stopped altogether. I never saw or felt it again. It wasn't until about a year later, when I told my roommate's mother of what I experienced, that it was validated. Apparently my roommate also experienced this presence. She told her mother, and they had the house blessed by local priests and pastors while I was away at work. My roommate didn't want to scare me, so she had kept her experiences to herself, but she reached out for help. They blessed the house that summer, and that's when I stopped experiencing its presence. To this day I will not watch demonic themed movies. Strange things happen to me on a regular basis. I've gotten used to them, and even take advantage of them, but I can't really explain them, and I rarely talk about them to anyone else. When I was in the 5th or 6th grade, US, so about 12 to 13 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night to see a grey blob floating outside my second-story window. It didn't scare me at all, and in fact, I felt mostly a sense of well-being when I saw it. The next day, when I got home from school, my mother told me she'd gotten a call from her mother that my great-grandmother had passed away overnight. I believe that the grey blob was my great-grandmother saying one last goodbye. A couple of years later, my family was traveling, and I woke up crying inconsolably one night for no obvious reason. The next day, we got a call from the kennel, where our pets were boarded, that my cat, who had been born under my bed, and who slept with me every night since he was weaned, had died unexpectedly overnight, probably from a UTI. In high school, I dated a guy who was diagnosed with cancer during our senior year. We had a very serious relationship for several months, with lots of long talks about death and personal choices. He hated chemo, and had decided he would rather die early than have to suffer through that for months on end. After we graduated, we went our separate ways to different colleges. This was way before the internet and cell phones, and we pretty much lost touch with each other. Sometime the following January or February, I had a sudden urge to write him, and mailed him a very long letter about how important he had been to me, apologizing for not staying in touch, and wishing the best for him. A few days after I mailed it, his mother called me to say that he had fallen into a coma on the same day I wrote the letter, and that they expected to lose him any minute. She did read the letter out loud to him in the hopes that he could hear it, but she also wanted to tell me how thankful she was that I had written it. I also regularly get flashes of things that I can't really know about firsthand, but that turn out to be true. I remember driving on a multi-lane interstate a few years ago and being passed by a car pulling a two-wheel trailer. As soon as it passed me, I knew that one of the wheels on the trailer was going to blow, but there was nothing really obvious to that effect, so I slowed down to give it room. Sure enough, it blew a few minutes later, and I was far enough back to avoid hitting the car when it lost control and swerved into my lane. Just a few days ago, we had a snow/ice storm in our area overnight, and I drove my son to work the next morning. I had a feeling that my normal route was blocked by a car in a ditch, so I took a different route to avoid it. I took the normal route back home, and sure enough, there was a tow truck pulling a car out of the ditch right where my intuition thought it would be. Probably the strangest thing I remember is a phone call I got in the middle of the night my first year of grad school. Reagan was president at the time, and I had a single dorm room with a phone box that was shared with a room next to mine. The other girl was often out overnight, so when the phone rang at around 2 AM, I got up to answer it. The person on the other end of the line claimed to be Ronald Reagan, and it sounded exactly like him. He asked me questions about how I was doing and what I thought he ought to be doing as president. The call lasted about 5 to 10 minutes before he thanked me for my time. I hung up and went back to bed. I remembered it very clearly the next day, and while I can't dismiss the fact that it was very likely a dream or a prank call of some kind, I remembered way more detail about it than I have about any other dream in my life. I also have no idea why I would have dreamed about Ronald Reagan, who I hadn't voted for and didn't really like that much. To this day, it still feels like it really happened, and that I was actually talking to President Reagan. I do small one-day festivals outdoors, and was out looking for venues. I heard of a farm along a river with a quarry, and we were checking it out. We drive down into the quarry with the farmer's permission, and there's this perfect area between the base of the quarry and the river for a decent sized dancer floor. Except there's this huge single rock about the size of a 40-foot container lying right across the area we want to use. We were climbing over and discussing how we'd have to blow it up if we wanted to use the space for a party. A year later I'm short of venues, so I decide it's worth blowing the rock up and arrange to meet the farmer and a demo guy on site. We drive down, and I'm quite excited about blowing this rock up, but as we come into the quarry I see the rock is gone. I assume the farmer has had the rock removed for reasons of his own, but he says no, he's had the farm for 15 years and has barbecues there almost every weekend, but has never seen this rock we are talking about. He got to be bullshitting, right? I start looking around for clues, rock shards, indentations, places where water would have run off. Maybe. Nothing. The demo guy's laughing at me. He says they come to the quarry about once a month for target practice for the last 10 years and never saw a rock there. So yay. I think about what the fuck. That rock was at least once a week. I walked on it. The only rational explanation I have is that it was someone else's problem field around who knows what. I don't usually post, but I'm still sort of processing this one. We've just agreed as a household not to talk about it. For context, I live with my husband in the basement of my parents' home. We have a set of large bay windows and a sliding glass door that look out to a yard. One night several months ago I was at a friend's house with my husband and my mom texts me. She asked if we were home already, if we wanted to hang out. We frequently play video and board games together. I told her no, but we would be home in a couple hours. I check my phone a short while later and have 3 missed calls from my mom. She doesn't usually call, so I'm immediately concerned and call her back. I asked if everything was okay. She says with a level of fear I'm not sure I've ever heard from her. I don't know. I'm freaking the fuck out. My normally very level-headed and paranormal skeptic mother proceeds to tell me, with rapidly increasing panic, that she had just seen 2 people that looked similar to me and my husband through the window, standing in our living room, which is only accessible from inside the house, facing away from her with a man's arm around the woman's waist. She said he clearly leaned down and kissed her on the top of the head. My mom said she had looked away at that point out of respect for our privacy, but explained they looked 100% real to her. She said after she got my text she went to check if my brother and his girlfriend had been down there, and they weren't home. It was just her there. We live in a very rural area, so the likelihood 2 people who looked like me and my husband were in our living room were almost zero. I talked her down some, let her vent, and asked if she wanted to come play board games with us and our friends, or if she wanted us to come home. By that time she was calmer and told me that she would be fine. The people seemed to be very happy and in love, so she wasn't worried about them if they were ill, but she chalked it up to her brain playing tricks on her. But she refuses to let us talk about it, so I think it really shook her up. We had a few instances of multiple people hearing voices around the house in the couple weeks following, including one instance where both my husband and mom heard the same thing at the same time in the kitchen, but no more figures, and it's been months now without anything unusual. I still have no explanation for it. I apologize for grammar mistakes ahead of time. Made an account on here just to tell this story. So I was about 11 to 12 and my next door neighbor, who was also around my age, were playing Black Ops 1 Zombies. We were playing on the map Moon and both decided that it would be our last match once we died, seeing it was very late, around 3 to 4 am. Mind you, we were at our own houses playing with each other, talking through the headsets. When we eventually both died, we said our goodbyes and both got off Xbox. Before going to bed, I stopped in the kitchen to get a quick snack. What I heard/saw next would send shivers down my spine in that moment until this day, currently 22. I remember vividly closing the pantry and immediately seeing a bright light shining through the blinds. I peer out to discover an all black, fully tinted out either Escalade or Tahoe parked a couple houses down with its high beams on. Really thought nothing of it, since I was young, dumb, and very tired. So I started walking up my stairs to my bedroom, and from outside I heard a scream from a little girl, probably 5 to 6 years old, that can only be described as bone-chilling. Remember, it's like 4 am at this point, so for a girl that young to be outside, it's not close to normal. But it was one of those screams that makes you immediately freeze in your tracks, like something went horribly wrong. As I was standing on my stairs frozen, trying to make sense of what I just heard, I hear a car slam on its brakes and makes a loud screeching sound. Then as fast as it stopped, I heard the car zoom away and all went silent. I was laying in my bed thinking it must have been my mind playing tricks on me, or that I was just sleep deprived, courtesy of Xbox lol. So as soon as I'm about to fall asleep, I get a call from my next door neighbor. I'm thinking he wants to play Call of Duty or whatever, I don't know, so I just casually answer, "What's up bro?" And he responds, "You heard that too, right?" I said, "Did I hear what?" He said, "The little girl in the car didn't sleep that night at all, and neither did he, I'm sure. But I know what I heard, and him telling me he heard it too made me believe to this day something sinister happened that night." It sends me chills to this day, not only just by typing this, but just thinking about it. To this day it was the strangest, most unexplainable, and downright creepiest thing I've ever experienced. Okay, it's not really creepy, but it's one of the very few things that happened to me, and I cannot explain. I was on a 4-day school trip in the first year of high school. On the third and final night a lot of stuff happened, but I have to emphasize that I didn't drink almost nothing. It was like 3 gulps of whiskey with cola. It was very late when we went to bed, something like almost 5 in the morning. I was in a room with 3 of my best friends. I very vividly remember laying on the bed and closing my eyes. And then I suddenly wake up and I realize I'm standing on my feet and I'm in the corridor of my hotel about 10 or 20 meters from my room's door. And I didn't get any time to realize what was happening because I had a huge urge to shit. Only a few times in my life I had to go to the bathroom that bad. So I ran back my room and I start to bang the door and shout to my friends to open up for me. I had woken them up and they were weirded out by the fact that I was outside of the room at 6 in the morning shouting that I had to shit. So they open up while they're cursing me cause I had woken them up point. And then when I was sitting on the toilet I finally realized how weird this whole thing was. Now I need to mention that I have never sleepwalked in my entire life, not before that night, and never again after that night. Never. I can't explain what happened that night, but I always thought that it had something to do with the fact that that night it was my first time that I made out with a girl. It happened about an hour before I fell asleep, and I was super anxious about the whole situation, but I really don't know. Not the creepiest, but certainly top 3. This must have been when I was 15. M29. Me and my sister went to a trip to San Antonio, TX, US on account that my aunt and uncle wanted to take us out to vacation since they have no children. We traveled by car, and once we arrived, it was late 9 PM or so. We decided we would grab dinner at a TGIF. Not sure where my uncle and sister are. Details about the night are foggy, except for the events that unfolded after this point. But me and my aunt were sitting in a booth, waiting for our server, and having a conversation. The next thing I remember is the look on my aunt's face. She is dumbfounded. Her face looks like she just saw a ghost. Trying to understand why she is staring at me, I ask her what the problem is. She asked, "Are you okay?" in a half jokingly, half serious tone, as if she was nervously trying to contain how creeped out she was. Confused, I ask her to elaborate. She goes on to say, "You stopped in the middle of our conversation to pull out your wallet, got out your ID, and stared at it. Then, without saying another word, you stood up and left, then came back and sat down without uttering another word, and here we are now." I didn't know what to say. I didn't know if she was joking, but the sheer seriousness in her expression made me pale. I told her I didn't know what she was talking about. She asked again if I was aware of what I did at all. We went back and forth until the curiosity vanished and creepiness completely set in. I stayed quiet. She stayed quiet. We quickly changed the topic and never spoke about it again. To this day I have no memory, no recollection of that ever happening, and nothing even remotely similar to this has ever happened to me that someone else can account for. Still creeps me out just thinking about it. Google Maps took my husband and I on a unexplainable hellish 4-hour detour into the Siskiyou National Forest in the middle of the night. We experienced many creepy things that were literally impossible. It ended up being right through land sacred to indigenous tribes. When I tried researching the area looking for answers, the biggest things that still are unexplainable to me are the amount of distance and time that we could not account for in the morning. When we lost service, I had started counting miles on my odometer to tell when the next turn should be. After Google Maps not working as a guide anymore, it would load wrong directions that did not exist. I gave up counting after 30 miles of going down a one-way dirt road on the side of a mountain that was supposed to be 10 miles total. The odometer read 108,835 miles. We traveled down that one-way road littered with rockslide debris and near impassable areas with no way to turn back for another 2 hours, until we eventually got stuck with another wayward couple at someone's private gate. We had entered the dirt Forest Service Road at 9 PM, and it was 1:45 AM when we got stuck at the gate. The other couple were so terrified after driving that same road they did not get out of their car or turn off their headlights until 11 AM the next morning. And when we asked if they had a similar creepy experience, they said the road was hell and they would not be attempting to go back that night either. On that morning we drove back together in the daylight and the road still was one way with no forks or room to turn around, but it was the original 10 miles Google had said it was. When I realized this, not seeing any of the landmarks we had in the night, and I looked at my odometer again for the first time since the night when I had stopped counting, and it said 108,763. Landmarks that were not there in the morning are 2 whole stretches of paved road, one with debris from landslides and trees growing through the pavement, and another through a young Douglas fir forest. Rocks with symbols in faded paint on them. A tree with shining baubles hanging on fishing wire, a large rock and divot from water that made the road so narrow it was nearly impassable. Multiple old wooden signs, a area with lighting on the mountainside that looked like a town at night, and a downed tree with flowers growing all around it. Surreal experiences were cars that were headed in the other direction that the couple 10 minutes behind us did not see. Rocks near no water source that looked dripping wet, radio picking up weird music and sounds, visual distortion of distance. The weirdest crazy thing is that when we talked about it later, and when we had been pointing out certain landmarks that we had both seen, but they apparently appeared slightly different to each of us. Like the same painted rocks appeared as different colors to each of us. And the baubles on the tree were Christmas decorations for me and fishing weights to my husband. I'm not sure what happened that night, but we have never gone back or found an explanation. A few years back I used to work in the evenings delivering pizza. One night I got to the delivery address. While I was waiting for someone to answer the intercom, I received a phone call from a number not in my contacts. I answered and the person on the other side told me, "Hey man, remember that clown video we saw? What was it called?" I couldn't quite recognize the person speaking. He kinda sounded like a friend of mine, but I wasn't sure. He appeared to have my age plus. I was working and didn't have much time to talk, and since we saw the video in question a couple nights before with some friends, the video with a clown drinking, doing drugs and then jumping from a roof, don't know if anyone remembers that. I just replied I sent it in the Facebook group chat. He said something like "thanks man" and hang up. So since no one was answering the intercom, I rang the pizzeria. I worked for asking for the phone number of the guy so that I could call him and finally deliver the pizza. The lady there was a bit busy and told me she would send it to me ASAP. I hang up and a few minutes later the number arrived. I dialed it and the phone flagged it with an answered incoming call a few minutes before with the right length and everything. So it was that precise phone call. At that point I was really confused since I didn't know anyone which lived in that building, so no friend of mine could have made it. Plus the pizzeria wouldn't give the rider's number to clients. Baffled I called the number. The guy from before answered and I just said hello, I'm outside with the pizza but no one is answering, and he said yes I'm sorry it is broken. I'll open right away. So he buzzes me in. I arrive at his door. He opens it and he actually is a guy my age, but I have never seen him. I didn't know what to say as he just took the pizza, paid me and closed the door. To this day I don't know what happened, but every time I think about it, I just wished I said something to him. This is very much a true story, and still I have never found an answer to this day. I was a janitor at a gym. I went to the gym at 9 PM to clean it. I didn't have the key on my key ring like I always do. I was confused as hell and looked everywhere for it. Looked all around the gym and in my car. I literally dug through my car and through all my belongings wondering if it fell somewhere. I had no idea where it went. I gave up and used the spare key in the lockbox to clean the gym. I was house sitting for a rich couple at the time in a rural-ish area. I drive straight from the gym to the house I'm sitting for. They have a gated entrance to their house with a personalized key code that is the last 4 digits of your phone number. I punch it in and drive up to the house alone and park my car. I lock it and go into the house and settle in, still confused on where my key went. The next morning, I go out to my car and get in. There is a dream catcher that has been tied to my rearview mirror for several years. The key I lost was tied to the dream catcher. Someone or something untied my dream catcher, put my lost key on it, then tied it back onto my rearview mirror. But how? How did it get off my car keys in the first place? It wasn't there the night before when I was searching my car. I was house sitting alone. My car was locked. Nobody was around to enter the key code at the rural house I was sitting for. Nobody knew I was house sitting. Nobody knew I was looking for my key. I was working as an investigator for a law firm. I had traveled several hours to the scene of an accidental electrocution, where a power line pole had bent causing the power line to droop. There had been a massive storm come through the area a day or so prior. A neighbor was walking between his house and his neighbor's. He bent down to walk under the power line, and the line barely touched his back. Killed in a second. Before arriving, I had been advised that the power to that line had been turned off. My office was the ones who gave me that tidbit of info. I walked to the power line, and being a moron, I lifted it up with my hand and simply walked under it. I surveyed the area a little, and walked back toward the road, having lifted the power line again on my way out. As I reached the road, several men from the power company were driving up. One of the guys exited the truck before it even came to a complete stop and said, "Before you go back there, where the power line was drooping, you'll have to give us a few minutes so that we can cut the juice to the line." Immediately, I thought I had surveyed the wrong location. One of the power company men started walking in the direction I had just came from. I followed him. When we reached the drooped power line, he got on his handheld radio and reported to the other guy that he had located the power line. I literally froze in place. I felt the blood run from my face. No exaggeration. I remember just repeating over and over, I just touched that line. The guy turned around to me and said, no, you didn't touch this line. This is the line that still has power running to it. I promise you, you didn't touch this line. I just kept repeating that I had touched that line twice. The guy just sorta laughed and said, yeah, okay. Obviously being sarcastic. Honestly, the next thing I remember, I was standing next to my car. No doubt I was in a mild form of shock. At some point, the other lineman drove back up and all I can remember was him saying something about that line not being grounded. I don't remember even replying to him. I got in my car and I drove away. I honestly think this is the first time I have ever written about that day or even mentioned it. Mainly because I completely realized just how unbelievable it sounds. But it happened. Don't know how I touched a live power line twice and didn't drop dead. No idea. Can't explain it, nor do I even feel the need to. It happened. I'll never forget it, and I'll never be able to explain it. That occurred about 20 years ago. I still think about it to this day, and have even had a few mini nightmares about it. Oh, and yes, it has ran across my mind many times since, why that line and area weren't at least taped or roped off, considering there was still a live and deadly power line hanging several feet off the ground. I think that may have convinced me that the power to that line had been cut, since there was no warning barriers, barricades, etc. To make things just a tad bit stranger, I've always been terrified of electricity. I'll change a light bulb, but that's about as far as it goes. I don't mind most anything else, but electrical wires, sockets, etc. I've always deferred to my electrician buddies. Why I even thought to touch those wires that day is beyond me. But I did, and obviously lived to tell about it. And no, I gained no superpowers by touching the live power line that I'm aware of. When I was about 19, I would travel for a few days and stay out of my SUV. I went from Alabama to Tallahassee just to see the area. I set up in a well-lit and well-populated Walmart parking lot. A younger blonde gal was parked 2 spots from me. All the spots around us were empty. After she saw me on my laptop with my hitch window open, she struck up a casual conversation. I didn't tell her I was sleeping there, but since I had a mattress in the back, I assumed she put 2 and 2 together. An hour later, a car pulls in on the other side of her vehicle. 2 guys step out and talk to her as if they know her. The group slowly starts moving my way, as in every few minutes they were talking, the group would take a few steps closer to my vehicle. My spidey senses weren't tingling yet, but one of them starts walking over when a man I had earlier given some money and a chocolate bar to. He had a daughter and needed a cab to go home and get his wallet and to fix his flat tire. I also figured he'd never come back with the money. Came and repaid me and thanked me for my kind gesture. His little girl thanked me as well. He said, "You be careful, please be careful. You're too kind of a soul to get lost," and left. The 3 continue to linger for about an hour, and I just get a feeling. I move my vehicle to the middle of a parking lot, right under the lights. I can still see the 3 of them there talking. 30 minutes later, the men's car moves farther down the row from my vehicle and they start walking towards me. They are talking casually, but one of them points to my vehicle. I grab my knife, busters to my front seat and drive away fast. As soon as my vehicle started moving, they turned and walked away. One of the guys even waved at me and said sorry, but when he lifted his arm to wave, I saw a gun in his waistband. I don't believe in God or angels or ghosts, but if they're real, that man I lended money to was my guardian angel. My spidey senses weren't on edge, even when a strange man left a group of people to walk quickly towards me, until my guardian came and repaid me and told me to be safe. Without a doubt, that man saved me, and without a doubt those 3 were traffickers. I've since given up my dream of traveling out of my vehicle full time. This was more than a decade ago. My mother, my sister, and I were living in a rental house in a semi-rural New England town. My father was traveling for work at the time. I had just turned 18. Sometime after midnight, I awoke to my mother calling my name from the living room. She sounded anxious. My mother panics easily, so I wasn't worried. I got out of bed and went to see what was up. As I entered the living room, I asked why all the lights were off. My sister said, "Someone is taking pictures." I asked what she meant, and she replied that she had seen camera flashes outside. My mother told me she had also seen the flashes. I was dismissive right away. I told them it was lightning or distant car headlights passing through the trees. However, they both insisted it was a camera flash. A few moments later, I saw the same flash. It wasn't anything like lightning. It didn't illuminate the sky. The flash was local, at ground level. It had a focal point of origin, just like a camera flash. It was coming from the woods behind the house. I recall asking if we should call the police, but I was young and stupid and went outside to confront or chase off whoever this person was. Once I was outside, my mother followed me, clutching a portable landline phone and stating loudly, meant to be heard by whoever was in the woods, that she was going to call the police. Once we were outside, the flash grew more frequent. It appeared to move, but the source stayed hidden in the woods. My courage faltered, and I wasn't willing to go into the woods to investigate. The flash moved quickly, never occurring in the same spot twice, but traveling impossible distances among the trees. Then, my mother and I were both pelted with rocks, a handful of small pebbles and gravel. We couldn't discern where the stones were thrown from. Then the flashes stopped. My mother and I went back inside and stayed awake for hours, debating the source of the flash and the pebbles. The flash didn't happen again. The incident lasted perhaps 10 minutes, but I still think about it often. Used to live in a townhouse next to a highway that had a little tunnel under it, taking you to an open field/forest area on the other side. The tunnel was fairly long, probably 100 yards or so, and full of graffiti. It would get almost dark in the middle of it when walking through. I have a big dog and would take him often through this tunnel to the field on the other side to play ball. By often I mean 5 days a week usually. One day we were walking through the tunnel to the field, and at the end of the tunnel, almost out on the field side, was a Home Depot bucket full of rocks with a wooden stake and a cardboard sign handwritten $1 to pass, or else. I laughed a little bit and took a picture with my phone. Then my dog and I walked through the tunnel. He was off leash, as he is very well behaved, and usually would take off running to his field. Except this time he wouldn't walk out of the tunnel. His hair went up, and he started growling, even though I was calling for him. I looked around and saw nothing, then heard this incredibly eerie giggle in the distance that sounded like it was coming from above the tunnel. Then heard footsteps. My sympathetic nervous system kicked in, and I bolted back through the tunnel all the way to the other end without stopping or turning around. My dog ran right behind me. When I got to the other end and looked back down the tunnel, there was a tall person in an all black robe wearing a white, clownish looking mask standing at the other end staring back at me. Still gives me the chills thinking about it. Never went back through or near that tunnel. This might get lost since I'm so late for the party, but here it goes. In my 20s I lived with my then boyfriend in a gated community situated right next to a cemetery. The rent was really cheap because the house was literally on the other side of the wall that divided the cemetery from the houses. Neither one of us believed in the supernatural enough to deter us from paying low rent in a nice neighborhood, and we moved right in. We had a dog, a Pitty Akita mix who was well trained, that we let out late at night by himself. He would do his business, patrol his territory, and whatnot, and come back in the house. When he was done, we would leave the front door open a crack and he would let himself in. My boyfriend and I were both night owls and almost always be awake when the dog came back and closed the door after him. This one night, we let the dog out as usual, and my boyfriend and I both laid out on the couch to watch TV. We must have fallen asleep at some point before the dog returned. Boyfriend and I both opened our eyes at the exact same time. The dog is laying on the floor beside the couch, having come in while we were asleep. Door is open a crack just wide enough for the dog to slip in. Boyfriend and I look at each other and then down at the dog, who is staring at the door totally alert, ears pricked, hair starting to stand up on his nape. Boyfriend and I look back at the door, and in that instant a shadow/shape/black/head peeks in the gap of the door. I saw it, boyfriend saw it, the dog saw it. Boyfriend commands the dog to sit back, I'm thinking it's an intruder and the dog is already put the door giving chase. My boyfriend close behind. It takes me a few seconds longer, but I go out after them. Our house was the second one closest to the main gate. When I reach the front lawn and look towards the gate, the dog is running back and forth parallel to the wall and my boyfriend is just standing there staring. When I got to him, he looks at me bewildered and tells me there was no way a man cold beat the dog to the gate, climbed up and over 12 feet without me seeing him. I didn't see anything, but the dog's still acting like he did for sure. There's just no way. That was almost 20 years ago. We still talk about it and remember it clearly. We moved out after the month was up. When my father-in-law passed away in May of 2015, my wife is Filipina. My wife went to visit the Philippines for the funeral. She stayed for 2 weeks. When she came back the first week back, she went to work. I meditated one day and felt someone touch my forehead. Opened my eyes, no one there. Now here's the strange part that I would like someone to explain to me. We had a couple of balloons in the house. One was red and was a normal balloon, that is no helium. This balloon would be in my computer room on the floor all day, naturally because it has no helium in it, right? But would rise up at night time to the ceiling, then move horizon towards the door, lower itself and move at a decent speed horizontally across the hallway to the dining room to the kitchen, and back to the computer room, and repeat the process, eventually going back down the floor. Next couple of nights the same thing. I would be in the living room reading a book and seeing this happen. I would just laugh and continue reading. One day my dog, a boxer, was just staring at the entrance to my bedroom in a weird stuff pose. I asked him, "Why are you doing?" I was in living room, and when I went to see what he was staring at, to my shock, the balloon is in my bedroom just standing in midair about 6 feet high. I'm 5 feet 8, so was able to judge it. I was like, what the fuck? And just walked away. The big one was one day my wife was in kitchen and the balloon moved again towards her and stopped in front of her. I was looking at it and said to my wife, "Let's CSOMETHING at." So I said to the balloon, "If anyone is alive, the balloon to me. I'm not scared, go ahead." And 2 seconds later the balloon moved about 4 feet or so between my wife and I and came to my chest, maybe a foot off my chest. So I just smiled and my wife asked me to explain it. I can't. I asked if it might have been her dad, but that was it. It lasted about 2 weeks and no more. So even though I'm open-minded, I like science and eventually did a test. I bought regular balloons and blow them up and let them go, and guess what? Nothing. All they do is fall to the floor. I threw my furnace on and pushed the balloons towards the vent to try to recreate it, and the air just pushes the balloons hard and they fall straight to the ground. Next test. I actually had a helium balloon and all it does is stay stuck in the ceiling. No motion. Pushed it in front of the vents, get a little reaction, then goes straight up at ceiling and never moves. So my question is, how does a non-helium balloon, in May with no furnace on, windows closed, in computer room, rise up, move horizontally, lower itself to go under the door, move horizontally across rooms, repass the process 2 or 3 even more times a night, go back down for the night, and repeat the process for a week or so? Even levitating 6 feet in the air, a non-helium balloon, with no drafts of any kind, do all that when a helium balloon can't do that with drafts, or regular balloon can't do that. I would love a theory to see it live the way it did, all within a week, when her dad died, never to be related again. Even when I tried to recreate the experience, you can't help but wonder. Scientifically, I thought of static electricity, but that wouldn't explain the rising or horizontal motion across room and lowering itself to go under the door. Plus, why didn't it ever happen again? I draw no conclusions, but I do draw a blank. Anyways, I have plenty, but this experience goes down in my mind forever. I used to run all the time, fanatically. Long distance, sprints, intervals, you name it. Music was vitally important. I have the most janky, customized hodgepodge of video game music, movie soundtracks and various snippets of slowed down loops of miscellaneous that I've ever seen. The mainstays of this playlist, the songs I listened to every single run, were from the soundtrack to MDK2, a late 90s third-person shooter that I absolutely idolized. You could play as 3 characters, but most of the music came from Kurt Hectic's levels. He was my favorite. The way he ran, so purposefully, looking back and forth as we went, intense music in time with his steps. I wanted to be him so bad, and I pretended I was him while running all the time. It gave me a kind of superhuman endurance. Kurt Hectic never wanted to be a hero. I would always hear in my head. I ran only at night. Sometimes on tracks, sometimes on backward streets. Cars passed but I rarely encountered anyone face to face or anything. It was a very solitary me time activity. Strangely enough, I also used to get absurdly stoned before running. It somehow added to the intensity and to my endurance. One night I was in the middle of a run several miles from my neighborhood, very likely listening to MDK2 music and pretending to be Kurt Hectic. A car is coming at me and slowed down as it approached. This had never happened in years of running before. They rolled down the window, but their face was obscured by darkness. "Kurt," a male voice says. My name, obviously, is not Kurt. "No," I replied, covered in sweat and panting, instinctively leaning in so they could see my face better. "Oh," they said, and drove off. The synchronicity of it didn't hit me until after they'd driven off. Nobody knew about my embarrassing internal thoughts pretending to be that character, nor did I look or wear anything like him. Besides, it's a pretty obscure game, even when it came out, let alone a decade later. Probably just a coincidence, but it struck me to my core when it happened. To this day my only possible explanation would be that the car was actually being operated by anywhere from 2 to 4 adult raccoons. When I used to live in the Philippines back in 2013, I was part of a group called Pathfinders. It's basically like boy/girl/scouts. We went on a camping trip for a week in the jungle. Every night, a unit was assigned to guard the camp at certain times. The units would switch every 2 hours. My unit was scheduled to guard the camp at around 2 AM to 4 AM. We didn't really have anything to defend ourselves with except for flashlights. If we spotted someone approaching, we were supposed to shout, "Halt, who goes there?" The proper response was your name plus your unit number. If the proper response wasn't said, we'd have to yell to the main camp that post number whatever needs help. My post number was #7. My buddy's post number was #8 and a younger member was post #6. The night was mostly quiet until I hear my buddy yell the halt call. He said it twice with no response back. He didn't call the main camp for help, so I shrugged it off. Then I saw a white figure to my right from the torso up. I couldn't make out who it was because it was dark, but I was sure it was my buddy because he was wearing a white shirt that night. I didn't use the flashlight because I didn't want to blind him. I saw the figure disappear behind a thin tree. There is no way you could hide behind a tree that slim regardless if you had a build like a twig. Again, I shrugged it off because it was 2 AM and I was tired. I thought it was just my buddy patrolling the area. The rest of the night went smoothly. However, the morning after is what shook me. We all had breakfast in the center of the camp. My buddy asked if I saw the Wak Wak, a paranormal Filipino folktale monster. I told him no and said he was probably faking with me. But he wasn't known to be a joker, and he said he saw something disappear behind a tree near my post. He said he saw someone only from the torso up. It spooked him pretty good, so he called the halt order. Apparently, he never moved from his post. I would have dismissed the claim if it wasn't for the younger member I mentioned earlier. We didn't really know him that well, since he was new, so it was surprising that he approached us with a scared look. He claims to have seen it too, but not disappearing behind a tree. He said it was behind me with its hands over my shoulders. He only saw the torso up and couldn't make out a face. He claims that it disappeared when I looked behind me. I remember turning around a couple of times that night because I heard some leaves rustling, but I never saw anyone. I did a couple more guarding cycles after that. And I gotta say I was paranoid each time my unit was called. I had a few nightmares about that incident when I returned home the week after. I was a teenager, and it was the first time I was allowed to drive somewhere without my parents. The plan was that my little brother, who was still a toddler, and I drive over to our grandma. She lived in a small and remote town which was surrounded by forests and fields. The drive wasn't even supposed to be that complicated, just one route which we had to follow. So here we are, my little brother and me, looking at the sunset, vibing to the music, you name it. As we drive, the street lights start to get fewer and the sky darker. After some time I get hungry and grab a chocolate bar. As I didn't want to pull aside, since I felt a little bit uneasy, because the sky was now pitch black and the forest next to the road looked kinda creepy, I tried to open the bar with one hand. but I kinda fail and it drops to the ground, right into the goddamn little space next to my seat that's like a black hole. I try to get it back and look down for like a couple of seconds. Then suddenly my brother starts to scream and I jerk up just in time to brake. In front of us, maybe like 40 meters away, is a woman on the road, covered in shredded clothes and some red substance on it. She waves her arms and slowly starts limping towards us. My brother screams louder and I'm afraid. Damn, it looked like she was straight out of some horror movie. At this point, I didn't even know what to do. On the one hand I wanted to help her, but on the other hand was he still weeping, and I was told to be wary of strangers. So I locked the doors instead and tried to calm him down. The woman was slowly creeping closer, and then I noticed that she was holding something silverish in her left hand. What exactly I don't know, but she threw it in front of my car and it apparently must have rolled under it. That's where I try to reverse, and in the mirror I noticed several dark figures in the back crawling up on us. I was scared endless and decided to try to speed past the woman who now stopped dead in her tracks and kept staring at us. But since I wasn't that used to driving a manual and the SUV I was driving happened to be one, our auto was in repair, I kept stalling a couple of times as I was under stress and panic. Then there's some scratching sounds on the back doors and someone trying to open the door. Eventually I get it to start and I speed past the woman. I didn't dare look back, only focusing on racing down the road and trying to get as far away as possible. My brother was still crying and I felt like crying too. My hands were shaking, and after an hour I finally reached a gas station. I needed to refuel anyway. Under the lights I noticed ugly scratches on the car and a piece of fabric that was tied to the trailer hitch. In the end I called the police and my parents. To this day I'm still scared. I'm still a little bit wigged out by this event, so sorry if some of this seems hyperbolized and super weird. During the holidays, I got some ghost hunting equipment and had broken one of the cardinal rules of ghost hunting, that being not to use it in your own home. The equipment in question is a spirit box, not too impressive, but it's pretty interesting for what it is. I plugged it into my computer to let it charge and flipped it on. I talked to it for a bit, getting surprisingly coherent answers for what they were. After a while, I stopped getting any responses and assumed it just was because the battery was acting weird or because I had done something wrong with the S-box. For a while everything was alright until, well, everything started. It was really inconspicuous stuff at first. Knocking and scratching sounds, something not too out of the ordinary as I have more than a couple of cats, and buzzing / glitching from my computer. Over time it started getting worse and worse. The harsh knocks from behind me, inside of a storage closet with barely any space for anything to fit inside. Occasionally if I looked to a certain spot in the room, the displays on my computer would turn red, even if I wasn't near the faking things. And now, this might sound dumb now, but I had barely any idea what was going on. I had used my VR headset during the let's just say, extreme events. I think this might have faked me up really bad, because while in VR I felt like I was always being watched. I felt drained and depressed, more than usual anyways, and felt extremely paranoid while using my computer or VR. This all culminated into a final event where I had had enough. It might sound simple and could be explained somehow, but it was too faked up for me to ignore. I was playing a game, Halo Reach, and had needed a guide for myself because I had gotten turned around or stuck or something. So I pulled up a guide for about 10 seconds and had come back to my game, only to see that I was paused in a completely different spot to where I had paused before. I went back to look at the theater footage to see that I had completely blacked out for an entire minute and moved around without even knowing what I was doing. The most faked up part is that I was where the guide had told me to be. I had done something I didn't even know how to do yet without even realizing I had done it. Later that day, I had more blackouts, and according to a friend I was on call with during the day, I had blacked out a couple of times, mumbling to myself or being completely silent for entire minutes at a time. So, I said, "Fuck that shit." I was done with whatever the fuck was going on and lit a bunch of incense and got help from my SO to cleanse my home. I've been relatively okay since, but things still occasionally feel off. I don't know if I want to use the S-box again after everything that's happened. TLDR, unintentionally invited something into my computer/home and lost control of my body for a bit. I should died a horrific death as a kid, yet here I am. First off, to set the scene, I grew up in the poorest, most redneck part of the sticks and the coastal plains. I want to say I was 9 or 10 when my parents went in together on a used, fire red, Murray-style go-kart. Basically looked like this, for my birthday. It was one of those kinds that, whenever the motor is on, there's always some kind of forward propulsion, unless you hold the brake. Important for later. I was ecstatic to say the least. About a month after riding it almost every day, I spent the weekend at my dad's, riding it round and round his single wide. Mind you, he lived in the middle of a junkyard, full of old cars, trucks, etc. since he rented the land, owned by the mechanic just up the road, so it was a narrow squeeze at some turning points of my makeshift track. Looking back, the whole situation was ridiculously unsafe even for an adult, but I didn't know any better. I was just a generally cautious kid having a blast making laps and occasionally going off course to make donuts in the empty fields on the far end of the house. Once he thought I had the hang of it, my dad, a NASCAR junkie clearly clamoring with a need to see some speed, had me stop and asked if I wanted to go faster. I said no and even remember being flustered because I had almost hit the tree around the tight end of the house a few too many times at the speed I was already going, but he bent down and made some kind of adjustments to the motor anyway. When he told me to let off the brake, I put the typical pressure on the accelerator and suddenly the cart screeched and zoomed way beyond what I had become accustomed to. I narrowly avoided hitting that same tree, and, to this day, I don't know why my feet froze on the gas, while my hands barely managed to control the wheel. After whirling just around the tree, I panicked and couldn't seem to control it anymore. The cart was headed straight into the back of a truck with stacks of pointed fence tops sticking out, all ready to impale my little child's skull at breakneck speed. I remember hearing my dad scream as he chased me around the corner, while I shrieked and clutched the wheel for dear life. I can only assume this was because of the adrenaline, but for a brief moment everything seemed to move in slow motion and all I could think, over and over, was, I'm gonna die. It's gonna hurt, and I'm gonna die. This may sound dramatic, but somewhere in that slow, I think I kind of accepted death, and squeezed me eyes closed, just not wanting to see it happen, at the very least. I felt myself barreling on, the sound of the go-kart loud in my ears and my eyes screwed shut. Time passed and the cart motor was still whirring from spinning wheels, and I was sure I was supposed to have been dead by then. I remember slowly opening my eyes to see the pointed end of the most jutted fence post was only a breath away from making contact with my forehead, yet I wasn't moving. My dad, finally having caught up, rushed to turn off the motor and scooped me up to take me inside and check for injuries. I remember asking him why I wasn't dead. He said it was because my granddaddy was in the seat next to me protecting me, as an angel I suppose, and I asked why for real. It turns out, there had been a tarp covering those fence posts in the back of that truck, and it had fallen to the ground just behind it. Somehow, the back wheels of the go-kart got caught in it and stopped it, yet I never felt the motion stop. To this day, I don't understand how or why it happened like that instead of just dragging the tarp along. After building a new house, my parents got a divorce and my mom couldn't afford the new house alone, so we had to move into a rental. My mom quickly found a place that would accommodate my sister, then 16, golden retriever, her and I, 14 at the time. My mother is a total history lover and this rental not only fit the bill money wise, it was, at one time, the first prison of my county closing in 1841. People were hung in our backyard and the cells in the back attic were still intact. We mainly used that area for storage. Over time it was eventually converted into 2 apartments. We had the entire second story and third story / attic. The place was large with a long hallway that connected all of the rooms with the only bathroom at one end of the hall and my mother's bedroom at the other. Over the 6 months we lived there strange events occurred. Like all good ghost stories we would have items move around the house and doors that would open and close on their own. Now I know what you're thinking. Old houses are drafty, and pressure is opening the doors. Not when the door's handles were latches that you had to press down hard to even open the door. Our kitchen cupboards also latched shut, but would also open on their own. Not really all too scary, right? We would shrug it off and move on. After 4 months of dealing with poltergeist-like activity, the aptly named dark man began to appear. One morning, while I was still asleep, my sister entered the long hallway walking towards my mother's room and saw a dark human-shaped figure walk into my mother's room. Thinking that it was my mom, she called out for her, only for my mom to answer from behind her at the opposite end of the hallway. Gathering their courage, they went to investigate, but no one was there. Each of us had run-ins with the dark man in different parts of the house. Even our gentle golden retriever became uneasy and would stare and growl and seemingly nothing. We felt a threatening nature with this dark entity and begged my mom to start looking for a house so we could leave this actual prison. The last straw that made my mom throw in the towel still haunts me to this day. After falling asleep, my mom was awakened to someone quickly crawling into bed and straddling her. When she opened her eyes, a scruffy looking man was inches from her face. He snarled, "Get the fuck out of here." We moved into a new home within a month. Unfortunately, the next house was even worse. When I was 8, me and my dad went to a bookstore to get some books. In this bookstore there were 2 children's sections. They were across from each other, and there was an aisle in between them. My dad went to the bathroom, which is in the very back of the store, and he told me to stay in the children's section. So I did. I was the only one in the children's section for a couple minutes until a mother and her son, around 11 years old, came in. They both spoke Spanish, and they looked like they were from a different country. This is taking place in the USA. I didn't really pay much attention to them. I just kept looking at the stuffed animals. A couple more minutes passed, and then a man came in wearing all black. Black jacket, black beanie, black gloves, black pants, black shoes. It was summer. The man walked straight towards me, and for some reason I got kinda freaked out, so I sprint walked to the other side of the children's section where no one was. Bad idea. I watched the man from the opposite children's section for a couple seconds, until he turned around and walked towards me again. I was really scared now, so I bolted out of the children's section altogether. I ended up in the school textbooks area, and as I looked around, I hadn't been in this area before, so I didn't know exactly where I was. I realized that the dude was literally right behind me. His back was facing mine. I heard my dad cough at that moment, and I ran up to him and just cried. Even though the creepy dude probably wouldn't have done anything to me, it still scared me really badly. We left the store and came back 15 or so minutes later. As we were in the parking lot, walking back into the store, I saw the creepy dude walking out of the store, holding the kid back quote's hand that was in the children's section with me, with no mother in sight. The kid looked really scared, and I couldn't see the man's face. I really hope the kid is okay and that was just his dad or something. I work at a preschool with a bunch of kids aged 3 to 6. When I started there, one particular child, Jack, absolutely hated me. He is incredibly pale, super weird, and was always looking at me when I wasn't looking. He would actually scream at me then run when I would come near. One morning, I wore a bracelet of the Virgin Mary to work. At recess, a few kids and he were playing around me and they said, "Ms. Competitive _ at 6823, I like your bracelet." Me too. Without even looking, Jack quietly said, "I don't." Fast forward to after work, I took a nap. I had a dream unlike any other I've ever had. I'm at the entrance to my back porch, where it's raining, and I'm looking at the porch from inside the kitchen. This unnaturally tall, thin pale woman with black eyes and a dirty white dress suddenly manifests and is hissing at me with a gaping black maw full of sharp teeth. I'm already terrified, but then she screams, "Jack enjoys feasting on your soul," which just confuses me. But when she takes a step towards me, her feet hiss as she steps to the threshold of the door, and I realize she can't come inside. My mom is very spiritual and has Jesus type stuff everywhere. Suddenly I look down at my Virgin Mary bracelet and get the idea to recite the whole Lord's Prayer, which I somehow fully remember in my sleep. I recite the whole thing. The demon woman starts freaking out as I do this. As I say amen, she bursts into a cloud of black ash and disappears, after which I wake up. I went downstairs and the weather outside was exactly like my dream. It had begun raining while I was asleep and the sky had changed color. I felt like I hadn't slept at all and like I'd just been awake the whole time. I shit you not, when I came back the next day, he was nice to me. We are friends now, and he will even hug me when he sees me. When we were children, my sister would have a recurring dream. Every night I would wake to her screaming and crying. She said in the dream, she would wake and have to use the restroom. As she passed the foot of the bed, a woman in a pink robe that looked like my mother would lunge at her with a knife. The dream would end after that. This would happen every night. My parents made me switch rooms with her. For her, the dream stopped once we made the switch. I had the same exact dream once, but that was it. We ended up moving a year or so later because of a 1995 storm that flooded the house. Years later, our family was looking through old picture books and it reminded us of those dreams my sister had. My mother said she didn't tell us this when we were younger because she didn't want to scare us any more than we already were at the time. She said all kinds of weird things happened in that house. Glass broken, TVs turned on and off, etc. But what she told us next scared the hell out of us even to this day. She said, after the room swap, days later she was watching TV late one night waiting for my dad to come home from his night shift at the refinery. Out of the corner of her eye she sees someone pass by her right shoulder walking slowly to the hallway that connects to our bathroom and the master bedroom. My mother said she stayed frozen for a second before her instinct finally kicked in, and she got up and followed whatever this was. By the time she got to the hallway she got a better look at this thing that just walked into her bedroom. It was a woman. My mother only saw the backside of her, but says the woman had the same hair as her and was wearing a pink robe. Mom said she ran into the room and found nothing but screamed out, "Leave my babies alone. Leave this house alone." She said all of the craziness stopped after that. Glad we were forced to move out of that house. I know this was long, but I thought I would share. Gave me goosebumps writing this. Around 8 years ago I woke up one morning like someone flipped an on switch in my brain. This happened 5 minutes before my alarm went off. I was wide awake with no dreams in memory and the only thing in my head was mom has cancer. At that point in my life I never woke up without an alarm and I was always groggy until I had coffee. I was normally hitting the snooze a few times. Nothing was different in my routine that week. I was 32 years old, not very close with my parents, a married homemaker with daughters, ages 2 and 4, working a stressful job, managing 60 people. Needless to say, my healthy self-sufficient parents in their 60s weren't at the top of my list of concerns. I've never been a hypochondriac and my family doesn't have a history of cancer. The fact that this was so bold in my head, coming out of a dead sleep, was beyond strange to me. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before or since. Anyway, I get up and start getting ready for my day. As I'm showering, my wife comes in to start getting ready as well. I tell her about my experience and she shrugs it off with a dismissive, "Huh, that's weird." I continue on with the morning. I get the kids ready, drop them off at daycare, go to work, and after 3 hours it's still on my mind. I'm perplexed and it's weighing on me. I took a break, went out to my car, and for the first time ever, yes, I'm a bad son. I call my mom, just to see how she's doing. She's pleasantly surprised by the call and starts mildly complaining about normal, 63-year-old recently retired lady things. Basically she's bored. We chat for 5 to 10 minutes and end the call. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the reason for my call. I didn't want to freak her out. A couple minutes later I decided to call my dad and tell him the story. I asked that he have her get a solid physical. She did. 3 weeks later she is diagnosed with stage 1 breast and uterine cancer. She had a hysterectomy and a lumpectomy for the tumor on her breast. She went through radiation and is healthy as a horse, still cancer free 8 years later. I'm not a religious person. I classify myself as agnostic. Anything is possible, but I've always been too logical to believe in ghosts or magical stories written long in the past. This experience, for me, was a curveball. Thank God / the universe / whatever that was, for saving my mom. I took and passed my driver's test on my 16th birthday. My parents were ecstatic that they no longer had to drive me around, especially for sporting events and practices. I was also excited for many obvious reasons. At the time, I was going to a private school that was an hour away from home. My week consisted of waking up extra early to make it to school, sports practice or event after school, and finally getting home around 8 or 9 p.m., then doing homework, and of course staying up even later to game. One night going home after basketball practice, I started dozing off while driving westbound on the freeway. I caught myself the first few times and started playing loud music, put the account on, etc. Not good enough. I remember having this horrible feeling that I would describe as despair mixed with fear and a sudden burst of energy as I suddenly woke up to the sound of rumble strips and the sight of trees rapidly approaching my windshield. I slammed on the brakes, stopped, and found myself in the middle of a field a few hundred feet off the main road. I frantically looked at my phone to see what time it was and checked my GPS to see where the hell I had gone. I was an hour north of home, school was an hour east from home, and I didn't remember any of it. The weird part? My basketball clothes were no longer on, but packed neatly in my backpack, and I was wearing the jeans and shirt I had wore before practice. I thanked my lucky stars that I was alive, pounded some energy drinks from the nearest gas station, and made it home without ever telling anyone. Not the craziest/weirdest thing to happen to me, but sometimes I have recurring dreams of this event where instead of ending up okay, I wake up just in time to hit a tree, and then the dream ends. TLDR. 16-year-old me falls asleep at the wheel and drove 2 hours without remembering a damn thing. Still freaks me out to this day. My grandparents' 2-story house was purchased back in the 40s. At the top of the stairs, to the right, is a long slender room that looks more like an attic. You can only stand up near the door side of the room because of the extreme angle of the roof. They always had issues with weird phenomena. They would be upstairs and their downstairs radio would turn on. They would be in another room and the radio volume would go up or down. They would hear someone walking on the stairs, but no one would be there. It was so common that they just wrote it off as "oh, that's the ghost we have," and shrug. This blows my mind. By the way, there was a bedroom room across from the attic room, to the left at the top of the stairs. This room had a presence. People would feel weird about being in the room, and my grandparents were sure it was the ghost. My mom had friends that thought she was making it up, so she would have them stay the night in that bedroom, and inevitably they would end up downstairs on a couch. They weren't sure what happened, but they said it felt off and couldn't sleep, being too creeped out. My dad, while dating my mother, stayed in the room, not believing in ghosts. Sometime during the night he felt my mom sit on the bed, so he put his hand over to where she was. Nothing was there. He felt an indentation in the bed, but no person. It didn't freak him out, but he did say that he never had something like that ever happen. One day, my grandparents heard someone walking down the stairs, natural to them at that point. This time they heard the front door open and close. My grandmother went to the door, but there was no one around. From that point on, they never had any weird experiences. No more stair walking. No more bedroom presence. No more radio disturbances. My grandparents were sure the ghost had left the house and moved on. Remember the attic room? Well, apparently the previous owners had a girl with severe psychological and emotional problems and the parents would keep her locked up in that room. She died in the home, years before they sold the place to my grandparents. Now, I know this all sounds fake as hell. My parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles have all related the exact same details to me as well as others. My parents are long since divorced, separating with lots of ill will, yet still claim the same things. My grandmother is the kind of person that wouldn't lie, even if a gun was to her head. She's terrible at bluffing games, because she doesn't like being deceitful, and everyone knows when she's bluffing. I'm not a big ghost person myself, but I have to admit this is hella freaky, and I have no reason to doubt the events. I've worked in a hospice care center for years, and never witnessed anything spooky. I work nights. There was a patient who was actively dying, so I made frequent rounds on him. I found him on the last round, just as he took his last breath. I waited a moment, to make sure, before I listened to his heart to verify his death. The head of the patient's bed was next to the bathroom door, which was opened by a good foot or so. As I listened and confirmed that there were no heart or breath sounds, the bathroom door closed. I was facing the door the entire time and watched it close. When I pronounced the patient, I opened the room's window and said, "Be at peace." I told my colleagues, and I've never seen anything since. My colleagues had a shared experience. We had a homeless man in our unit for several months before he passed away. We couldn't place him because of lack of insurance. He was a peaceful man and we grew very fond of him. We bought him cigarettes, clothes, and snacks to help make his stay more bearable. But he was restless being in one location and was often wandering the hallways. When he finally died, it felt like an old friend had passed, and we were all sad. About a week later, something happened. There was a nurse's station across the hall from his room. We usually turn off a lot of the lights at night. That nurse's station is usually a little darker than the rest because it's located at the end of the hall near an unused part of the building. We usually place a lamp there to use at night. Both of the nurses claim to have seen a dark shadow go past the nurse's station. After it happened, the one nurse closest to the hall asked the other, "Did you see that?" Both confirmed they saw the same thing. We think it was him still wandering the halls. When I was 32, I moved back to my hometown with my 2 little girls, where I rented a house. The house was mostly empty because the moving company had a big delay, so out of the 3 bedrooms we only used one, where I had an air mattress set up with a little table next to it. About a month after I moved in, my ex-mother-in-law, who practiced the way of the saints, also known as Santeria, gave me a handful of corn because I was working at the time as a waitress, and she said that if I put it in my apron I was going to receive more tips. I did not believe in any of that, but I didn't want to offend her and grabbed the corn and placed it in the pocket of the apron I had in my car, thinking I would throw it away as soon as I had a chance and head back to my house, which was 2.5-hour drive. That day I was dropping off my baby's daddy because he was working on that side of the state. I arrived at the house around midnight and was super tired for the drive and just grabbed all the stuff I had in the car and my little girl, since the oldest was staying with a relative at night. I just set everything down on that room I had set up and tried to go to sleep. I finally fall asleep and forgot completely about that corn she gave me. Sometime around 3 a.m. I hear footsteps coming from the front door through the hall, and I see a black figure standing over in the bedroom doorway. The black figure then walks into the room and sits next to me in the bed. I could literally feel the airbed moving. Then it leans towards me and in a deep voice, "Tell me you are going to be mine." All throughout this experience I could not move, but was trying desperately to grab the cell phone that I set in the table next to the bed. After that thing said that, it goes away, and I was finally able to move to find myself holding my cell phone to my chest. I got up and immediately, though, about the corn. I always believed that there are doors that should not be open, and by accepting that corn I think I opened one. I flushed the corn down the toilet, prayed, and did not mention the event to her or my baby's daddy. That was on a Friday. The next Monday, that woman who never called me before, she and I didn't had a relationship, and I always, though she didn't like me, she calls me and said that on that day she had met with her godmother and was told that there was something in that house, and asked me if I have heard or see anything in there, and that she wanted to visit me to do a cleansing. I was furious because I know that whatever that was, she sent it and told her that what I believed in was stronger, that whatever wanted to do me harm. She changed her tone and asked, "You threw the corn away, didn't you?" 3 days after, her son broke up with me over the phone after a 4-year relationship. Not that I mind that, because he was a cheater and a beater, and he was the one always begging to be with me. I moved rooms, and for a while something will wake me up at the same time around 3 a.m. and I would feel a presence on the other side of the bedroom door. I ended up breaking the lease because I couldn't handle that house anymore. Late to the party, but worth sharing, I think. On a hot enough Ohio summer night in a cozy city, last year or so, I was sitting in my parents' living room. It was around 4:30, and I'd just finished a movie like any other night. Dad was out of town on business, Mom was asleep, as were my younger brothers. I'm closing to be, and I hear a voice outside. Where I live at this point, no one is up and out past midnight, save for pretty much myself. I can't make out what the voice said, but it was an adult man with decent sternness. This is already highly unusual. In fact, in 14 years living there, no one has ever been out on my street at that time. But more concerning still, where the man's voice was. We had a generous amount of lawn on the side of the house which met directly with the neighbor's driveway, going down about 30 feet before it met the fence. The man's voice came from within our side yard, on our property. I've been a paranoid person since I first understood the concept of kidnapping, never letting my kid brother out of my sight while the other was playing baseball and parents were watching, so I was somewhat emotionally prepared. Still, I didn't know the circumstances at all. So I venture to the front of the house, where the living room and porch connect, and look out the window. Over the bow of the porch I see him. I'm looking at this man, dressed and appearing just like any other who should be in our neighborhood, and yet there was a transience to him. Like he shouldn't have been there in a very different way. His features didn't stand out to me, probably because I was more concerned with other facets of the situation. It turned out he had been speaking to a little girl, maybe 9 to 12. It was hard to tell. Things are blurry now, because this kind of thing is so surreal, but I distinctly remember her hesitation to listen to the man, that she couldn't look him in the eye. It seemed like maybe his father, maybe not. In any case, I got the sense that she shouldn't have been with him. I see them, I go to get a baseball bat, and I can feel the adrenaline of the uncertainty with which I plan to confront this man. I run upstairs first to tell my mom briefly, so she can call the cops and come down, or at least know what's happening should this interaction end poorly, and as soon I make it back down the steps I'm out the front door on the porch ready to do something. I just knew in my heart this situation was wrong. Why were they in my yard? Why did they look like that? Where were they from? And what were they doing? My earliest rationalization is that they had been cutting through yards. My neighbor's backyard is very easy to sneakily access, and it opens into mine. Maybe he'd taken her and was trying to avoid detection and she whimpered at this spot. I don't know, and I didn't know what I was going to do to find out. I knew that if this little kid was in danger, whether or not I could talk to or overpower the man, I had to try something. Better to be safe than have a little kid go into the night never seen again. I open the door, and as I'm on the porch, there's still the aura that they are here or just were. But they aren't in the side yard, and they are not down either side of the street. I hop the porch and check the backyard. Nothing. They couldn't just disappear. The street is a straight shot, and illuminated well enough to see people at each end. But they just weren't there. Gone. I talked to the police on the phone, and they sent a car down in short order, checking other driveways, etc. Perhaps they hid in another neighbor's lot. When I came out, the cops took it seriously and took my statement, even though there was no trace. The memory fades into something I'm uncertain of, but I still feel uneasy if I think about it. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again in case some didn't read it. Our house isn't haunted, nor have we ever had anything happen. So, at the time, our house was having foundation issues, so the sliding glass door didn't close properly. There was a small gap at the very top. There is a small creek that runs behind our house. We were readying for bed one night. My dog was chilling on the corner of the bed. I was walking down the hallway toward my bedroom after turning all the lights out when I see my dog snap to attention and run back down the hallway from where I came. I got curious, so I followed her. The AC had turned off, so I could clearly hear something coming from the backyard where my dog was already at the glass door. As I got closer, I could hear a faint whimpering. I reached the glass door and cracked it open a bit and could now clearly hear sobbing and wailing coming from right near our fence line. It was dark, but I could make out the familiar shapes of my backyard. My wife was already standing at the hallway and could hear it also. As I'm looking to the right, I hear some rustling to my left and look over at the tree line. I cannot tell you what I saw, only describe it as a way oversized trash bag that was dangling from the tree right behind our fence. At this point I start yelling at my wife to bring my rifle, only cause it has a powerful flashlight on it, but she's freaking out almost to the point of crying. So I run to my bedroom, grab it and run back pointing the light up at the tree. Nothing there. What I know I saw dangling wasn't there anymore. No more crying or wailing heard. Now I'm not saying we heard La Llorona, but we definitely heard something. I have a few different stories that I've collected over the course of my life. 22F. The very first one that I can remember happened when my parents were arguing and my mom took my brothers and I away for a bit. We stayed in a townhome that her former boss owned. We had only been there for a week or so and we didn't have any furniture at all in the townhome besides a couch in the living room. We all slept on blankets in the living room floor together. The first thing I can recall about living there was waking up one night to scratching on my pillow. The townhome was nice, didn't have any pests or anything like that, and we didn't have any animals. I didn't pay any attention to it and went back to sleep. I woke up another time in the middle of the night to see a bright white figure of a lady walking past where we slept. I was pretty young, so I can't remember if I woke my mom up, but I'm pretty sure I did. I also vividly remember hearing the cabinets in the kitchen slamming over and over again another time, only to go in there and not see anything. The cabinets had child safety locks on them. The second memory I have, it was December 2007. I was 9 years old. A little background on this event. My great grandmother loved me very much and took care of me a majority of my life. She is a big part of everything that I'm today. I spent every moment that I could with her, and she was my very best friend. She would always comfort me and make sure that I felt loved. I didn't have a great life growing up with my mom and dad. Anyway, my great grandmother became very sick, which resulted in her being admitted to the ICU in our very small town. I visited her every chance that I could. I remember seeing her on the ventilator and crying my eyes out holding her hand. She was in the ICU for 17 days fighting for her life. My mom and her son, my great uncle, would sit with her every day and every night. One night, my mom came home to shower and check on all of us at home. After she went back to the hospital, I was sitting on the living room floor with my dad watching old western shows. That was our thing. We had a small monitor next to the TV that showed us our security camera footage. Small town with lots of theft, and my dad loved to trade for things, so he had a lot of stuff in our barn in the back of the property. I noticed that my dad was watching the security cameras more than he was watching his western shows. He loved them, so it was odd. I started paying attention to the cameras as well. I saw a light float from right up at the security camera lens, all the way back to our barn in the back, probably 200 to 300 feet I'm guessing. I started to ask my dad what it was, and he said he didn't know, maybe it was a firefly or something. We watched it for about 10 minutes, floating back and forth, not stopping. He began to get a bit concerned and grabbed his pistol and flashlight, and walked outside to check just in case. I watched him look at the camera to see if anything was on the lens, walk all the way back to the back, and come back. He said that he didn't see anything. I can't remember what we did after that, but fast forward to the next day, my mom comes home and lets us know that my great grandmother had passed during the night. I have a strong feeling that she was letting me know that she'd always be with me, watching over me, and letting me know I'd be okay. Later on, I heard that my dad told her he'd never see my 10th birthday. He committed suicide 3 weeks before my 10th birthday. Had a lot of health problems that I still don't really know about. Found out my mom was cheating on him, and I guess that was the last straw. And the last event happened a couple of years ago. I was sitting with my great uncle in his living room, my grandma's house. He was on the phone with his sister's husband. All windows and doors were closed. He has blinds on inside of the front door because it's glass, and it was nighttime, so the blinds were pulled down. For some reason, we were both looking at the front door at the exact same time. We saw the blinds lift up off the door and slam into the wall. I asked if he had saw it, and he just shook his head yes. I immediately started crying. He told me not to think about it too much, because stuff like that happens all the time. Grandma and her husband were both cremated, and he still has their urn in the living room. I have many more stories I could tell about staying in that house. A little backstory before I tell what happened. I live in the south, and on my property is a forest behind our house. We used to have a cabin in our woods that we would stay in every now and again. For reference, I'm 22 now, and in this story I'm 11 to 13. Memory is shot because of anxiety and depression, so I can't get a clear distinction. No one lives on this property with us except for my grandmother, who lives up the hill from us. So one night me, my father, and my 2 brothers stayed in the cabin. The cabin is a good ways into the woods, and not something we'd just hike out of in the middle of the night if something happened. I remember this sheet so vaguely, just like it was last night. It was around 2 to 3 AM in the morning, and I was up, since I was a little sheet playing my Gamma Boy back then. Everyone else was asleep. I heard a noise outside like someone fumbling around. I was next to the window laying on the bed closest to the wall. So all of a sudden I smelt a burning smell for some reason. Like a very vague odor of wood burning. I started freaking the hell out, and woke up my father. My father checked everything, the stove, lanterns, and nothing. Nothing was on fire, and even he could smell it. It literally smelt like a small fire was ablaze, but everything was off. So my father woke everyone up just to be careful, and we got in the truck, and went back to the house at like 3 in the morning. Let me make this clear, before we left I distinctly remember him making sure everything was off, and everything was put out. Every lantern, off. The stove, off. Everything was off. The next morning, my father went back to the woods and the whole cabin was burned to the ground in a smoldering ash. And what shakes me to the core is that it doesn't look like it was an accidental fire. It had a line completely around the whole entire of what used to be the exterior, like someone poured something and lit it on fire. Nothing around the outside of the exterior line was burned. No foliage, no trees, not even the faking ground. I was completely stunned and blown away. I still think about it today. If anyone can explain this to me, then please let me know. And no, the ground was not damp the previous night/morning. It was completely dry. If I wouldn't have been awake that morning, then I firmly believe we would all died that night. Bonus. I have several stories of when I lived at that house, when I was little of shit happening. I slept in the living room one night, and woke up to all the fire alarms going off at once. Not just the ones in the kitchen. All of them. Even ones with the door shut in the far back room. And they were all going off in sync at the exact same time. Nothing was leaking. No gas. And there was no fire. I freaked the fuck out and went to my friends that night because I was really scared. A couple of weeks ago, my aunt was talking to my father about how her son used to play with someone named Blue when he was little. Because my aunt used to live in the house a longest time ago, he would talk to him and play with him. She said one day that he fell on top of him when they used to live there and should have crushed him. However, there were stuffed animals in a perfect circle surrounding him and he did not get harmed any. My cousin, who is staying with us RN because he's having a hard time and who was mentioned in the last sentence, is now 25. He brought over his youngest daughter to our house for the first time a month ago. When they came over the last time, she said she was afraid of the monster in the back room. And hence, our aunt told us about the Blue story because of it. My aunt and my father used to play with Ouija boards when they were little. I remember him telling me this story. Him and my aunt were playing on one day in the exact house he still lives in when they were little. They asked the board how did our grandfather die, and the board replied smoke. They didn't think nothing about it, but at a later age, learned that their grandfather died of lung cancer from smoking. They never touched it again. My father is an extremely huge Christian and has told me to never fuck with them and I haven't. When my father was renting out the house he currently stays in, because we used to live beside them in a bigger house on our land, he was in between renting and was in the process of repairing the home. One day, him and my mom went down to the old house, his house he lives in right now, and couldn't get the door unlocked. Mind you, this was in the middle of the day, and the house was vacant. He said he tried the key, but the door wouldn't open, and it felt like it was locked from the inside. Him and my mom walked around the back to check the door, but they couldn't get the back one opened either. When they came back around to the front of the house, the door was fully opened by itself, and swinging back and forth. My dad and my mother were together when that happened and no one else was in the house. My uncle passed away from falling asleep behind the wheel a long time ago, and I've never met him. My dad believes that it was him playing a joke on him that day. My father comes from an extremely paranormal childhood. He used to live in a house when he was little, and thing would happen. He would hear footsteps that go down the hall and stop outside his room in the middle of the night. Dishes would fling out the cabinets, and the rocking chair would rock by itself. When my dad and mom used to live in our other house, this house is located next to the house my dad is currently staying in right now. This was my childhood home, but we've since sold it unfortunately, and new people live in it. While I live with my dad in the old house next door, my dad had back surgery and couldn't move for a couple days. He said one day my mother went out to get him some medicine for his back because it was hurting, and since he was in so much pain, he couldn't leave the bed. The mattress he was on was a memory foam bed. He couldn't move and said he felt and saw someone lay beside him and make the bed go completely down. He was scared shitless but couldn't move. After a couple minutes went by, he saw the mattress sink back up like someone he couldn't see got off of it. He thinks it was my uncle who was messing around with him again. Thank you guys for reading. If there's anything anyone would like to know, then please let me know. I can add more experiences if need be, but I'd like to stop it here for now, since it's pretty long. Thank you all for reading. I saw a creature outside our window. The year was 2004. It was around 3 AM. I woke up and saw the window open. I was hesitant to close it because I was thinking if I get out of bed I would lose my sleep. Suddenly a head pops into view. My first thought was a burglar. I remember trying to figure out which object I would use as a weapon. A hanger? No, too far. Should I choke him with the curtain? No, too dangerous. I decided to hit it with this heavyweight mini statue that my father brought home with him from Vietnam. It was solid marble. And at that moment, that thing levitated. It was slowly moving upwards. And I knew. This is no burglar. This is what we call a swang in my country. It was floating a few meters from my window. Our house was located beside this huge area where our neighbors sell plants and flowers. They have a huge land where these plants grow, and no way someone could walk in and just appear in front of my second floor window. And the window was hanging a meter from the first floor wall, so no way this creature cold scaled the wall and peeked in. Another thing was, it was behind the clothes line, so I was certain it levitated. The creature was floating with its back from the light, so I can't see what it looks like. It was black, bald-headed, broad-shouldered, and I can only decipher the outline of its upper body. It was male. It floated there for a few seconds then opened its wings. By this time I closed my eyes because I thought it's going to attack me, but it flew away. I did not sleep after that. When I told everyone at breakfast what happened, they laughed at me and told me it was only a bat. We live in a city, and there's this huge ass bat the size of a full-grown human. They said it was probably nesting in the tree in our neighbor's garden. I know how bats nest. I've seen a bat with a wingspan of 2 meters, and it's certainly not shaped like a human with a bald head, broad shoulder and rounded ear. That afternoon as I returned from school, my eldest brother talked to me about what the halo, it's a Filipino dessert, vendor told him about an aswang being on her rooftop that morning. He was buying his halo when the vendor told him she was woken up by someone on her rooftop. It was scratching at her roof. In my country, most houses have metal roofs, so whatever it was happening on your rooftop, you can actually hear. She had a feeling it was not human, and she was so sure it was an aswang. She did not hear it walking there, just scratching her roof. It landed there. The next day, as I was preparing my packed lunch, I overheard our other neighbor, not the garden owner, talking to my mom about a stranger peering inside her house through her window. She couldn't make out the face of the man. She said he's evil. Another neighbor said, when she walked out of their compound early in the morning, she saw a man standing in front of their gate staring maliciously inside. She said she can't see his face because the street lights were behind his back. She said she got scared and immediately went back inside her house. Then there was this pig who was making noises in front of our neighbor's door. There is no piggery in the area. I know the creature was the same person our neighbors were talking about. No matter how hard my parents told me it was a thief trying to figure out how to enter people's houses. The incidents happened within days from each other, and whoever the person this creature was looking for lived inside the compound next to our house. Apparently, there was a pregnant lady and we did not know this until our neighbor who told us about the swang, the pig, making noises outside her door. I've received a lot of ridicule from this story years after. Even now, only my sister, who sees things, believes in whatever I saw. After the last incident with the pig, I did not hear any more stories from our neighbor until months after, when my father told me he heard someone in the early hours walking beside our house and the neighbor's dogs whimpering. Sometime during the night, they were howling. I've always believed in spirits and supernatural beings. I don't have the gift, but I've experienced unexplainable things. However, I never thought I would actually saw a being that people would only talk about. It changes you. Thank you for reading, and please be kind to me. Regarding swangs, my father's family lived in Mindoro where they farm and tend to the cattle. He said during harvest season, they would sleep in a nipa hut in the middle of the farm because it's more convenient than going back to their houses. He would sleep with an attic underneath his pillow because he said there was a time when he was attacked by an aswang. He felt it choking him, but couldn't see it because it was pitch black. My father taught us about these things and what to do when we encounter such entities because we would visit my grandparents during summer vacation. They live in a barrio far from Bayan. My sister, who inherited my father's gift, would tell me she would saw entities. Not just ghosts, but also entities. She would tell me, if I ever see them, just pretend they're not there. Still the best advice. Her stuff would go missing, and we will find them where they were originally placed. Which is weird, because that's where we would naturally look first. They say that these things are usually after the dais. That's why, whenever I visit my uncles and aunts, I'm advised not to drink from another person's cup, not accept anything from strangers, don't answer when I hear someone call me, put ginger in my pockets, and so much more. I can tell so many stories about what my father told me about aswangs and how to recognize if someone is an aswang, but it's going to be too long. But let me tell you about black entities. At first I couldn't understand how my sister or my father would tell me about them seeing a ghost or entity and being able to describe it when they say it's like smoke or translucent. In my maternal grandparents' house in Manila, it's an old house built early 1900s, I saw a black entity. I only saw its outline, but it's black. I was about to enter a room and saw it standing across the hallway, just a few feet away from me. I knew it was staring at me, even if I couldn't see its eyes. With that encounter I finally understood my father and sister. You will be able to describe them only by sensing, by a feeling. That black entity was already been seen by my cousins and my niece, who might have the gift. I think it runs in the family. My brother refuses to accept he had it. But it was my niece who actually described it. We found her hiding in the corner of their room one day. She was 3 or 4, and when we asked her what's wrong, she said she saw a man fly by. The man was smiling at her with orange brows, and it passed through the wall. She said he was black. I don't know if the brows she described were actual brows, or she thought they were brows. I think they're his eyes. My cousin also saw it smiling at her. She was sleeping, and it was staring at her standing at the doorway. She got traumatized that she would have a rosary with her whenever they would visit the house. My sister saw it crouched on top of a cupboard. I think it's the culprit for missing objects in that house. Such things sometimes defy logic, no matter how hard I justify that it must be a reflection. But I don't scare easily, and I don't sense them, so when I see them, I know. We live in another country now, and one night, I felt half of my body being lifted. You know how in the middle of sleep you get woken up, but you don't open your eyes. I have this sense like my body was about to get dragged, but the other half of my body, from my stomach down, got lifted sideways from bed. I tried to shout, but only managed to moan. I immediately got up and slept in the living room. I told my sister about this dream I had. She looked at me with these knowing eyes. I asked her if there is something in our house. I actually thought that, since moving here, these things would disappear, but no. She said there is someone in the hallway. It's mostly a passing shadow. That's why she would open all the curtains during the day. Let me explain. My sister doesn't have the habit of informing people whenever she sensed something in a place. According to her, she doesn't like to affect other people's perception of the place or scare them. That's why most of the time I have no idea until I actually see it. Sorry for the long story. So this is definitely going to get lost as I'm way late to the party and there is a million comments above mine. Anyway, this happened 5 years ago or so. Some friends and I went to the bar and got wasted. Since I only lived 4 blocks from the bar, we decided to walk back to my place. Take into note that I lived right by the train tracks and an empty field further across the street. On our walk back home we were just being drunk and stupid, having dumb conversations, when next thing I know I'm waking up on my apartment balcony 2 days later with a bloody incision on my arm, in a bicep, and wearing just my underwear. Frantically I contact my friends and they all confirmed that on our walk I had zoned out and ignored them completely, uttering complete gibberish and walking across the train tracks into the empty field. They all just assumed I was playing a joke on them and continued to my apartment. They had a set of my keys in case of emergencies. They all passed out at my place and were alarmed when I wasn't home the next morning. Again, they just assumed I was either drunk asleep in the field or had been picked up by the police for public intoxication. They were all super alarmed to hear that I was at my apartment with no recollection of getting there a whole 2 days later. I try my best to brush it off, but a few weeks go by and where the incision on my arm starts to ache and a lump started to form. I go to the doctor and as soon as I went to get it checked on, it disappeared and there is no evidence, scar, lump, anything that it ever existed. To this day my arm will still ache at times, sometimes worse than others, but the lump ceases to exist. Just typing this made me have chills again and I'm not sure how to feel about it. I was 21. I had just started dating a guy I had known and sort of crushed on since I was 14. I should have been super excited about this because it turned out that my crush liked me too. But instead, something was off. I couldn't figure out what it was. There was nothing obvious at all, no red flags. He was perfectly nice. I'd known him for 7 years and knew him well, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I'd been dating him for about 2 weeks when I went to sleep and had a dream. In the dream, I was in a car repair garage, very dreary and dirty. I had dropped my car off there, and the guy I was dating, we'll call him Bud, was supposed to pick me up and drive me home. Instead, the guy working at the garage handed me a sealed envelope with a letter in it. He said, "This is to you, from your boyfriend. He couldn't be here." I looked on the front of the envelope and there, written in big black marker, were the letters NME. I was very confused. In the dream, it was clear that those letters were somehow a stand-in for his name, like he had written who he was on the outside of the envelope. I woke up before I could open the envelope, and the big feeling I had when I woke up was confusion. The dream stuck with me all day. Later that night, I met up with him. "Hey," I said, "I had the weirdest dream last night." I told him about the dream, and when I got to what was written on the envelope, I said it out loud for the first time. It said it was from NME. As soon as I said it out loud, I knew exactly what it was. NME, say it. Enemy. It was so awkward. He heard it too. I had just let this guy know that my subconscious, at least, thought he was an enemy. But it was his response that really shook me. Instead of laughing it off, or being sort of jockily offended, or saying "wow, I wonder what your brain is up to," he instead became immediately suspicious and guilty, acting like, "What have you heard? What do you know?" His response to this dream, which I had not taken seriously, unnerved me so much that I broke up with him the next day. About 6 months later, I was having a conversation with a high school friend I hadn't seen in a long time. "I hear you're dating Bud," she said. "How is that going?" I told her that we had only dated for 2 weeks and that it didn't work out, but didn't tell her anything else. "Well," she said, and then launched into this whole long story about how this guy was well known for being a date rapper and sexual assaulter. She named the names of 3 separate people I knew who had had bad illegal experiences with this guy, including herself. I was super creeped out, but also relieved. My subconscious actually sent me a letter in my dream to warn me about this guy. I'm glad I listened. We lived in the house that my great-grandparents had built, and all kinds of unexplainable things have happened there. My parents were divorced, so just me and my dad lived there. I was visiting home at Christmas from college my freshman year and was still asleep around 10 AM when I heard the TV really loud from the living room. I walked down to the TV and it was on full blast. My dad was at work and all the doors were locked. The next morning as I was walking into the living room I watched the TV screen go from black to on. Then the volume bar at the bottom of the screen turned itself up. I stood there frozen with every hair on the back of my neck standing up and eventually got the courage to turn the TV off. It did it several more times while I was home for Christmas. My dad said it was just my great grandma who had died when I was 3. Other weird stuff that we chalked up to her over the years were light bulb jumping vertically out of a chandelier, waking up to boots filled with dog food. We didn't have a dog at that time. Seeing someone behind us in the bathroom mirror. We both experienced this several times. Chairs being moved, cabinets opened. The lights would flicker like the power was going to go out. When my dad was telling stories about the old days on multiple occasions, biscuit rolling, pin rolling, randomly small handprints in the dust on the TV screen. My grandma was small. My dad's house is 100% haunted. I've seen a few redditors reporting having dreams of precognition. They dream of an event, then it happens shortly after. When I was about 10 to 15 years old, that happened to me quite frequently. I was keeping a dream diary, writing down as much as I could remember. This is a great tool to vastly improve your memory of dreams, by the way. The point is, I didn't just think I dreamed this or that, I had a record of it. One weekend my brother and I had a couple of friends at our house for a sleepover. They were brothers as well, one in my brother's grade and one in mine. I dreamed that I was in the kitchen sitting at the table having breakfast and the older brother was using our gas stove. Not for cooking, but as a poor man's soldering iron. He was heating up a screwdriver and using it as a soldering iron to repair a tape recorder. That does not do the screwdriver much good, by the way. I don't recall now what exactly our conversation was, but he turned and looked at me and made some sarcastic remark. So I wrote that down. When I woke up, about 30 minutes later, I was having breakfast at the table. And at the stove is the older brother, using it to heat a screwdriver to use as a soldering iron. He turned and looked at me and said the same stuff I had just dreamed. I just sat there slack-jawed listening to the rerun. Everything was exactly the same as the dream. I had an experience like that at least once a week and sometimes daily, but this one was by far the longest, lasting at about 5 minutes in duration. By the time I was 25, the precognitive events largely disappeared.